Just by carelessly raising his hand, he unleashed a terrifying bolt of lightning. When he awoke, the world had been turned upside down, and dragons roared across the sky. Xu Jingming had been transmigrated, but unfortunately, he'd taken over the body of some good-for-nothing. Seeing this, he desperately called out for the system in vain. Finally, so as not to disappoint Xu Jingming, the system appeared and gave him the ability to level up his talents, allowing him to frantically increase his power in this world teeming with demonic beasts and monsters. In Class 12-5 of Jiangthon No. 2 High School, a tense atmosphere hung in the air as the major exam approached. On the blackboard, the words "one day until the final exam" served as a stark reminder. Below it were complex mathematical formulas, and next to them, words of encouragement. The exam is coming. 20 years of burning the midnight oil, all for this one day. The homeroom teacher, Tran Pham, looked stern. He leaned on his desk and spoke in a clear voice. Those of you taking the liberal arts exam, go home tonight and double-check that you have all your necessary school supplies. His eyes swept across the classroom before he continued with a more emphatic tone. And those of you taking the combat exam must be even more prepared with your combat gear and weapons. Teacher Tran Pham looked seriously at the entire class, his voice heavy as he stressed every word. He emphasized one last time, the combat exam carries a risk of death. Anyone with an awakened ability lower than D rank should not choose to take it. The teacher's warning made the classroom atmosphere freeze over. Amidst the silence, a male student with black hair and piercing blue eyes smirked to himself, thinking, "Is he talking about me?" This was the transmigrated Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming recalled that this world was called Blue Star. Its level of science and technology was quite similar to his previous world, but Blue Star concealed a terrifying threat, the existence of fearsome, bloodthirsty beasts. The scene of a city engulfed in a sea of fire and chaos flashed through his mind. Monsters with hideous forms, blood-red eyes, and sharp teeth spread terror everywhere. To fight them, humanity had also produced individuals with extraordinary powers. These were the ability users who could stand against the vicious beasts. They were the hope of this entire world. Miraculously, everyone could awaken an ability at the age of 16, and the types of abilities were incredibly diverse. However, there was a clear disparity in the strength of these abilities. The quality of abilities also differed according to Blue Star's ranking system, which was divided into 9 levels. But the vast majority of people could only awaken abilities from F rank to D rank. Remembering the day of his awakening, a faint spark of lightning had flashed and then fizzled out. Xu Jingming's ability was E rank, weak electricity. A tiny, weak current crackled at his fingertips, its power only equivalent to a taser. Just then, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. "Xu Jingming, Teacher Tran already spelled it out for you. You're not still planning to take the combat exam, are you?" A blonde-haired guy with a contemptuous look and a strong build leaned down, growling into Xu Jingming's ear. "With a piece of E-rank trash like you, taking the exam will only bring shame to the school. Why don't you just obediently choose the liberal arts exam? Go work as some lowly office drone at your family's company. Wouldn't it be better to just live out your days like that?" Immediately, a girl with short purple hair and a stunning figure stood up, pointed at the blonde guy, and shouted, "Huang Tian, why don't you worry about yourself?" Huang Tian snorted coldly and turned away, but not before shooting the girl a provocative glance. "Humph, Lan Qingwan, I'll show you who the best one is in this exam." As he walked away, he glanced back, looking at Xu Jingming with malicious eyes, and said to Lan Qingwan, "As for this pretty boy Xu Jingming, he'll just end up dead on the exam grounds." After Huang Tian left, Lan Qingwan turned back to comfort Xu Jingming in a gentle tone. "Xu Jingming, don't pay any attention to him. Everyone has their own worth. Changing your application to the liberal arts exam and living a peaceful life in the city would be great too, right?" Xu Jingming remained silent, his gaze falling on the application form. In the great Xia nation where he lived, higher education was divided into 2 tracks, liberal arts and martial arts. The form clearly displayed his information: name, Xu Jingming, gender, male, age, 18, ability rank, E, element type, electricity. With a low rank ability and no confidence in combat, most people would choose the safe liberal arts track to become an ordinary person. As for those who chose the combat exam, they had to enter a designated location during the test and fight vicious beasts to the death. It was a path paved with blood and tears. Only those with qualifying results could enter universities for ability users. After years of training by the academy and its mentors, they could truly break through their limits and become individuals of immense power. Xu Jingming was lost in thought. He knew that both his teacher and Lan Qingwan were worried about his safety. But in a world as dangerous as this, he told himself, even if I avoid the combat exam with its high death rate, I can't escape the sudden invasions of the vicious beasts. A painful memory suddenly flooded back, the image of his parents falling in a pool of blood during a beast tide. The pain was deeply etched into the young boy's soul. My parents in this world, they died in a beast tide. Xu Jingming's gaze became firm and sharp. He clenched his fists, a fire of determination igniting within him. I don't want to be completely powerless to fight back when I face something like that again. He looked up, all hesitation gone from his eyes. Picking up the pen, he decisively filled out the application form, his voice firm. I'm still choosing the combat exam. The school grounds slowly faded into a beautiful sunset, but in the training hall, the sound of whooshing wind was powerful. Ha! Hiya! A figure was diligently practicing with a long spear. He gripped the spear tightly, feeling the power transfer into every muscle fiber. Ha! Xu Jingming shouted, launching a powerful attack. Faint sparks from his E-rank ability flickered around the spear's shaft. After a session of strenuous training, he was panting, drenched in sweat, so tired. Finally, exhausted, he collapsed onto the floor. I can't train anymore. Sprawled out on the floor, Xu Jingming gasped for breath, recalling the path he had taken. Ever since my ability awakened, I chose the long spear as my weapon. I've trained relentlessly for 2.5 years, but my proficiency is still only at the elementary level, he thought bitterly. Luckily, I spent 300,000 to buy the lightning gale break spear technique. It can compensate a little, making me slightly stronger than a typical E-rank awakened. But then, the cruel reality came rushing back. He reached a hand despairingly toward the air as a harsh truth echoed in his mind. But the death rate for students below D rank in the combat exam keeps getting higher. Even so, the flame of determination within him did not die out. He clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with an iron will. I want to get into an ability user university. I have to risk it all. The moment he made his resolve, a strange blue light suddenly emanated from the back of his hand. A virtual screen abruptly appeared before the stunned Xu Jingming. On it were the words, "System activating." His eyes widened in speechless astonishment. Whoosh! System activation successful. Xu Jingming shot up into a sitting position as a new notification appeared. System activation successful. Receive novice gift package? He was stunned, a crazy thought flashing through his mind. Could this be the Transmigrator's golden finger? His shock was quickly replaced by extreme joy. He broke into a hopeful smile and asked loudly, "What's in the gift package?" Immediately, the system screen displayed the answer. Novice gift package. S rank ability. 200 ability points. S rank ability. Xu Jingming was dumbfounded. He knew exactly how precious that was. An S rank ability. Even in a large nation like Great Xia, it takes 3 to 4 years for just one person to awaken one. Once one appears, they are immediately fought over by the top ability user universities, receiving countless resources for cultivation, and are even trained to become a top-tier powerhouse. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling the chance to change his destiny right in front of him. An E-rank piece of trash finally has a chance to defy heaven and change his fate. He decisively reached his hand toward the virtual screen. With a confident smile on his face, he commanded, "Accept." Ding, ding, ding. Notifications appeared one after another. Novice gift package successfully received. 200 ability points have been added to your account. S rank ability. Violet Star Divine Thunder. Beginning transmission. A massive surge of purple energy immediately shot straight into his heart. An excruciating pain shot through him. Xu Jingming braced himself as his body was enveloped by violent purple lightning. His shirt was torn to shreds, revealing his toned abs. Progress. 10%. Boom! The energy exploded, shattering the glass door and shaking the entire room. 20%, 30%. The entire room was reduced to a desolate pile of rubble. Outside, a little girl in her mother's arms pointed, startled, at Xu Jingming's shattered window and asked innocently, "Mommy, what's wrong with that big brother's house?" The surrounding neighbors were also horrified. A man, his face pale, hurriedly pulled out his phone. "Something's happened at that Xu kid's house. Quick, call the fire department." In extreme agony, Xu Jingming gritted his teeth and endured. It hurt so much. The transformation continued. 50%, 60%, 70%. Suddenly, the sky outside darkened unnaturally, startling the passers-by. Why did it suddenly get so dark? Dark clouds swirled and gathered as a giant thunder dragon appeared in the sky, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In a luxurious office, a powerful man looked out the window with a grave expression. What terrifying thunder spirit energy. I can feel an immense pressure. Could a powerful thunder-type beast be about to invade? The commander turned and gave a clear order to his subordinate, Jiangcheng City's 3rd Legion, enter a state of high alert. The soldier immediately gave a military salute and replied decisively, "Sir." "Yes, sir." In mid-air, lightning converged, forming the shape of a ferocious dragon's head. Its world-shaking power struck straight down at Kan Min. Arg! Xu Jingming roared as the metamorphosis finally reached its peak. 80%, 90%, 99%, 100%. The ability transformation is complete. The energy gradually receded, condensing into a ball of lightning in the middle of the ruined room. Xu Jingming slowly stood up, feeling the new power surging through his veins. He opened his hand, and a sparkling purple orb of lightning appeared in his palm. He smirked in satisfaction. So this is the S-rank ability, Violet Firmament Divine Thunder. It's completely incomparable to that old electric shock power. A single strike is enough to crush someone to dust. He put a hand to his forehead, looked around the ruined room, and sighed. But I made a bit too much of a scene. Good thing I managed to control it a little just now, or it wouldn't have been just this training room that got destroyed. He suddenly remembered, that's right, the newbie gift pack also gave me 200 ability points. What are these for? The system screen appeared again with an explanation. Ability points can be obtained by defeating beasts. Consuming ability points can level up abilities and skills. The number of ability points and upgrade options can be viewed in the system panel. Xu Jingming grinned, placing his hands on his hips confidently. Haha, I love this kind of simple but overpowered cheat. Open system panel. Whoosh. A detailed information panel appeared before him. Name, Xu Jingming. Level, unranked awakened. Ability, S-rank Violet Firmament Divine Thunder. Physique, 121. Vitality and Spirit, 140. Skills, Basic Spearmanship, Basic Lightning Gale Break. Ability points, 200. Feeling the new power surging within him, Xu Jingming clenched his fists as purple sparks danced on his hands, his eyes flashing with determination. The joint exam is tomorrow. I have to use these 200 ability points on what matters most and do everything I can to increase my combat power, he commanded clearly. System, add the points for me. He touched the system panel and began to allocate the points strategically. The essence of an ability comes from a person's physique and spirit, so I'll just strengthen these two basic attributes first. Immediately, the numbers on the system panel danced wildly, continuously increasing with a ding-ding sound from the system. A pure and powerful stream of energy flowed out from Xu Jingming's body, enveloping him. He could clearly feel every cell cheering, every nerve becoming sharper. Is this the feeling of enhanced vitality and thought? He clenched his fists, feeling the physical strength swelling in his muscles. He took a stance, and blue-violet currents of electricity automatically surrounded his body, not because he was actively controlling them, but because his abundant energy was spontaneously leaking out. Xu Jingming broke into a confident smile. After the basic attributes are enhanced, both my combat skills and my ability control will be strengthened accordingly. He looked at the updated system panel. The two basic attributes each increased by 20 points, equivalent to 1 ability point for 0.2 vitality or 0.2 spirit. Now his stats are 141 physique and 160 spirit. With his new power, Xu Jingming's confidence soared. He smirked, his eyes flashing with ambition. With my current strength, passing the Ability User University entrance exam will be a piece of cake. He mused, I just wonder, among the more than 700,000 candidates in Jiangnan province, how will I rank compared to those geniuses who've been taught by famous masters since they were kids? He shouldered his long spear, his smile growing even brighter. I'll go to the martial arts hall and test it out. I'll know my exact stats right away. Bam! Suddenly, a foot kicked his door open. 3 fully equipped firefighters were standing right in front of him. Stunned, the lead firefighter, dripping with sweat, said sternly, We received an emergency call reporting a fire here. Xu Jingming looked at the rubble in his room, scratched his head, and explained, It was probably just the tremors from my ability training. Everything's fine now. Hearing this, the firefighter breathed a sigh of relief and turned to order his comrades. So that's what it was. The emergency situation has been resolved. Let's move out! As he left, he couldn't help but look back at Xu Jingming with shock and admiration, thinking, to cause such a huge commotion, and he's just a student training his ability. The younger generation is truly to be feared. The fire truck drove away, sirens blaring, leaving behind a crowd of neighbors still buzzing with discussion. As Xu Jingming walked out of the building with the long spear on his shoulder, a familiar neighbor hurried over. Little Min, are you okay after that fire? He replied, I'm fine, Uncle Yang. It's under control now. Another person looked at his attire and said, Glad you're okay. Looking at you, are you heading to the martial arts hall? Xu Jingming nodded. Yes, I'm going to the hall to train a bit. His words made everyone around him sigh with admiration. So hardworking. The college entrance exam is tomorrow and he's still going to train, unlike that brat of mine. In this world, an awakened, who wants to level up to an ability, user must train their physique and spirit to enhance the power of their ability. But not every family has a private training room. Thus, martial arts halls that provide training grounds and teaching services came into being. Xu Jingming went straight to one of the 2 most famous martial arts hall chains in the Great Xia Nation, Thunder and Raging Bear. He stepped inside, and the lively atmosphere of training hit him. Of the 2, the Raging Bear Hall has an annual membership fee of 100,000, making it suitable for students from wealthy families. Only the Thunder Hall is open for free to high school students. As he was walking down the hallway, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from a group of students nearby. It was an incredibly beautiful girl, with long black hair and amber eyes. Turning to look at him was Tang Qi, Xu Jingming's older cousin. She wore a neat uniform that accentuated her tall figure and long legs. Xu Jingming walked over in surprise. "Cousin, what are you doing at the Thunder Hall too?" Tang Qi glanced at him and replied calmly, I came with a friend." He nodded. "Oh, I see. Well, you two go ahead. I'm heading to the training room." With that, he immediately walked towards the training area. Watching his retreating back, Tang Qi frowned slightly, thinking to herself, strange, he seems different from before. Her friend nudged her and asked curiously, Qi, who was that? He's pretty handsome, isn't he? Tang Qi replied, Xu Jingming, my younger cousin. He's a 12th grader like us, taking the martial exam tomorrow. A guy in the group teased, why all the questions? Xiao Ya, you got a crush on him? Xiao Ya replied cheekily without hesitation. That's right. With looks like that, as long as his strength isn't too bad, wouldn't I look great showing him off as my boyfriend? Tang Qi sighed, pouring cold water on her friend's hopes. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. He only awakened an E-rank ability. Hearing this, Xiao Ya's face immediately fell with regret. Just an E-rank ability? What a shame. The other guy crossed his arms and smirked. An E-rank ability user daring to take the martial exam? Commendable courage. But Tang Qi looked worried. What's the use of commendable courage? The risk is just too great. I'd rather he didn't participate in the combat exam. Seeing the mood darken, she quickly changed the subject. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Weren't we supposed to be checking out the Thunder Dojo? Xiao Ya quickly regained her composure and said, You're right. I spent all 3 years of high school at the Raging Bear Dojo. This is my first time at Thunder. Her other friend chimed in. Relaxing before the exam is good for your health, both physically and mentally. Let's go. The group cheerfully continued on their way. In a private training room, Xu Jingming stood before a massive striking dummy. He lifted the long spear, and a strange sensation came over him. He was slightly startled. The spear feels lighter. Then he quickly realized, or rather, it's because my physique has gotten stronger. He caressed the spear's shaft with a hint of regret, but the joint exam is tomorrow. There's no time to find a more suitable weapon. He took his stance, his gaze turning sharp. Let's test it first, without using my ability to enhance my peak strength. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Whoosh! He unleashed a straight thrust, the spear tip tearing through the air as it shot forward at an incredible speed. Clang! A piercing sound of metal on metal rang out as the spear tip embedded itself right in the center of the dummy. A number appeared on the force meter, 321 kilograms. The striking dummy was heavily dented. The entire training room was made of primary-grade memory metal. Within its tolerance range, it would automatically return to its original shape. Xu Jingming pulled his spear back, clenched his fist, and felt his new power, unable to hide his astonishment. My pure physical strength has actually doubled compared to before. The maximum physical strength of a typical awakened person is only about 100 kilograms. Suddenly, a flash of lightning sparked in his eyes. Next, let's try it with the Violet Sky Divine Thunder. He focused his mind, and instantly, streams of purple electricity enveloped his body. His black hair stood on end as an explosive, domineering aura erupted from him. Boom! He unleashed a thunderous attack, and a terrifying power burst forth. This time, the number on the force meter jumped wildly. 301 kilograms. Xu Jingming was panting, but a thrilled smile spread across his face. As expected of an S-rank ability, the attack power of a rank 1 ability user is only about 1,000. And I haven't even reached rank 1 yet, but I can already unleash an attack power comparable to a mid-tier rank 1 ability user. He tilted his head, arcs of lightning still dancing around him, his eyes sharp. This still isn't my limit. He gripped the long spear tightly. The purple currents converged more and more. My muscle strength, enhanced by my ability, plus my combat techniques. That is my real killer move. He stepped back, gathering momentum. His entire body was submerged in a sea of intertwining white and purple lightning, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, the lightning gale strike, with unprecedented power. All the energy converged at the tip of the spear, forming a dazzling ball of lightning that slammed violently into the striking dummy. The light from the explosion consumed everything. Break! Xu Jingming let out a powerful roar. Rumble, rumble, rumble! A terrifying tremor spread throughout the entire dojo. In the main hall, everyone stumbled. A man in a training uniform panicked. Earthquake! On the same floor, Tang Qi's group was also knocked off balance by the shockwave. The friend with them turned pale and exclaimed in horror, What a powerful energy wave! That's definitely on the level of an ability user. The group gathered together, their faces filled with shock. Xiao Ya wondered aloud, I thought this floor was exclusively for high school students to train. Could it be that one of those freaks who already reached the ability user rank while training at the Raging Bear Dojo came over here? The other friend quickly said, Let's go check it out and we'll know. Tang Qi also cast a curious glance in the direction of the tremor. The group followed the energy signature and quickly arrived at a deserted hallway. The energy wave must have come from somewhere around here. Just then, Xu Jingming walked out of a training room, carrying his long spear on his shoulder. Tang Qi called out in surprise, "Xiao Ming, heading home already?" He replied calmly, "Yeah, I want to go home a bit early to prepare more." "All right then. Good luck in the combat exam tomorrow, but be careful." The friend next to her said, with a serious expression, "Forget about him. The energy wave came from here." The group walked up to the door of the training room Xu Jingming had just exited. "Is it in here?" "It has to be." When the door opened, they were all stunned into silence. Inside was a scene of utter devastation. The memory metal striking dummy had been shattered into pieces, the floor was cracked, and the surrounding equipment was also heavily damaged. Tang Qi and Xiao Ya were so horrified they were speechless. Xiao Ya covered her mouth, stammering, "Oh my god, even the memory metal was shattered. Just how powerful must that attack have been? Do we even have a high school student this strong in Jiangcheng City?" The friend who seemed to be the most knowledgeable in the group stepped inside to inspect, then shook his head decisively. "It's probably not a high school student. I can still feel an incredibly violent energy signature from the remnants. The person might even be a rank 2 ability user who accidentally came to this floor and used the training room to test their strength." Another person nodded in agreement. "I told you. An attack of this intensity couldn't possibly come from a high school student. That's right, even the geniuses from the capital city couldn't do this, let alone someone from our Jiangcheng city." An idea suddenly popped into Xiao Ya's head. She playfully put a hand on her chin. "Hey, Xu Jingming was the only one who came out of here just now. What do you guys think? Could he have been the one who did this? Maybe he's actually a super genius who's been hiding his true strength, just waiting to shock everyone at the combat exam tomorrow." The other two friends burst out laughing. One said, "Have you been reading too many of those pretending to be weak but is actually OP novels? How could you even think of something so ridiculous? There has to be a limit to hiding your strength. He's just an E rank awakened. An attack power of 100 is already pretty good for him." The lead friend pointed down both ends of the hallway and analyzed. Both sides of this hallway lead outside. That powerful ability user must have left from the other side, which is why we didn't run into them. He turned to look at Tang Qi, who had remained silent with an indescribable expression on her face. "Tang Qi, don't you agree?" "Tang Qi?" She didn't answer right away, her eyes still fixed on the cracks on the wall, where the destruction was deeply etched. She replied vaguely, "Perhaps." She gently traced a deep, round, and clean indentation where the metal had been pierced through. A theory formed in her mind. These marks, they actually looked like they were made by a long spear. The image of her cousin walking away with a long spear on his shoulder flashed through her mind again. A deep flicker of suspicion appeared in Tang Qi's eyes as she wondered, so, is Xu Jingming really overestimating himself by participating in the combat exam? All speculation was temporarily set aside as the big day finally arrived. On the day of the combat exam, hundreds of buses arrived in a long procession, bringing the candidates to a vast, desolate, and ruined area. This was their examination ground. The candidates, each carrying their own weapon, got off the buses one by one, creating a noisy and bustling scene. Amidst the crowd, Xu Jingming stepped off, his hand gripping his long spear tightly. His expression was calm and confident, a stark contrast to the anxiety of those around him. He took a deep breath, feeling the tense atmosphere of the exam site. So this is our exam site?" Suddenly, a terrified scream came from the crowd looking through the fence. "Shit, I think I saw a one-horned rhino." This remark immediately caused an uproar. Haven't the exams in previous years just had common vicious beasts like shadow cats and iron-bristled boars? This year's exam is way too hard. While everyone was in a state of panic, a voice full of arrogance rang out. "So, what if it's a one-horned rhino?" He glanced disdainfully at the frightened crowd. "If you can't even handle a beast of this level, even if you get lucky and pass the entrance exam for an ability user university, you'll just end up as a worthless piece of trash." A candidate recognized the speaker and asked his friend in surprise, "Who is that guy? He talks so big." The friend whispered in his ear, "Who else could it be? It's the Swiftwind Sword, Zhou Mingyang, from number 1 high school." He continued with an admiring tone, "I heard he possesses a B-rank ability, Light Spirit Swift Wind, and has already broken through to the state of selflessness, advancing to a rank 1 ability user." Xu Jingming also looked towards Zhou Mingyang, the so-called genius, the top contender for the title of this year's combat exam champion. A spark of fighting spirit ignited within him. Who's stronger, him or me? Just then, a solemn voice boomed from the loudspeakers, drowning out all the noise. "Attention, all candidates." A middle-aged man with a scarred face, dressed in a stern military uniform, stepped onto the high platform. He spoke in a clear, resonant voice. "I am the chief commander of this year's Gyeongtan City Martial Examination, Yuanghai Duong. Before the exam begins, I would like to reiterate a few points." He pointed towards the ruined area behind him. "The martial exam will begin promptly at 9 in the morning and end at 9 in the evening, for a total of 12 hours. The exam location is this abandoned town behind me. a large map was projected. Like previous exams, the site is divided into an outer ring, a central area, an inner ring, and a core area. Eliminating vicious beasts of different ranks will earn you corresponding points. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. Yuang Haiduang's expression became extremely grave. The core area is equivalent to the super difficult questions in a standard test, meant for the most outstanding candidates to conquer. Know your limits. Don't lose your life for the sake of points. Xu Jingming stared intently at the map, a decision already forming in his mind. If it were yesterday, the most he would have dared was to hang around the outer area, but now he had to charge into the inner ring, maybe even the core area. Yuang Hai Duang continued, "We will now begin distributing the exam supplies. Please line up with your homeroom teachers to receive them." Xu Jingming walked over to teacher Tran Pham, who handed him a bag containing 3 items in total. Inside was a smartwatch used to track the number and type of beasts eliminated, accumulating points in real time. A tactical backpack containing 3 energy bars, 1 can of energy drink, and a single-use medical kit, ensuring a candidate could operate for 12 hours. And finally, a safety sphere. When activated, it creates a high-voltage electric grid around the user that ordinary vicious beasts cannot break through. Teacher Tran Pham patted Xu Jingming's shoulder, his face full of concern as he advised him. "Even though using the safety sphere will end your exam prematurely, you must remember this. Your life is more important than anything." Xu Jingming nodded gratefully. "Thank you, sir. I understand." Just as he turned to leave, a familiar voice called out, "Xu Jingming!" It was Lan Qingwan, running towards him. She smiled brightly. "You probably don't have a team yet, right? Want to team up with us?" She boasted proudly. "I recently awakened a C-rank ability." Lu Vi, who was next to her, added encouragingly, "Xu Jingming, I'll watch your back once we're in the exam zone." But another member of her team immediately objected. "Class president, it's one thing to be a nice guy normally, but this is the martial exam. A team can only have 5 people at most. If we add him, how are we supposed to get a high score?" Lu Vi growled. "We already agreed on this. Are you two backing out at the last minute?" The other guy pointed straight at Xu Jingming, who knew he'd actually dare to participate in the martial exam. "Anyway, I don't want to carry dead weight." Seeing the situation grow tense, Xu Jingming spoke calmly, cutting through the argument. "Old Lu, class president, I appreciate the thought from both of you." He gave a slight smile, looking directly at them and said, "I plan to enter the exam zone alone. You guys go ahead and form your team." Lan Qingwan and Lu Vi were both stunned. She asked worriedly, "Are you serious?" Seeing Xu Jingming nod with certainty, she could only sigh. "All right then. You have to be careful." The guy next to her said, "Just leave him. Let's go. We're better off finding Huang Tian to team up with." The group quickly left, leaving Xu Jingming alone to face the upcoming challenge. Watching the backs of his old friends fade into the distance, Xu Jingming just smirked. "Humph." He turned around, his eyes shining with absolute confidence. "Even without you guys, I can still get a high score." Just then, an official announcement blared from the overhead speakers. A fleet of drones activated, soaring into the sky. The 2037 Gyeongthon City High School Martial Arts Examination has officially begun. Activate all checkpoint cameras. Drones, maintain close surveillance. Prepare to commence the live broadcast of the exam. The heavy iron gates swung open, and thousands of candidates swarmed into the ruined area like a dam breaking. One candidate yelled, "My goal is Jiangnan Esper University. I'm going to blow everyone away this time." The tide of people surged forward, signaling the official start of a life-or-death battle. The candidates entered the zone, but the brutality of the martial exam struck faster than imagined. It had barely begun, and one candidate had already collapsed. As Xu Jingming passed by, he heard a faint call from the victim's watch, calling for support staff. He calmly walked on, thinking to himself, "It's just as they say, opportunity always comes with risk. Not everyone gets a chance to defy fate." Suddenly, Xu Jingming's gaze sharpened. A footprint with sharp claws was imprinted on the ground. From the shadows, a vicious beast resembling a wildcat with jet-black fur and glowing eyes lunged out. Xu Jingming understood immediately. Leaving one person alive on purpose to lure others closer. Huh? This is a trap. The shadow cat roared and charged straight at Xu Jingming. He didn't flinch, holding his ground firmly. He faced the charging beast head-on. The beast pounced with incredible speed, but Xu Jingming was faster. He deftly sidestepped, dodging the attack in an instant. The shadow cat landed on the ground. It was an agile species with sharp claws and a bite force of thousands of kilograms. It was the infamous rookie killer of the exam. It turned its head, letting out a ferocious growl. Xu Jingming tightened his grip on his spear, calmly analyzing the situation. The reason vicious beasts are called vicious is because they possess a unique, vicious aura that can intimidate their prey. I've heard that most first-time awakeners, upon encountering a vicious beast, will be paralyzed by this aura, unable to use even 30% of their strength. Some even just stand there and wait for death. That's why wealthy families hire professional espers as bodyguards, taking their children to the wilderness so they can get used to fighting vicious beasts early on. I, of course, never had that luxury. This is my first time truly facing a vicious beast. The shadow cat gave him no more time to think. It gathered its strength and lunged. It opened its fanged maw, aiming straight for Xu Jingming's throat. Slash! Fresh blood splattered. Xu Jingming didn't dodge. He unleashed a lightning-fast thrust. The tip of the spear, wreathed in streaks of purple electricity, pierced straight through the beast's head. He pulled the spear out, his eyes unwavering. It seems this aura has no effect on me at all. Ding! A notification appeared on his watch. Eliminated one unranked vicious beast, Shadow Cat. Ability points +3. Below was a small note. Vicious beasts are divided from rank 1 to rank 9. Beasts below rank 1 are called unranked beasts, corresponding to awakened humans. Xu Jingming looked at the virtual screen on his wrist. Eliminating vicious beasts can earn me ability points, which can then increase my strength, but the points from unranked beasts are a bit low, He looked towards the center of the ruined town. If the vicious aura doesn't affect me much, then there's no point in staying in the outer area. I should get to the central area as quickly as possible. With that thought, Xu Jingming began sweeping through the outer ring. The long spear in his hand danced in deadly arcs, easily felling one vicious beast after another. Ability points were continuously added, +3, +5, +6. He ran while calculating. I'm gaining a decent amount of ability points, but what I lack right now is actual combat experience. I can one-shot unranked beasts with the purple firmament Divine Thunder, but that won't effectively improve my skills. Besides, the higher the rank of the ability, the greater the energy consumption. If I use the purple firmament Divine Thunder at full power, I won't even be able to last for an hour. Back when my electrical ability was a weak E rank, I could maintain it for over 3 hours, but this exam lasts for a full 12 hours. I can't waste my ability's energy before I reach the core area. From now on, I'll stick to this strategy, rely only on my own spearmanship to eliminate beasts and gain more combat experience. He landed on the beast's back, the tip of his spear plunging deep into its thick hide, a clean finishing blow. Standing on the rhino's corpse, Xu Jingming let out a breath. I'm killing these beasts much faster than before. So this is all a one-horned rhino amounts to. Could my spearmanship have broken through without me realizing it? He opened his system panel to check, and it was just as he'd expected. Skill, Spearmanship Intermediate Plus. He cheered inwardly. My spearmanship really did break through to the intermediate level. It seems that relying on actual combat to improve my spear skills is the best way to increase my strength. Intermediate spearmanship already makes me feel like I can do whatever I want. What would happen if I continued to improve it? With that thought, he didn't hesitate to use the ability points he had just earned to upgrade the skill. Countless images, experiences, and techniques of spearmanship flooded his mind like a torrent. Xu Jingming flinched slightly, trying to absorb the massive amount of information. An unprecedented sense of enlightenment spread through his body. Xu Jingming let out a sigh of relief, feeling the distinct change in his body. It's incredible. Countless advanced spear techniques are now in my head. He stood up straight, gripping his long spear, his eyes burning with a desire for battle. He was eager to find a first-tier beast to test his skills. At the same time, on another street in the outer ring area, Lin Qingying's group was moving cautiously when she suddenly stopped. She rubbed her eyes and looked into the distance with an uncertain expression. I think I just saw Xu Jingming. The person next to her snapped. Class president, are your eyes playing tricks on you? There's no way it's him. With his strength, wouldn't coming here be a death wish? Lin Qingying was still doubtful, her heart filled with worry. Was I really mistaken? But that figure from behind really looked like Xu Jingming. I wonder how Jingming is doing now. Suddenly, a team member shouted, pointing ahead. Look, this one-horned rhino looks like it just died. The group rushed over. The blood on the wound hadn't dried yet. It seemed the time of death was only a few minutes ago. The fatal wound is on its head. Judging by the shape of the wound, it must have been caused by some kind of long-handled weapon, one person analyzed, then concluded in horror. A long spear. Lin Qingying was stunned as a bold guess formed in her mind. Could it be that the person who was just here really was Xu Jingming? A member of the group immediately refuted it. You're not trying to say that Xu Jingming killed this one-horned rhino, are you? This is a beast that only a C-rank awakened can handle alone. How could Xu Jingming possibly do it? Liu Wei had an idea. Whether Xu Jingming killed it or not, we'll know just by looking at his score on the leaderboard. Lin Qingying immediately opened her smartwatch and scrolled to the rankings, and then she froze. 46th place. Xu Jingming, 256 points. Jiangcheng, second high school. She couldn't help but blurt out, "It really is him." The whole group erupted, not believing their eyes. No way. Xu Jingming made it into the top 50? Could it be someone with the same name? Are all the E-rank awakened this strong this year? I don't believe it. In the spectator area outside the exam site, large screens were broadcasting the fights of the top candidates live. One spectator commented, First high is as strong as ever. They've basically locked down the top 10, another person added, especially Zhou Mingyang, who's in first place with 412 points. Looks like he's a shoo-in for the city's top scorer. Our Jiangcheng city hasn't had anyone make it into the provincial top 100 for many years. I wonder if he can do it. A portly, middle-aged man fanned himself and said confidently, "The way I see it, he'll definitely make it into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Zhou Mingyang is our Jiangcheng city's ace. His strength is nothing to scoff at, even in the provincial martial arts exam." This man was Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangcheng City Education Bureau. He turned to the principals and said, "Old Liu, I've always been very satisfied with the education at your first high. Also, third high isn't bad either. They finally have someone in the top 10. The two principals hurriedly flattered him. "It's all thanks to the director's methodical guidance. We'll need more of your help in the future." Zhang Wenshan turned to the principal of second high, his tone somewhat reproachful. "However, second high needs to try harder. Your best performing student is only ranked 18th. The principal bowed his head and mumbled, "Yes, yes." The principal of second high, Mr. Zhao Yao, was furious inside. Out of the top 50, only 8 students are from second high. Li Ming, Yang Jian, Tang Ju, Xu Jingming. You kids better fight for me. Suddenly, he paused. Wait a minute. Who is this Xu Jingming? Why have I never heard this name before? Is he from the honors class? The rocket class? Do we even have a student like that? He hurriedly asked around. And then, homeroom teacher Chen Fan, with a look of utter shock, pointed a trembling finger at the leaderboard. Xu Jingming. He actually made it into the top 50. Teacher Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, still in disbelief. But isn't that kid an E-rank awakened? Could it be he was hiding his true strength? But no matter how much he hid it, could an E-rank ability suddenly turn into an S-rank? Only the top 10 get a dedicated camera feed, so there's no way to find any footage of Xu Jingming right now. How on earth did he get such a high score? Teacher Chen Fan looked worriedly towards the exam site. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming had already entered the high-danger central area alone. He walked down a deserted street. The atmosphere here was completely different from the chaos of the outer ring. Entering the central area, the number of beasts had clearly decreased. He ate an energy bar as he walked. Graded beasts all have some intelligence. They also have a sense of territory, making them much harder to deal with than ungraded beasts. Boom! He stomped his foot on the ground and shot forward. A giant tiger with fiery fur and azure eyes burst out from a dilapidated building. Xu Jingming didn't flinch. He swung his spear, creating a wave of hot air, and twirled it into a ready stance. The bladed tiger launched a devastating pounce, its sharp claws creating whistling gusts of wind aimed straight at Xu Jingming. The beast landed, its claws tearing up the concrete road. Xu Jingming stood his ground, a confident smirk on his face. Is this all the strength a first-tier bladed tiger has? I guess it'll take a tiger king to make me break a sweat. He swung his spear and shouted, "Time to send you on your way," then charged straight at the fierce tiger. Asterisk. Swish. Asterisk. With a single clean thrust of his spear, Xu Jingming zipped past the beast, leaving a deep, bloody gash on its body. The bladed tiger let out a pained roar as fresh blood gushed out. Xu Jingming turned around, his stance firm, the spear in his hand not even trembling. His gaze turned sharp and intensely focused. The bladed tiger was heavily wounded, but its wild instincts surged, and its eyes glowed with a ferocious light. It let out an earth-shattering roar as its entire body erupted in blazing flames, charging at Xu Jingming with the intent to take him down with it. Xu Jingming remained unusually calm, easily dodging the beast's frantic pounces. He moved as lightly as the wind, avoiding a devastating bite that shattered a nearby lamppost to pieces. He muttered, "As expected of a first-tier beast, its life force is truly tenacious. Still wants to struggle, huh?" At the last moment, he took a stance to face the crazed beast, but its struggles were futile. This time, Xu Jingming didn't dodge. He went on the offensive. Blue energy enveloped his long spear as he swung it, creating sharp blades of air that tore up the surrounding road. The tip of the spear, now shrouded in a bluish-purple energy, aimed straight for the beast's head. Asterisk thwump times a perfect finishing blow. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the bladed tiger collapsed, staining the ground. Ding! Defeated one first-tier bladed tiger. Ability points, plus 14. Xu Jingming looked at the notification, thinking with satisfaction, the ability points I get from killing a first-tier beast are almost double what I get from an ungraded one. He slung the spear over his shoulder, looked at the beast's corpse, and smiled. The stronger the beast, the more ability points I get. To others, this exam site is full of danger, but to me, it's a rare treasure trove for leveling up. This is a rare opportunity. I have to make the most of my time and harvest more ability points. He shot off like the wind, continuing his hunt. In the spectator area, the leaderboard changed once again. A teacher exclaimed in shock, "Teacher Tran Pham." It turns out Xu Jingming is from Teacher Ha's Class 5. The other teachers also gathered around, buzzing with discussion. It's like this for most classes, but he's the only one with a student in the top 50. Teacher Tran Pham really knows how to teach. That's right, in 6 months we should invite Teacher Tran to give a talk and share his teaching methods. Teacher Tran Pham, feeling a mix of joy and anxiety, quickly waved his hands dismissively. No, it's all the student's own effort. It has very little to do with me. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Teachers, look! Xu Jingming's rank has risen again." All eyes snapped to the large screen. Rank 25, Xu Jingming. He just jumped 44 points in one go. Director Zhang Wenshan stroked his chin, analyzing. According to the martial exam scoring system, killing a peak unranked ferocious beast earns you 68 points, and killing a low-tier, first-rank ferocious beast gets you 14 to 16 points. Another expert chimed in, his face full of shock. And the smartwatch updates the kill count every 4 seconds. In other words, Director Zhang concluded, his face a mask of disbelief. In other words, in just 4 seconds, Xu Jingming either killed 5 peak unranked ferocious beasts or 3 low-tier, first-rank ones. A performance like this, we haven't seen one in many years. He turned to ask Principal Zhao Yao, "Principal Zhao, your school has such a promising talent. How come I've never heard you mention him before?" Principal Zhao Yao was just as baffled. "To be perfectly honest with you, Director, I only just found out myself. We'll have to ask his homeroom teacher for the specifics." All at once, everyone turned to look at Teacher Tran Pham, who was frozen to the spot. Principal Zhao Yao hurriedly pulled Teacher Tran Pham forward. "Teacher Tran, come and explain Xu Jingming's situation to the director. For example, what kind of innate talent does he have?" Pinned on the spot, Teacher Tran Pham stammered, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Director, principal, well, the ability Xu Jingming awakened is a low-level E-rank, weak electricity." Principal Zhao Yao's eyes widened. "Just an E-rank ability?" "Teacher Tran, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Teacher Tran Pham answered miserably, "No, I'm not. Before the exam, I even specifically advised him not to participate in the martial exam. I never expected this." Director Zhang Wenshan mused, stroking his thermos. To get this far relying on just an E-rank ability, it seems this student, Xu Jingming, must be exceptional in other aspects. That makes this all the more intriguing. He took a sip of tea, then said to Principal Zhao, "Let's just wait and see. With his current momentum, he should break into the top 10 very quickly." The director's gaze sharpened. "By then, we'll understand exactly how he managed to do it, if it turns out he's cheating." A piercing shout cut through the director's words. Both Teacher Tran and Principal Zhao were utterly horrified. The leaderboard had updated. 9th place, Xu Jingming. In the exam area, Tang Qi had just defeated a ferocious beast. Looking up at the leaderboard, she murmured, 12th place, Tang Qi. Then she knew for sure. So, that impact at the dojo yesterday really was your doing, Jingming. Elsewhere, the student in first place, Zhou Mingyang, was also staring at the leaderboard. 6 hours left until the exam ends, and some unfamiliar face pops up. Xu Jingming. Never heard of him until now. A drone found Xu Jingming and began a live broadcast. On the screen, Xu Jingming was facing a first-rank ferocious beast, easily felling it with a single blow. Asterisk, ding. Asterisk, defeated one first-rank shadow cat. Ability points plus 14. He smiled in satisfaction. As expected, hunting beasts in the central area is far more efficient. He glanced up and saw the drone tracking him. A tracking drone? I guess that means I've made it into the top 10. He stood on the beast's corpse and brushed the dust off his clothes. The whole point of the martial exam is to test a candidate's strength and potential. The better your performance, the more advantages you receive. I wasn't planning on hiding my true strength to begin with. The top 10 is just the beginning. However, before entering the core zone, I still need to raise my strength one more time. He opened the system panel. Ability points. 312. I have over 300 ability points. The level column still shows no prompt for a class up. It seems the only way to advance from an awakened to an ability user is by learning an ability cultivation method. In that case, I'll just keep improving my basic attributes. He decisively distributed the points. A warm flow of energy enveloped his body. This feeling isn't bad. It's time to enter the core zone. He had added 40 points to physique and 22 points to spirit. The core zone. The highest danger level. A pack of rending blade tigers was tearing apart the carcass of a giant ferocious beast. One tiger in the pack planted its paw on the dead prey's head and let out a powerful roar. Xu Jingming watched from behind a wall, 9 rending blade tigers, and one of them had a far superior presence, its body noticeably larger. Combined with the terrifying length of its claws, it had to be the rending blade tiger king. He grinned with excitement. "Looks like I'm in for a big haul." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. "Come on out. I know you're there." From behind a building, a figure slowly emerged. "You're sharp. To think you actually noticed me," the person smiled. "So you're Xu Jingming, the one who just broke into the top 10. Xu Jingming was surprised. "Zhou Mingyang? You know who I am?" Zhou Mingyang explained. I know everyone with the strength to enter the core zone, except for you. So when I suddenly saw a new face, I guessed you were that dark horse who shot up the ranks. Xu Jingming nodded. So that's how it was. Zhou Mingyang pointed toward the pack of tigers, his eyes gleaming. I've had my eye on this pack of rending blade tigers for a while. Xu Jingming immediately became guarded. Are you trying to steal my kill? Zhou Mingyang quickly waved his hands. Don't get me wrong, the Rending Blade Tiger King is a mid-tier, first-rank beast, not to mention the 9 other tigers in its hunting pack. No matter how strong a person is, they can't deal with that. We could cooperate. Xu Jingming refused decisively. No need. He turned away, a smile of pure confidence and arrogance on his face. I'm enough by myself. He charged straight toward the pack of tigers, leaving a stunned Zhou Mingyang behind. The pack immediately noticed the intruder. They raised their heads in unison, letting out an angry roar. Xu Jingming observed calmly. As expected of a beast pack with a leader, to think they have the intelligence to use a simple formation. The Tiger King stood on high ground and roared a command. The remaining tigers immediately formed up, surrounding Xu Jingming. Without the slightest hesitation, Xu Jingming charged straight into the middle of the encirclement. Hiding around a corner, Zhou Mingyang thought, let's see if this guy is just suicidal or if he really has some extraordinary skills. Xu Jingming stood among the tigers, a powerful aura erupting from his entire body. He spun his spear, creating a solid defensive circle. Asterisk, swish, swish, asterisk. He swung his spear again and again, creating sharp energy slashes that easily cut down the tigers that lunged to attack. Asterisk ding. Asterisk notifications appeared continuously. Defeated low-tier, first-rank Rending Blade Tiger. Ability points plus 10. Defeated mid-tier, first-rank Rending Blade Tiger. Ability points plus 15. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was littered with tiger corpses, a river of blood flowing from them. The Rending Blade Tiger King roared in fury, watching its kind being slaughtered. Xu Jingming stood among the corpses, leaning on his spear and panting. Too bad my physical strength is still a bit lacking. I couldn't wipe them all out. The Tiger King gave him no time to rest. It lunged. Its roar carried an immense spiritual pressure, causing the ground to shake. The glass windows of the nearby buildings shattered, showering down like rain. Zhou Mingyang, hiding in the distance, had to cover his ears, grimacing at the piercing roar. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. But Xu Jingming was completely unaffected. Trying to intimidate me right away? You can scare other people, but you can't scare me. He rushed forward, meeting the charging Tiger King head-on. The tip of his spear glinted coldly, ready for a decisive strike. He leaped into the air, his body as graceful as a dragon, the tip of his spear tracing a perfect arc as it slashed straight into the head of the roaring Tiger King. Asterisk, ding, asterisk. Defeated 1 high-tier, first-rank Rending Blade Tiger King. Ability points plus 20. Watching from afar, Zhou Mingyang was stunned. Impossible. He finished them all in one go. What kind of monster is he? Standing on the Tiger King's corpse, Xu Jingming thought with satisfaction. This haul of ability points was a real jackpot. At this pace, I wonder how many ability points I'll have accumulated by the end of the exam. He jumped to the ground. The more the better. I'd better find another pack of beasts quickly. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Mingyang hurried over to him. Wait, how the hell did you manage to overwhelm a whole pack of blade tigers with just a long spear? So, you're an enhancement-type ability user? Xu Jingming replied nonchalantly as he walked. No, I'm a lightning type. He leaped onto a building and vanished from sight. Zhou Mingyang was stunned. Lightning type? Are you kidding me? If you don't want to tell me your ability type, you didn't have to lie to me like that, did you? What a complete jerk. He opened the ranking board to check, his heart filled with anxiety. He just killed so many beasts, his score couldn't have caught up to mine, right? He let out a blood-curdling scream. First place, Xu Jingming, 1,122 points. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 985 points. Zhou Mingyang roared in anger. He already passed me! In the spectator area, director Zhang Wenshan shot to his feet, laughing loudly. That high-level spearmanship is just insane. Xu Jingming is only 18 years old, and his spearmanship has already reached an advanced level. This confirms it. He's a genuine genius. He clapped Principal Zhao Yao on the shoulder and said with a laugh, with Xu Jingming here, he can definitely represent Jiangcheng City and make it into the provincial top 100. After the exam ends, I'll recommend to the city that they give your number 2 high school an award. Principal Zhao was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Director Zhang. Principal Zhao Yao turned away to wipe away tears of happiness. Xu Jingming. You truly are a huge surprise. Our number 2 high can finally hold its head up high. 3 hours later, in the core zone, Zhou Mingyang was wandering around, a look of utter confusion on his face. What is going on? Where did all the beasts in the core zone go? Suddenly, he ran into a group of people. You'll have to ask our number 1 ranked guy about that. Zhou Mingyang was surprised. Is that you guys? Why are you all together? Lin Qingying pointed to the ranking board in someone's hand. Third place, Wu Hao. 4th place, Meng Jiao. 9th place, Tang Qi. She explained, Xu Jingming already wiped out all the beasts in the core zone. None of us could find any, so we had no choice but to group up to kill the boredom. Zhu Mingyang didn't believe it. No way, there are tons of beasts in the core zone, Tang Qi said. It seems you haven't checked the rankings in a while. Here, just look at Xu Jingming's score and you'll get it. Zhu Mingyang stared at the screen, so shocked he stammered, 3,400, over 3,400 points. Tang Qi looked at the stunned Zhu Mingyang and said coldly, now do you see why? Subtract the 700 plus points he earned in the central zone, and that still leaves over 2,500 points. In other words, he killed nearly 200 beasts in the core zone all by himself. Zhu Mingyang clutched his head, a bitter expression on his face. No wonder Xu Jingming was so worried about me stealing his kills earlier. Turns out he was planning to do this all along. Wu Hao, the one in 3rd place, spoke up. The combat exam only has a few hours left. We're planning to team up and try our luck in the final core zone. He pointed into the distance. Ah, the lowest level beasts there are upper rank 1, and there's even a rank 2 beast king. Going in alone is no different from suicide. Meng Jiao looked at Zhu Mingyang, her eyes narrowing in a challenging smile. So we need to team up. Are you in? Zhu Mingyang didn't hesitate. Count me in. Night fell. Xu Jingming sat on a pile of beast corpses, looking wearily up at the crescent moon. His supplies were completely used up, and the combat exam was coming to an end. He took out his last energy bar and took a bite. He stood up and looked towards the deepest part of the exam area. To get more ability points, I have to keep going deeper. But the final core zone has a rank 2 beast. I still need to boost my strength a bit more. He opened his system panel. Ability points, 2,413. Where should I put these? Xu Jingming pondered for a moment, then a sly grin appeared on his face. How about I add them to this? He exhaled, channeling all his energy into his long spear as purple lightning enveloped it. This should be enough to deal with the toughest question on this combat exam. At the same time, Zhu Mingyang's group was also entering the final zone. The final sprint has begun. A giant beast with pure white fur and red crystals growing on its back appeared, blocking their path. Xu Jingming had also arrived, carrying his spear on his shoulder, his eyes full of anticipation. I wonder what kind of rank 2 beast the combat exam has arranged for this time. Zhu Mingyang's group screamed in terror. It's the blood-devouring tyrant bear again! The giant bear roared, its power shaking the ground and sending nearby cars flying into the air. Tang Qi and Meng Jiao both turned pale. This is bad. This is a rare beast. Its hide is tougher than E-grade alloy. Even missiles can't pierce it. One swipe of its paw could crush all of us. Tang Qi lost heart. I think we should just give up on this. Wu Hao pointed at the high rank 1 beasts surrounding them. We don't even need the blood-devouring tyrant bear to act. I'm afraid we'd be wiped out by these high rank 1 beasts the moment we step into this area. Someone in the group panicked. I'm out. No amount of points is worth losing my life. Wu Hao yelled in anger. What kind of bastard came up with such a ridiculously hard test? Suddenly, Meng Jiao pointed ahead. Look, someone's coming. Tang Qi was astonished. It's Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming leaped down from above, landing lightly on the ground. Meng Jiao exclaimed, So that's Xu Jingming? He's so handsome. But Wu Hao was worried. What good is being handsome? Charging into a pack of beasts like that, isn't he just asking to die? Xu Jingming charged straight into the middle of the beast pack. Oh no, he's agitated the beasts. He swung his spear, easily taking down the beasts that rushed at him. The blood-devouring tyrant bear roared, ordering its pack to attack. Xu Jingming faced the entire frenzied pack of beasts alone. He was like a whirlwind, sweeping away everything in his path. The entire pack of beasts was submerged in the sea of his spear's afterimages. Zhu Mingyang's group stood frozen from a distance. There's no way Xu Jingming is just going to die like that, right? Wu Hao said coldly. He was too reckless. If he dies, he brought it on himself. Tang Qi was worried. No, I have to go help him. Wu Hao quickly held Tang Qi back, yelling, Are you crazy too? Going there is just throwing your life away. Meng Jiao, beside her, also tried to stop her. That's right. Have you forgotten what you just said? Tang Qi struggled free, her face a mask of panic and determination. She yelled, You guys don't understand. Jingming is my cousin. I can't just stand by and watch him die. At that very moment, a terrifying bolt of purple lightning erupted violently from the center of the beast pack, and a blinding light enveloped a vast area. The immense wave of energy swept past, creating a powerful shockwave that made Zhu Mingyang's group struggle to stay on their feet. The ground beneath them trembled violently. Zhu Mingyang shielded his eyes from the blinding light, his face filled with shock and disbelief. He stammered, This lightning. Could it be the lightning-type ability Xu Jingming mentioned? At the epicenter, Xu Jingming stood firm, his entire body enveloped in dancing, crackling arcs of purple lightning. Around him, the corpses of beasts had been blown away in all directions. He looked at the massive horde of beasts before him, his gaze turning sharp. He thought to himself, Trying to deal with so many high rank 1 beasts with just physical strength is indeed too much. I have no choice but to use my ability. He let out a breath, a confident, almost arrogant smirk playing on his lips. Tiny sparks of lightning danced on his fingertips. As expected of an S-rank ability. It really is overwhelmingly powerful. In an instant, the ground around him was cleared, leaving only the corpses of the beasts that had just charged in and the lingering purple energy. Xu Jingming raised his head, his cold gaze meeting the colossal blood-devouring tyrant bear that stood imposingly before him. Provoked, the giant bear let out an enraged roar, its power making the very air around it tremble. Xu Jingming calmly analyzed his opponent. The blood-devouring tyrant bear's massive body isn't agile enough. With the help of the 9 heavens' divine thunder, I should be able to handle it. He glanced at the rank 1 beasts still growling around them. However, these small fry will probably be a nuisance during the fight. His gaze hardened as he made a quick decision. In that case, I'll just clear the field first. His entire body erupted with violent streams of electricity once more. A deadly glint flashed in his blue eyes. With that, Xu Jingming shot forward like a bolt of lightning, the long spear in his hand tracing lightning-fast attack patterns as he charged toward the remaining beasts. A tiger-like beast lunged at him, only to be pierced through the head by his spear, fresh blood splattering in the air. A system notification popped up as Xu Jingming scanned it. Killed a high tier 1 vicious beast, the Shadow Cat. Ability points plus 13. Xu Jingming felt the power surging through his body. He licked a streak of blood from his lips, thinking to himself, so this is the power of an S-rank body-enhancing ability? But having lightning course through my body is also dangerous. I can't maintain this state for too long. However, he swung his spear, creating an arc of lightning energy that swept across the pack of vicious beasts. More than enough to deal with you lot. Another single-horned rhino beast was hit by the sweep and collapsed on the spot. The notification chimed again. Killed, a high tier 1 vicious beast, the single-horned rhino. Ability points plus 15. Witnessing its underlings being annihilated, the blood-devouring tyrant bear became truly enraged. It let out an earth-shattering roar. A terrifying collision occurred with a boom, creating a deep crater in the concrete road, but underneath was only empty ground. With his incredible speed, Xu Jingming had escaped the attack in the nick of time. Xu Jingming shot forward like a bolt of lightning, streams of purple electricity wrapping around his body, crackling with immense power. The enraged, blood-devouring tyrant bear charged forward. He quickly leaped away, landing lightly on a large concrete slab, maintaining a safe distance from the rampaging beast. He circled behind it, killing the remaining ones. System notifications popped up continuously, recording his achievements. Killed a high tier 1 vicious beast, the single-horned rhino. Ability points plus 15. Killed a high tier 1 vicious beast. Seeing this, the blood-devouring tyrant bear went absolutely insane. It tilted its head back and let out a furious roar. Xu Jingming smirked provocatively, bolts of lightning still dancing around him. What's wrong? Getting angry now that your little minions are being picked off one by one? He ran towards the last trembling single-horned rhino in the distance, shouting, "Don't worry, once I'm done with this last one, you're next." But to his surprise, the blood-devouring tyrant bear had already flashed right in front of him. This sudden move left Xu Jingming momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, not bad. It actually predicted my move. The bear swiped its paw, shaking the entire area. The unlucky rhino was crushed in an instant, just as he leaped high into the air. He looked straight at the bear, his eyes sharp, the corner of his mouth curling into a battle-hungry smile. Finally, no more small fry to get in the way. Let's see if that bronze-hard hide of yours can withstand this thunder of 10,000. He shot forward, transforming into a streak of purple light, the tip of his spear, imbued with the full power of his S-rank ability, aimed straight for the blood-devouring tyrant bear's head. A massive sphere of lightning exploded, and a blinding purple light swallowed everything. The force of the explosion radiated outwards, creating a terrifying shockwave. The wave of energy was so powerful that even the drone filming from above was violently shaken. Far away, Zhou Mingyang's group had to quickly raise their hands to shield themselves from the immense pressure wave crashing towards them. Meanwhile, in the central monitoring room, all the examiners had shot to their feet, staring in stunned silence at the large screen, which was completely engulfed in the blinding purple light of the lightning. The chubby examiner, with sweat pouring down his forehead, couldn't contain his shock and turned to yell at Principal Zhao. "Principal Zhao, you call this an E-rank ability? Are you kidding me?" Another examiner in a gray suit added with a look of disbelief. Just the burst from his ability alone was enough to wipe out a pack of high-tier Tier 1 beasts, and he even held his own against the boss. I doubt even an A-rank ability could do that. The elderly, bespectacled examiner scratched his head. Could it be a mutated ability? Principal Zhao smiled proudly, spreading his arms as if introducing a superstar. Regardless, after today, I imagine the name Xu Jingming will shake the entire Grand Xia Federation. Back on the battlefield, the purple smoke gradually dissipated. The blood-devouring tyrant bear staggered out. On its head was a scorched wound from the lightning strike, but it still hadn't fallen. Seeing this, the bear let out a furious roar. Xu Jingming was thrown back by the pressure from the roar. He was blown some distance away, thinking in astonishment, "It's just a flesh wound?" Xu Jingming did a flip in midair and landed lightly. He steadied himself, his gaze becoming incredibly serious as he analyzed his opponent. As expected of one of the rare Tier 2, vicious beasts, impervious to blades and spears, and most importantly, it doesn't conduct electricity. With my current strength, trying to jump 2 tiers and take down a blood-devouring tyrant bear in one hit was a bit of a stretch. As if sensing the challenge, the blood-devouring tyrant bear began to emit a swirling black aura. Its crimson eyes grew even more ferocious as the black aura enveloped its entire massive body, its power and ferocity skyrocketing. Xu Jingming's jaw dropped in astonishment at this transformation. What the... The giant bear, now cloaked in black aura, charged like a runaway truck, flattening everything in its path. Its speed was unbelievable, the ground shattering into pieces beneath its feet. Xu Jingming had to constantly retreat to dodge its direct charges. He planted his spear into the ground to maintain his balance. He looked at the crazed beast, a corner of his mouth lifting into an intrigued smile. Activated its berserk skill already? Looks like this blood-devouring tyrant bear really hates my guts. Note: Berserk is a combat skill for vicious beasts, similar to a human's martial skill. The bear stomped its 4 feet on the ground, creating a small tremor. It tilted its head to the sky and let out a frenzied roar. It charged forward, its massive body like 2 moving mountains, intending to crush Xu Jingming to pieces. Xu Jingming remained calm, quickly analyzing the situation. Incredible. After a vicious beast activates its berserk state, its physical strength is indeed significantly enhanced. But in exchange, what little intelligence it had is completely gone. It's become a killing machine running purely on instinct. First, I need to avoid a direct confrontation. The best way is to use my agility to wear it down. No sooner said than done. Xu Jingming immediately ducked, using his nimble movements to evade the beast's pounces. He tightened his grip on his long spear, purple lightning beginning to dance on his hands again. Then I'll find an opportunity to temporarily disable it. He slid under the bear's belly, the lightning from his spear grazing its thick fur. Finding an opening, he focused his lightning power into a single point, forming a small electric orb, and slammed it into the beast's hind leg. The giant bear lost its balance and tumbled forward with a loud crash. A deadly glint flashed in Xu Jingming's eyes. He growled, "9 heavens divine thunder." He raised his hand to the sky, summoning a colossal bolt of purple lightning from above. "Explode for me. Boom, boom, boom." A colossal pillar of purple lightning descended from the heavens, engulfing the entire body of the falling, blood-devouring tyrant bear. Its destructive power shook the entire battlefield. The whole area was submerged in a sea of lightning. Frenzied bolts of purple electricity ravaged everything within their range. When the light faded, the giant blood-devouring tyrant bear lay motionless, its body charred and smoking. Xu Jingming stood there, calmly observing his handiwork. He looked at the lingering sparks on his fingertips, a confident smirk on his face. Bombarded by the purple firmament divine thunder for more than half a minute. No matter how thick your defenses are, there's no way you could withstand that, right? But suddenly, a final, ferocious glint flashed in the giant beast's crimson pupils. It let out a desperate roar, using the last of its strength to open its bloody maw and lunge towards Xu Jingming. Roar! The final attack had lost all its power. The beast froze and became completely still. A notification appeared, paralyzed. Xu Jingming smiled knowingly, looking at the prey that was now completely in his grasp. "It's time." He raised his long spear, and the lightning once again erupted violently. He began to chant for his finishing skill, Lightning Flash. His entire body was enveloped in a powerful aura of purple electrical energy, his eyes glowing brightly. Instantly, he leaped into the air, channeling all his energy into the tip of his spear, and let out a final, mighty shout. Ha! A sphere of lightning energy shot straight into the blood-devouring tyrant bear's head, creating a terrifying explosion. Boom! Crackle! The vortex of energy wiped out everything around it, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Crash! After the explosion, the bloodthirsty violent bear lay motionless, a gaping hole torn into its body. A system notification popped up, officially confirming his victory. Killed a low-level, second-stage bloodthirsty violent bear. Esper points plus 24. Xu Jingming let out a sigh of relief, using his spear to push himself up. It's finally over. To deal with this monster, I specifically upgraded my Lightning Gale skill from beginner to advanced. Its power definitely didn't disappoint. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It only lasted 2 minutes, but that was the most exhilarating fight I've ever had. He stood tall amidst the ruined battlefield, his eyes thoughtful. I wonder how many points I'll get after wiping out all the beasts in the core area. The night sky began to lighten, signaling the end of the martial exam. In the monitoring room, the final leaderboard appeared, leaving everyone speechless. First place, Xu Jingming, 10,835 points, Jiangcheng Second High School. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1,103 points, Jiangcheng First High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, Jiangcheng First High School. The entire room erupted. Over 10,000 points. That's unbelievable. The examiners and principals couldn't hide their excitement. One of them shouted, 10,000 points! That doesn't just break our Jiang City record, it shatters the entire Jiangnan province record. A genius. No, a genius among geniuses. Last year's provincial top scorer only had a little over 8,000 points. An examiner declared confidently, Xu Jingming has pretty much already locked in his spot as this year's provincial top scorer. Back on the desolate battlefield, Xu Jingming glanced at his watch, a calculating look on his face. Not much time left. He smiled confidently. I've already wiped out all the beasts in the inner ring and the core area. Next, I'll head back to the central zone and pick off whatever's left. Every little bit counts, after all. With that, he turned and shot off like the wind, leaving the battlefield behind. Asterisk. Whoosh. Asterisk. Zhou Mingyang's group was still in shock. Tang Qi stammered. Jingming, he actually managed to kill a second-stage Beast King. That's insane. Zhou Mingyang, however, was confused. Why is he coming back? His score is already miles ahead of everyone else. Why not just end the exam early? What more could he possibly want? Meng Yao narrowed her eyes, watching Xu Jingming's retreating figure. She noticed something. Judging by his direction, it looks like he's heading back to the central zone. Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed through her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. Wait, don't tell me he's gone blood crazy and wants to go back to. Clean up the rest? Zhou Mingyang's group went pale at the thought. Zhou Mingyang muttered in fear. A complete wipeout. Zhou Mingyang looked at his teammates, his voice filled with panic and urgency. With Xu Jingming's speed, I'm afraid he could actually pull it off. If we don't leave now, we probably won't earn a single point in this final hour. Our team-up is officially over. Hearing him declare their disbandment, the group didn't need to be told twice. They immediately turned and scattered in every direction. Later, guys! I'm out of here! Move! 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 Meng Yao shouted over her shoulder as she ran. Hey, leave some points for me! An hour later, a broadcast from the monitoring drones echoed throughout the ruined city. The 2037 Jiang City Martial Exam has now concluded. Kills will no longer be scored. All contestants, please return promptly. Hearing the announcement, a panting Tang Qi wearily wiped the sweat from her forehead. She let out a sigh of relief. It's over? Elsewhere, other contestants were equally exhausted. One cried out in frustration. Why is it over already? I just needed one more beast. Just one more and I would have had enough. Others, however, were just glad to have survived. That was too close, but it's over. I made it. In stark contrast, Xu Jingming stood amidst a sea of beast corpses, a look of slight disappointment on his face. It's over already? What a shame. I was just getting warmed up. At the exam site's exit gate, contestants gathered under the watchful eyes of security forces and drones. Amidst the exhausted crowd, Meng Yao scanned the faces, her gaze finally landing on someone. She quickly grabbed Tang Qi's arm, asking insistently, Chi, is that Xu Jingming times really times your cousin? Tang Qi looked exasperated. Oh my god. You've already asked me 3 times. Yes, it's him. It's really him. Meng Yao's tone immediately turned sweet and whiny as she shook Chi-Chi's arm. In that case, my dearest friend, could you please give me your cousin's contact info? Pretty please? Tang Qi crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. Weren't you the one who wasn't interested yesterday? Now I'll have to think about it, Meng Yao pleaded desperately. That was then, this is now. He's the top scorer today. I'm begging you. Suddenly, a loud shout from the exit gate sent a ripple through the crowd. A girl got knocked over. Look, it's Xu Jingming. He's coming out. All the contestants immediately started pushing and shoving, trying to get a look at the top scorer. Where? Hey guys, stop pushing. Let me see. Ah, there he is. Amidst the chaos, Xu Jingming appeared, looking completely calm, the corner of his mouth tilted up in a confident smirk. As he stepped out, the crowd immediately swarmed him, cheering wildly. Xu Jingming, congratulations! Over here, Xu Jingming. Can you spare 100 points for me? Suddenly, Zhou Mingyang and Wu Hao stepped forward, parting the crowd to face Xu Jingming. Zhou Mingyang looked at Wu Hao with a hint of regret. That spot should have been yours. Wu Hao just smiled calmly. Who knew Second High had such a monster? I'm more than satisfied with the score I got with my own strength. The principal hurried over, leading a dignified, middle-aged man. Student Xu Jingming, congratulations. Allow me to introduce you. This is Director Zhao from the Bureau of Education. You won't need to take the bus home. The director would like to personally give you a ride home. Xu Jingming glanced at the frenzied crowd and thought to himself, asterisk, that works. If I took the bus now, I wouldn't get a moment's peace. Asterisk. Inside the luxury car, Director Zhao smiled and asked, Student Jingming, have you thought about which Esper University you'd like to attend? Xu Jingming answered honestly, Lately, I've been completely focused on improving my strength, so I haven't really thought about which Esper University I'll go to. Director Zhao nodded. With your results, you'll have your pick of any university in the entire country. But while there are hundreds of colleges in the country, half of all high-level Espers graduate from one of the 3 great universities. I'd like to recommend those 3 to you. First is Capital Esper University, located in the heart of Daxia. It's government-affiliated, so graduates can directly enter the state apparatus. The current 9th stage nation protector is an alumnus. Second is Madu Esper University, located in a bustling port city. It can provide exceptional resources and is home to many elite clubs, making it more suitable for individuals who pursue the pinnacle of power. Finally, there's Jincheng Esper University. It has a history of over 200 years, possesses many ancient legacies, and boasts a powerful faculty. All 3 universities possess exclusive, top-tier Esper cultivation methods. They are sacred grounds that countless people dream of attending. Xu Jingming was curious. I know that Awakeners need to practice training methods to evolve into Espers, but what exactly is a top-tier Esper cultivation method? Director Zhao explained thoroughly. Let me put it this way. Esper training methods are also divided into different tiers. Using a beginner-level method, it takes most Awakeners 3 to 4 years to advance to the Esper stage. But with a top-tier method, an Awakener can make that same evolution in just half a year. He patted Xu Jingming's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. With your results, you're guaranteed to qualify for special admission. When the time comes, even the 3 top universities will be making you generous offers. You can just choose whichever one best suits your own goals. Xu Jingming nodded, a clear path already forming in his mind. I understand. Thank you very much, sir. The next day, Xu Jingming stood under the shower, the cool water washing away the fatigue from the intense exam. Right after his shower, he opened his system panel to check his stats. His Esper points had reached 2,534. He thought to himself, asterisk 2,534 Esper points should be enough to last me until I get into the university. Asterisk. He draped a towel over his shoulders, thinking, asterisk, I wonder if there will be any more beast hunting competitions once I get into the university. If not, I'll have to schedule a trip into the wilderness zone. Asterisk. At the same time, Tang Qi and a beautiful middle-aged woman arrived at his front door. Tang Qi wondered, why is this door broken? Then she had a mischievous idea. Hey, why don't we sneak in and give Jingming a big surprise? The 2 of them gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The woman called out cheerfully, Jingming. Xu Jingming, who had just stepped out of his room with a towel wrapped around his waist, jumped in shock when he heard the call. Auntie, cousin, what are you 2 doing here? Xu Qingwan and Tang Qi were also stunned, blushing as they turned away. Tang Qi stammered, pointing at his state. Xu Jingming, what the hell are you doing? He hurriedly tried to cover himself and yelled, How is this? How is this my fault? Xu Qingwan looked at the messy house. I haven't been here for a few days. How did the house get into this state? Back when my parents had just passed away, it was my aunt who stayed by my side day and night, taking care of me, giving me the warmth of a family, and fulfilling the duties of a guardian. She would even occasionally make me her stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots. Xu Qingwan looked at him affectionately. Little Ming. Xu Qingwan sat down and asked with concern, I don't know much about the combat exam, but when I first heard you signed up for it, I was worried for a long time. Now that I see you're okay, I can finally rest easy. Your score doesn't matter. It's fine even if you don't pass. Xu Jingming asked in surprise. Didn't my cousin tell you? Tang Qi winked playfully and leaned close to his ear. I thought it would be better to let you tell my mom yourself. Xu Jingming told his aunt, a little embarrassed. Auntie, I didn't do too bad this time. I scored over 10,000 points. Hearing that number, Xu Qingwan, who was taking a sip of water, spat it all out in utter shock. Still stunned, she asked, trembling, How? How many? You're not tricking me, are you? Tang Qi quickly steadied her mother and explained, Mom, it's true. My cousin Jingming scored 11,124 points. Xu Qingwan was completely speechless, her eyes wide, unable to believe what she had just heard. A moment later, she burst into happy tears and hugged Xu Jingming tightly. Our Xu family finally has someone to carry on the line. Your mom and dad in heaven would definitely be proud of you. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the top ability universities, a woman was giving a presentation on a particular candidate. Xu Jingming, 18 years old, natural ability awakening, E rank, weak electricity, level, pseudo-awakened. An examiner immediately declared, if this score is real, we must have this student. But the person next to him was skeptical. But based on his talent and rank on paper, it's fundamentally impossible for him to achieve this score. In another meeting room, the argument was even more fiery. Looking at his combat performance, there's absolutely no way that's an E rank ability. That kind of power is at least A rank, maybe even S rank. Someone else retorted, what kind of backwater place is Jiang Cheng? How could it produce a top scorer? He probably used some cheating method in the exam. Having a proxy, using drugs, none of it is out of the question. Just as the argument reached its peak, an authoritative voice rang out. All right, that's enough arguing. The woman in charge slammed the table and made the final decision. For now, place Xu Jingming on the S-rank special admission list. As for whether his score is real or not, I will personally go to Jiangcheng to investigate. A few days later, Xu Jingming received a message from the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education. Candidate from Jiangcheng, Xu Jingming. The rankings for the Jiangnan Provincial Combat Exam have been released. Your rank is first place in Jiangnan Province, with a total score of 11,124 points. Looking at his phone screen, Xu Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. He sat in the training room, clenched his fists, and shouted in joy, "First place in Jiangnan Province! I did it!" Immediately after, news about him exploded on social media with sensational headlines. The ultimate dark horse, the provincial top scorer from Jiangcheng. An unprecedented pseudo-awakened top scorer. E-rank ability. Is it talent or hard work and sweat? This was accompanied by countless skeptical comments. Aren't the top scorers usually high-ranking ability users? A pseudo-awakened can be the top scorer? An E-rank ability user as the top scorer? If that's true, I'll eat my words on the spot. To the person above, just wait. I'm going to find the video of his combat exam right now. Facing public pressure, reporters shoved their microphones towards the principal. Principal Zhao, in the face of the online questions about student Xu's score, do you have anything to say? Many people are doubting the authenticity of his score. Please give us an explanation, Principal Zhao. Principal Zhao announced confidently into the cameras. Our school's official website has uploaded the video of Xu Jingming's combat exam. Everyone can immediately verify the truth for themselves. The fairness of the high school combat exam cannot be questioned. The reporters immediately took out their phones to watch, and all of them were stunned. Holy crap! A single spear thrust pierced through the head of a first-stage single-horned rhinoceros. This power is even greater than a first-stage ability user's. It looks like an enhancement-type ability. No, wait, he's a lightning type. And you're telling me this kind of power is an E-rank ability? What's more, he really is just a pseudo-awakened. Principal Zhao stood on the podium and proudly declared, "The combat exam video is the proof. Student Xu's scores are completely real. He is the first student from Jiangcheng to win the title of provincial top scorer. The dedication he has shown deserves to be rewarded even more." He held up a giant check for 1 million yuan. Congratulations to student Xu Jingming for winning first place in the combat exam. We are specially awarding him 1 million yuan. This is the cash and the grand gift of an ability training manual that the City Education Bureau is rewarding student Xu with. The city government will also award an equivalent cash prize and a luxury villa in the city. Meanwhile, the reporters were shouting, "Quick, get a picture. This is front page news." In a hidden corner, the female investigator and her associates were observing the ceremony. She commented coldly, "Even though Jiangcheng has released Xu Jingming's combat exam video, that doesn't mean he didn't use performance-enhancing drugs. The most crucial thing is still to determine Xu Jingming's true ability rank." On stage, the principal whispered to the person next to him, "Why isn't the star of the day here yet?" The other person replied, "I just called to ask. He said he's training at the martial arts hall and will be here soon." The principal was taken aback, then forced to laugh. He's still training even after the combat exam is over? This new top scorer, he's truly different from ordinary people. Haha. The scene shifts to the principal's reception room, where he is trembling as he serves tea to 3 uninvited, esteemed guests. "Esteemed teachers, please have some tea." One of the 3 guests, a man in traditional clothing, gently waved his hand in refusal. The principal broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, as expected of high-rank ability users who have shed blood on the battlefield. The aura they're giving off makes my heart pound and my legs tremble. He looked fearfully at the 3 powerful guests, each with a different demeanor but all exuding an oppressive presence, with only one thought in his mind. These people aren't going to start a fight in here, are they? The female investigator spoke first, breaking the silence. She was introduced as Zhang Chaoyue, head of admissions for Madu Ability University. "You two, it seems like it's been a long time since we've all gathered like this, hasn't it? Which genius are you targeting this time?" The beautiful woman in a Cheongsam, Su Yun, head of admissions for Qingjing Ability University, smiled in response. "Miss Zhang, there's no need to beat around the bush. As long as this Xu Jingming score is real, our Qingjing University is taking him for sure." Hearing this, the man in traditional clothing, Wu Lan, head of the admissions department for Jincheng Ability University, scoffed, "Ha ha, Su Yun, and what makes you think you can just claim him? I could just as easily say our Jincheng University is taking him for sure." Zhang Chaoyue sighed, thinking to herself, as expected, to specially recruit a provincial top scorer, it's inevitable that I'll have to fight it out with teachers from other schools. Just then, the door to the room burst open. Xu Jingming, tall and with a long spear slung over his shoulder, walked in confidently and greeted them. Hello, teachers. His appearance immediately drew the attention of all three admissions officers. The tense atmosphere instantly subsided. Zhang Chaoyue narrowed her eyes, assessing him and praising him internally. Not bad, full of spirit, and he's won with his spear. It seems he hasn't slacked off at all since the exam. Moreover, under the pressure of the auras from three high-rank ability users, he's not wavering in the slightest. The principal hurriedly stepped forward to make introductions. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Zhang, the head of admissions for the Magic Capital Ability University. And this is Miss Su, the head of admissions for the Azure Capital Ability University. And this is the director of admissions for the Jin Cheng Ability University, Mr. Wu. Zhang Zhaoyue smiled warmly. Let's get right to it. Student Su, we've all seen your combat assessment video. Your practical combat ability is very strong, and your fighting techniques are incredibly impressive. She looked him straight in the eye, her expression serious as she probed. However, I do have one question. Your ability doesn't seem to be E rank as you initially registered. Would you mind clarifying the specific situation? Hearing that, Xu Jingming thought to himself, Asterisk, of course they'd ask about this. Asterisk, he answered calmly. Before the high school exams, I was struck by natural lightning while training at home. After that, I realized my ability had become stronger. Hearing this, both Mr. Wu and Miss Su came to the same conclusion. Sounds like a mutated ability. Zhang Zhaoyue nodded and took out a glowing, disc-shaped device. Student Xu, I assume you don't know what your ability mutated into, do you? As it happens, I brought an ability tester with me. Come over and give it a try. She held the tester out to Xu Jingming and said, just channel your ability into it. Xu Jingming placed his hand on the tester. Instantly, a violent surge of purple lightning erupted from his hand and shot straight into the device. Miss Su Yun, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but jump back in surprise. What ferocious lightning! Even I can feel my heart racing a little. The electricity coursed through the tester, and the results quickly appeared. Ability test complete. Ability: Purple Firmament, Divine Thunder. Rank: But before the rank could be displayed, the tester suddenly started making strange creaking sounds. Asterisk, creak, crack, boom, asterisk. The small tester, unable to handle the immense energy, exploded into pieces right in Zhang Zhaoyue's hands. The sudden explosion sent purple sparks flying everywhere, forcing Xu Jingming and Zhang Zhaoyue to quickly back away. The nearby principal cried out in alarm, What's going on? Mr. Wu and Miss Su shot to their feet, their faces filled with astonishment, but also a hint of excitement. Mr. Wu said, that confirms it. To be able to overload a small-scale tester, his rank must be S rank at the very least. Zhang Zhaoyue looked at Xu Jingming with gleaming eyes, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Asterisk, just as I thought. Looks like I've hit the jackpot this time. Asterisk, instantly, Mr. Wu could no longer contain himself, shouting to gain an advantage. Student Xu, our Jin Cheng University will offer you an enrollment bonus of 4 million and a C rank, level 45 university equipment set. All ability training methods and combat skills will be free of charge. Hearing that offer, Su Yun shot him a disdainful glance. Asterisk, is that all you dare to offer? Asterisk. She turned to Xu Jingming and made a much more enticing offer. Student Su, if you come to Azure Capital, your enrollment scholarship will be 6 million. For all 4 years of university, you can choose any equipment, ability training methods, and combat skills you want, all for free. How about it? This generous offer left even Xu Jingming stunned. Asterisk, that's incredibly generous. Asterisk, seeing the other two schools had made their bids, Zhang Zhaoyue smiled confidently and said, the Magic Capital Ability University doesn't offer scholarships and equipment, because whatever they can give you, we can give you too. We won't be short on a single thing. In addition, we will provide you with 1 portion of S-rank cultivation resources every year. This offer caused a massive shock. Both Mr. Wu and Miss Su cried out in horror. S-rank cultivation resources? Xu Jingming asked blankly. What's that? Zhang Zhaoyue began to explain. Are you familiar with draconic beasts? They are beast clans that are innately powerful and have forms similar to the dragon race, so they are collectively known as draconic species. She continued, these beasts are born at level 4 or 5, far surpassing other beast clans. Finally, she played her trump card. The S-rank resource contains heart's blood, extracted from the head of a draconic beast that was 80% grown. After using this dragon's blood, your physique will be massively enhanced, and your physical strength will rival that of a draconic beast. Every single portion of our S-rank resources is on the level of dragon's blood like this. Hearing this, even Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim with envy. You're making an offer so good that even I'm tempted. You people from Magic Capital are true plutocrats. Mr. Wu, on the other hand, looked completely defeated. Asterisk S-rank resources are usually reserved for elite final year students. For her to be willing to give it to a freshman, there's absolutely no way we can compete. Asterisk. After that, all three admissions officers turned to look at Xu Jingming in unison. Su Yun asked, "All right, it's time for you to make your decision. We are the three top-tier universities. Which one do you choose?" Without a shred of hesitation, Xu Jingming smiled confidently and declared loud and clear, "I choose the Magic Capital Ability University." He thought to himself, asterisk. Not only did the Magic Capital Ability University give the best offer, but from what I've researched, their practical combat training is also the best. In the inter-university league tournaments of the past few years, half of the champions came from Magic Capital, asterisk. After speaking, he politely bowed to the other two admissions officers. "I also thank you both for your generous offers." As a disappointed Mr. Wu and Miss Su left, Zhang Jiaoyue smiled with satisfaction. A vermilion invitation letter with a dragon and tiger pattern flew from her hand. She formally presented the invitation to Xu Jingming. "Student Xu Jingming, we look forward to your arrival. Our school's enrollment period for new students begins on the 1st of the month, but as a specially recruited student, you can register early. We will provide you with a dormitory." Xu Jingming accepted the invitation, his eyes shining with anticipation. He asked, "Can I read the ability training methods and combat skills in the school library ahead of time?" Zhang Xiaoyue replied without a moment's hesitation, "No problem." She took out a business card and handed it to him. "The school library can provide you with a private study room, so you won't be disturbed by anyone. Here's my contact information. Just get in touch with me when you arrive in Magic Capital." Xu Jingming held the invitation letter, unable to contain his excitement. Asterisk, Magic Capital Ability University. I can't wait to get there and register. Asterisk. A few days later, at the train station, an announcement echoed over the loudspeakers. "Boarding for train G91 to Magic Capital will begin shortly. Boarding for train G91 to Magic Capital will begin shortly." Standing on the platform, Xu Jingming's uncle, Tang Daolin, put his arm around his wife and said emotionally, "Well, the kid's finally all grown up." His aunt's eyes welled up with tears. "Our little Ming is going to soar to new heights this time." Uncle Tang turned to his daughter and said, "That's right, Chi-Chi. You're starting to apply for colleges soon, aren't you? Since your cousin Jingming is going to the Magic Capital Ability University, you should try to pick a university near Magic Capital, okay? That way, you two can look after each other in the future." Tang Chi listened to her parents, feeling a little flustered inside. She lowered her head and replied, "I know, Mom and Dad." On the high-speed train, Xu Jingming looked out the window and thought to himself, asterisk, still 6 hours until we arrive. I might as well review that ability training method. Of all the rewards from the high school exam, the most important one was this Heaven Forging Art, an ability training method, asterisk. He recalled what he already knew. Just like abilities, ability training methods also have different ranks: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak level. The higher the rank, the faster the cultivation speed. He picked up the manual and began to focus. Asterisk. The one in my hands. This is an intermediate level ability, Forging Art, asterisk. With my current 180 points of spiritual power, it only took half a day to memorize the entire content. He closed his eyes, sensing the energy in the air. Asterisk. According to the text, a special kind of energy exists between heaven and earth. Asterisk. Asterisk. I followed its method, and I sensed that special energy on the very first day. Asterisk. He continued to ponder as the train sped along. Asterisk. At the same time, multiple level-up prompts have appeared on my system panel, but I don't plan on leveling up right now. Asterisk. Because according to the book, when transforming from an awakened to an ability user, the higher the rank of the training method used to break through, the greater the benefits will be afterward. Once I get into the university, I'll be able to read peak-level training methods. Naturally, I won't waste my breakthrough opportunity on this intermediate-level art. 6 hours later, upon arriving in Magic Capital, Xu Jingming couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the sheer size of the school. Whoa, the school gate alone is 100 meters wide. I can't even imagine how grand it'll be inside. A red sports car pulled up beside him. Zhang Chaoyue stuck her head out of the car. "Student Xu Jingming, welcome to registration." "Hello, Miss Zhang. Hop in. I'll take you to get your enrollment procedures done first." "In the car," she explained as she drove. "So, pretty impressive, right? Our Madu University of Superpowers covers 40,000 mu, a total of 26 square kilometers. That's an average of over 2,600 square meters per person. The students visiting for a tour couldn't see it all in a single day. Looking at the magnificent scenery outside, Xu Jingming couldn't help but marvel. Seeing really is believing. After they finished the paperwork, she handed him a card. "Take this. It's your student ID and all-purpose card. Just swipe it to get into your dorm." Xu Jingming looked at the card, thinking to himself, university dorms. I saw my fair share of them in my past life, all the way through my PhD. There were quad rooms, singles, even triples, and private suites for PhD candidates. But as he stood before a luxurious villa, he was stunned. But I've never seen an entire luxury villa used as a dorm. Zhang Chaoyue smiled and explained, at our school, every student gets a villa. The number of rooms and the level of luxury just vary. As the top scorer in the province, you get the most luxurious kind, with over 800 square meters of total space. But you don't need to worry about being lonely. The villas are for 2 people, with 2 floors. You and your roommate each get a floor. Xu Jingming dragged his suitcase up the steps, thinking, a 2-person dorm isn't so bad. It's better than being alone anyway. I was an orphan both before and after I was reincarnated, so I still prefer the cozy, communal feel of a 4-person room. Stepping inside, he sat down on the sofa. Zhang Chaoyue said, all your enrollment procedures are complete. Next, I'll tell you about a few things you need to pay special attention to. Please, go on. She held up 2 fingers. There are 2 main things, the credit system and the personal mentor system. She started with the first point. First up is the credit system. Here at Madu University of Superpowers, credits are everything. You need credits for eating, buying equipment, and even acquiring all sorts of rare treasures. The purchasing power of 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 daxia dollars. She continued. There are many ways to earn credits. One is a fixed amount given out based on your ranking each semester. For example, your post-enrollment rank is S-class, so you'll receive 100 credits for the year. Then she called out, Yinu, come here. A metal sphere flew out, and a mechanical voice announced, Student Xu Jingming. Current credits, 100. She introduced it. This is Yinu, the AI that comes with every dorm. Yinu's main body is the school's advanced artificial intelligence. This is just a copy of it. Even though it's a copy, it meets the standards of a level 4 artificial intelligence, which is more than enough for daily assistance. Xu Jingming was astonished. Just a copy is already a level 4 AI. The AI technology on this blue planet must be way more advanced than in my previous life. Zhang Chaoyue moved on to the second point. The second thing to pay attention to is our school's personal mentor system. Every student can choose a teacher they admire and ask them to be their personal mentor. Of course, the teacher has to agree first. Xu Jingming was curious. A personal mentor? Can a freshman like me really get one-on-one instruction from a teacher? She nodded. That's right. All the teachers at our school are high-level ability users. Almost all of them have unique combat techniques and secret training methods for their abilities, which you can only learn after becoming their disciple. She looked at Xu Jingming and made a recommendation. Here at Mado, we have a total of 4 lightning system mentors. Of them, my top recommendation for you is the Dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zhentian. As soon as she finished speaking, Xu Jingming ordered the AI, Yinu, to search for information on Yang Zhentian. Instantly, a blue light screen projected from the metal sphere, displaying the details. Yang Zhentian, age 52. Dean of the Weaponry Academy at Mado University of Superpowers. A level 7 ability user, he possesses the A-rank lightning ability, Wind, Fire, Thunder. He is skilled in using spears, great swords, long swords, and various other weapons, but is most proficient with the long spear, earning him the nickname Thunder Spear. He once fought a level 8 beast in the wilderness zone for 3 days and 3 nights, ultimately completing the kill all by himself. At the same time, Miss Zhang displayed the information for the other 3 teachers on a separate screen and said to him, the info for the other 3 is listed here. 2 are from the Elemental Academy, and while the other is also in the Weaponry Academy, he mainly uses a longsword. The final choice is yours. Xu Jingming smiled confidently, his gaze fixed on Yang Zhentian's profile. He thought to himself, lightning system, and his specialty is also the long spear. This Dean Yang is definitely the best choice for my master. The next morning, following the directions, Xu Jingming found the faculty housing area. Just as he was about to walk up and knock on the door, a voice came from behind him. Are you here to ask for an apprenticeship? Wait a minute. You're just an awakened, a specially admitted student. Xu Jingming calmly nodded. Yeah. The surprise on the young man's face became more apparent. Every other year, the specially admitted students are at least mid-tier or high-tier level 1. I can't believe they took in an awakened this year. The young man stepped down and introduced himself amicably. I'm in the Weaponry Academy. No, I should say I'm a 3rd year now. Tan Ming Yang, 3rd year student. Xu Jingming replied politely as well. Xu Jingming, 1st year. I just registered today. Hearing that, Tan Ming Yang was surprised all over again. You just registered and you already know to come looking for a master? You're quick on the uptake, Junior. Usually, freshmen don't think about finding a master until after the freshman assembly. The freshman assembly? Tan Ming Yang held up one finger and patiently explained, the freshman assembly is a tradition here. It's usually held 3 or 4 days after everyone's officially registered. All the teachers in the school will be there to watch. Freshmen who perform well will be fought over by the different academies, and some are even taken on as disciples by mentors on the spot. He gave Xu Jingming a slightly pitying look. Of course, it's not forbidden for a specially admitted student like you to try and find a master early. However, for a specially admitted student who just got here to try and become the dean's disciple, the odds are about the same as winning the lottery. I'm afraid you're just wasting your time. Xu Jingming smiled politely. Thanks for the explanation, senior. Are you also here to ask Teacher Yang for an apprenticeship? At this question, Tan Mingyang's face fell, and he spread his hands in a helpless gesture. He sighed. Yeah. I've lost count of how many times I've come here in the last 6 months, but I get turned away at the gate every time. I'm close to giving up, but a part of me just can't let it go. Just then, a heavy creak echoed as the massive ironwood gate swung open on its own. Tan Mingyang started in shock, his mouth hanging open as he stared inside. A middle-aged man in a butler's uniform stepped out, greeting them with a smile. Welcome, gentlemen. Master Yang is waiting inside. Please, follow me. Tan Mingyang was completely dumbfounded, pointing at himself and stammering in his thoughts. Weird. The butler has never been this welcoming on my previous visits. And Master Yang is personally waiting inside? Could it be that I actually have a shot today? Following the butler inside, Xu Jingming and Tan Mingyang saw a man with salt and pepper hair and a goatee sitting with his back turned to them. The calm yet imposing aura he radiated made the very air in the room feel heavy. As the man slowly turned, his sharp, hawk-like gaze swept over them. Xu Jingming instantly felt an immense pressure and thought in alarm. His presence is so strong. This was him, the dean of the Weaponry Academy, the man called Thunder Spear, the level 7 ability user, Yang Zhentian. Dean Yang ignored Tan Mingyang completely, his eyes fixing on Xu Jingming. You're Xu Jingming, aren't you? Director Zhang Chaoyue already spoke to me about you. Follow me. I'll take you to the training room. I've already seen the video of your combat assessment. Your combat prowess is indeed very strong, and your spearmanship has reached an advanced level. But before that, I want to see your S-rank ability with my own eyes. The Purple Firmament Divine Thunder. Xu Jingming nodded decisively. Yes, sir. He took a deep breath, slowly raising his hands in front of his chest. Arcs of purple electricity began to flash, dancing around his body, emitting powerful crackling sounds. With a deafening roar, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Xu Jingming unleashed all his energy. Countless purple lightning bolts shot out in all directions, turning the entire training room into a raging sea of thunder. Standing in the middle of the electrical storm, Dean Yang didn't even flinch. Instead, a smile of keen interest spread across his face. His eyes lit up. So this is the S-rank ability, Purple Firmament Divine Thunder, he assessed inwardly, feeling the fundamental difference. Although I also possess a lightning-type ability, the Windfire True Thunder, the gap in origin between an A rank and an S rank is simply insurmountable. If this kid is properly honed, his future achievements might not be inferior to my own. As the lightning gradually subsided, Dean Yang looked straight at Xu Jingming, his voice filled with authority. Xu Jingming, with the potential of your ability, becoming my disciple is naturally not a problem. But then his gaze turned stern, and he raised his index finger in warning. However, I've made my way in this world for half my life. I have many friends, but I also have just as many enemies. If you become my disciple, you will inevitably be affected. My enemies might even target you. Knowing this, are you still willing? Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Jingming immediately dropped to one knee, his movement decisive and powerful. He looked up, his eyes blazing with determination, clasped his hands in the traditional disciple's salute, and declared loud and clear, "This disciple is willing. What I desire most is to become a high-level ability user forged in a storm of blood and battle. The more enemies Master has, the more it proves just how powerful you are." Hearing this answer, Dean Yang threw his head back and laughed heartily, his booming laughter echoing throughout the room. Good, good, good. From this day on, you are my 32nd disciple, and also my very first S-rank disciple. Yang Zhentian waved his hand. Rise! He took out some manuals, handed them to Xu Jingming, and said, "This is the ultimate ability training method, the ultimate ability forging method, and a body-tempering combat technique that I created myself. The Thunder Realm Immortal Body." Xu Jingming took the blue manual, his heart pounding. It's a combat technique for tempering and strengthening the physical body. Compared to a common combat technique like the Lightning Gale Strike, this is far too precious. Yang Zhentian explained, "There's not much to say about the ability training method. It's one of the only 3 ultimate ability training methods in the entire academy. The key point is this body-tempering combat technique, the Thunder Realm Immortal Body. It is my life's work, and it has been certified by both the Thunder Realm Dojo and the Violent Thunder Dojo." He looked at Xu Jingming and finished with the final detail. Rank S. Xu Jingming immediately exclaimed in shock, "An S-rank combat technique. A chart of combat technique rankings, from the lowest F rank to the highest SSS rank, appeared in his mind, with the Thunder Realm Immortal body sitting at the S tier. Just like ability ranks, combat techniques are also graded. The higher the rank, the harder it is to cultivate, but the final power of the technique is also that much stronger. He looked at his master in disbelief. Most 7th level ability users would be considered brilliant if they could create an A-rank combat technique. But Master Yang not only created an S-rank technique, but it was also the most complex type, one related to the mysteries of the human body. His martial arts talent is truly terrifyingly high. Yang Zentian continued, explaining the cultivation conditions. This Thunder Realm Immortal body is only suitable for Lightning-type ability users to cultivate. It has a total of 13 layers. Each time you advance a layer, your body will undergo a corresponding transformation. However, to begin cultivating it, you must first become a true ability user. He crossed his arms and gave his disciple his first instruction. Go. After you've used the ultimate ability forging method to advance, come find me again. At that time, I will personally help you lay the foundation for the Thunder Realm Immortal body. Xu Jingming bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Master, he thought to himself. It really is so much better to have a master's guidance. If I were on my own, I don't know how many detours I would have had to take. As Xu Jingming turned to leave, Yang Zentian looked at his back and said in a voice full of expectation, I have only cultivated the Thunder Realm Immortal body to the 10th layer. I have yet to make progress on the remaining 3. If, by some chance, I cannot reach the peak of a 9th level martial saint in this lifetime, then you will be the greatest hope for verifying this technique. Yang Zentian's gaze grew profound, because, according to my theories, when cultivated to the final layer, the body may achieve true immortality. Filled with determination, Xu Jingming left the room. When he got to the door, he saw Tan Mingyang sitting slumped on the steps, holding his head. He walked over and asked, Senior, what's wrong? Tan Mingyang looked up, his face bruised, and said dejectedly, Sigh, don't even ask. You see that student in the living room just now? He's Dean Yang's disciple, Senior Liu, the standard for becoming his disciple. Even if I tried my best, I couldn't achieve 1/10 of his combat power. I guess it's hopeless for me in this lifetime. He turned to Xu Jingming, assuming he was in the same boat. Oh right, you failed too, didn't you? It's not so easy to get through Dean Yang's door. You want me to share some of my experience? Xu Jingming replied calmly. No need, Senior. I passed. Tan Mingyang's eyes went wide, and he stammered in shock. What? You actually succeeded? I've never heard of a dean-level instructor taking on a new student before the freshman tournament. He shot to his feet, watching Xu Jingming's retreating figure, his mind full of questions. Could he be the principal's son? No, he doesn't look like him. Just who in the world is this guy? The scene shifts to Xu Jingming's dormitory, in the training room on the 2nd floor. He is sitting cross-legged, cultivating his power. Xu Jingming opened his eyes, sensing the difference. No wonder it's an ultimate ability training method. The elemental sensitivity is so much greater than with an intermediate method. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. Since I have this forging method, there's no need to train step by step. I'll just add points and level up directly. A system panel appeared in front of him. He looked at the Awakener level plus line and gave the command to add points and level up. Boom! The energy around him suddenly became chaotic, surging violently. Xu Jingming gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as his body was reformed. Ugh! He clenched his shirt, veins popping on the back of his hand. Boom! A pillar of purplish-white light erupted from his body, spreading throughout the training room. When the light faded, Xu Jingming was on one knee, panting heavily. A notification panel appeared. Awakener, level 1 lower-tier ability user. He muttered. Phew. I broke through. He slowly stood up, raising his hand to observe the arcs of bluish-purple electricity, much stronger than before, dancing on his arm. Xu Jingming clenched his fist, feeling his new strength. No wonder it's an ultimate ability training method. I can feel that the energy in my body and my ability have increased by 4 or 5 times. If I were to face that level 2 bloodthirsty bear again now, I wouldn't even need my spear. I'm afraid my Thunder Realm alone would be enough to kill it. He called up his status panel and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. No wonder all ability users want higher-grade cultivation techniques. If I had used the heaven-toppling forging method to break through, my vitality and spirit would have only increased by 30 or 40 points. But now, they've increased by nearly 100 points in one go. The difference is just too massive. Xu Jingming stood in the training room, calculating silently. Advancing only cost me 3 million ability points. I need to save the rest to have enough points for learning combat techniques later. He looked at the blue manual on the table, his eyes full of anticipation. For example, this Thunder Realm Immortal body is even more important than the forging method. It's truly worthy of being an S-rank combat technique. As its power increases, the consumption of ability points will also increase. I wonder how long it will take to master it. The scene shifts to the front of Dean Yang's mansion. A title card appears, the 2nd day. Inside the house, Yang Zhentian stared at Xu Jingming with a look of utter astonishment. So soon? He stroked his beard, still in shock. I have taught in the magic capital for 20 years and have met countless geniuses. Even among those geniuses of geniuses, their first transformation into an ability user took a considerable amount of time. But from the moment you received the manual until now, it hasn't even been 24 hours. Xu Jingming scratched his head and said humbly, perhaps my advancement speed is something I can be a little proud of. Master, practicing your Thunder Realm immortal body. And just the introductory part, laying the foundation, is already giving me trouble. Hearing this, Yang Zhentian crossed his arms and explained, what's called laying the foundation is using a thunder-type beast as a catalyst, then using your own lightning ability to temper your muscles and bones. And the final strength of the Thunder Realm immortal body is directly related to the level of the thunder-type beast's essence blood used when first laying the foundation. He stood up, speaking with a sense of responsibility. Since you've successfully advanced, then today, I, your master, will help you lay the foundation for the Thunder Realm immortal body. He revealed his preparations. High-level Thunder-type beasts are extremely rare. I had originally prepared the essence blood of a level 7 Storm Tempest Bear that I killed myself back in the day. However, I heard from Zhang Chao Yue that you can receive one portion of S-rank resources each year. So, I took the liberty of combining these two things and exchanged them with the principal for one portion of SS rank resources. An image of a ferocious thunder dragon appeared along with the vial of essence blood. The essence blood of a level 8 Thunder Realm tyrant dragon. Xu Jingming took the vial, deeply moved. Master, you and the principal went this far for me. This overwhelming kindness. I will definitely repay it tenfold in the future. Yang Zhentian placed a hand on his shoulder, his gaze stern. It's good that you have this sentiment. We shouldn't delay. Let's begin right away. In the training room on the second floor, Xu Jingming was shirtless. Yang Zhentian poured the entire vial of crimson essence blood over him. He gritted his teeth. Inge. Yang Zhentian reminded him, endure it. The essence blood of a Thunder Realm tyrant dragon is like a potent poison to low-level ability users. Excruciating pain is normal. He gathered crimson electricity in his hands. Next, I will use my Windfire True Thunder to build the foundation of your immortal body. How much you can absorb depends entirely on you. Boom. He struck the top of Xu Jingming's head with a palm of lightning. Crimson, web-like veins bulged all over his body. Xu Jingming threw his head back and screamed in absolute agony. Outside, senior brother Liu sat drinking tea with the butler. Uncle Fu, it's been 5 days already, hasn't it? This new junior brother Xu has more endurance than I expected. He took a sip of tea and said with a sigh, man, comparing yourself to others will just kill you. Back then, I only lasted 2 days before I couldn't take it anymore, and I was only using the essence blood of a low-tier, level 7 beast. Junior Brother Shu's performance is truly worthy of this level 8 dragon-type beast's essence blood. He smiled in anticipation, combined with his S-rank thunder ability. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing Junior Brother Shu's Thunder Realm immortal body. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy washed down from the upper floor. Senior Brother Liu shot to his feet and rushed upstairs. Junior Brother's foundation has been successfully built. He carefully cracked the door open to peek inside. Xu Jingming stood in the middle of the room, his eyes glowing red, his entire body enveloped in purple and black lightning. A violent aura shot straight towards him. Senior Brother Liu broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. This oppressive aura, like that of a peak-level beast, it's enough to make you shudder. Instantly, Xu Jingming lunged forward, throwing a punch filled with killing intent. Yang Zhentian shouted, Jingming, wake up! Xu Jingming's fist stopped right in front of Senior Brother Liu's face. He clutched his head, sweating profusely, a bewildered look on his face. Master, what just happened to me? Why did I have the urge to destroy everything? Yang Zhentian stepped forward to explain, that was likely the essence blood of the Thunder Realm Tyrant Dragon affecting your mind. The Thunder Realm Tyrant Dragon is known for its tyranny. That, combined with your incredibly high absorption efficiency, is what caused this side effect. He reassured him. However, you don't need to worry. As long as your emotions don't fluctuate drastically, nothing will happen. As your strength increases, the side effect will gradually disappear. Xu Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I don't want to be controlled by my emotions and do something I'll regret. Yang Zhentian laughed heartily and clapped him on the shoulder. Cheer up! This training session was absolutely perfect. Your absorption rate was as high as 98%. Among the 20-something disciples of mine who have cultivated the Thunder Realm immortal body, the highest was only 92%. You, kid, have just broken a record that stood for years. He introduced Senior Brother Liu, who was standing nearby. This is your senior brother, Liu Ming, a peak level 3 ability user. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand in your training, you can also ask him, Senior Brother Liu said, Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully building the foundation for the Thunder Realm immortal body. Your future in martial arts is wide open. Xu Jingming clasped his hands in a salute. Senior brother Liu. Senior brother Liu took out his phone. I didn't prepare anything for you, junior brother. Let me transfer you some academic credits as a meeting gift. Xu Jingming looked at the phone and said in shock, 100 credits? Senior brother, this is too much. He thought to himself that for a simple meeting gift, he had given him 2 million daxia currency. Yang Zhentian explained, just 200 credits is nothing to your senior brother Liu. It's a senior brother's duty to look after his junior brothers and sisters. Similarly, you should also be prepared with a meeting gift in the future. Xu Jingming replied, I understand. Yang Zhentian instructed, your foundation is built. You haven't eaten or drunk anything for 5 days. Go back and get some proper rest. Come back tomorrow morning and learn fist and spear techniques with your senior brother Liu. Xu Jingming bowed his head. Yes, thank you, master. When Xu Jingming returned to his dorm, he saw a white-haired young man sitting on the sofa playing a game. He let out a small sound. Huh? The other young man immediately turned around, flashed a bright smile, and waved. You must be my roommate, right? Hey, I'm Liu Wenhan. Nice to meet you. Xu Jingming also raised a hand in greeting. Hey, I'm Xu Jingming. Hearing his name, Liu Wenhan immediately pointed at him, his face full of astonishment. Xu Jingming, you're the top scorer from Jiangnan province. Xu Jingming was a little surprised. You know me? Liu Wenhan slung an arm around his shoulder familiarly. Of course! My nickname is Mr. Know-It-All. I know about most of the freshmen in our year, but I didn't intentionally look up your info. It's just that you've made such a huge stir. I couldn't help but hear about it. The dark horse top scorer of Jiangnan province. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person, and you're my roommate. He leaned in close to Xu Jingming and fired off questions. Oh yeah, are you really from that poor Jiang city in Jiangnan province? Also, were you really an awakened during the high school exams? Your ability doesn't look like an E rank at all. Looking at his enthusiastic roommate, Xu Jingming thought to himself, my new roommate is such a talkative and outgoing guy. To be honest, it's actually pretty nice. After all, I've always hated being alone. Whether in this life or my past one, his memories drifted back to the past. In my past life, I grew up in an orphanage. No one ever adopted me, so I never had a sense of belonging. It was better during my school days, when I had lots of friends to keep me company. He recalled the best days. The happiest and most memorable time was during my university years, bantering with my roommates and teaming up for games every day. Later, I was studying for my master's and doctorate, but I drank way too much at a graduation party. And when I woke up, I was in this world. Returning to the present, Xu Jingming looked at Liu Wenhan, who was enthusiastically introducing himself. I can't believe that even after transmigrating, I'm still an orphan. But with a roommate like this, I guess I won't be lonely anymore. Liu Wenhan declared loudly, I'm the 11th top scorer from Sichuan province. I have an A-rank mental ability. I'm a mid-tier level 1, and I've chosen the Tactical Academy. In the future, I want to command a 1,000,000-strong army and wipe out all the beasts on Blue Star. Liu Wenhan stood up and said, all right, enough talk. I have to head over to the martial arts hall in a bit. Xu Jingming asked curiously. The martial arts hall? I'll go too. I've never been to the one in Madu before. The scene changed to a modern building with a lightning bolt symbol. Thunder Realm Martial Arts Hall, Madu Ability University branch. As soon as they stepped inside, Liu Wenhan was blown away. Whoa, it's so lively in here. Inside, students were training enthusiastically, showing off their achievements. Haha, I've finally mastered my G-rank skill, Yang Pole Scorching Flame. So what if you mastered it? Can it even break through my metallic skin? You're all trash. My steel bristle transformation is the best. I'll pin all of you to the wall. An AI orb flew over to introduce the place. This is the public training room in our main hall. It can accommodate 300 people training simultaneously. The entire main hall is also made of a C-grade memory alloy, so there's no need to worry about abilities or skills causing any damage. The AI orb continued, of course, you can also choose a private training room if needed. Xu Jingming replied, we don't need one for now. This is fine. Liu Wenhan clenched his fists, his fighting spirit flaring. Nice. So these guys are having a pissing contest? Everyone's making a huge scene, and his is pretty big too. A fire elemental. That guy over there looks like an A-rank strength type, one of the top 10 in Sichuan province. Xu Jingming pointed to the large pillars in the hall. Hey, AI guide, what are these pillars for? The AI guide explained, this is our punching challenge leaderboard. There are 5 boards in total, corresponding to Espers from level 1 to level 5. Would you two like to try? Making it into the top 3,000 on the board will earn you a 50 academic credit bonus. Xu Jingming was surprised. You get a reward just for making the top 3,000? Is it that easy? Liu Wenhan said confidently. Mado University only has a little over 4,000 students. All right, I'll give it a try. The AI guide reminded them, Just swipe your student card on the pillar to start the challenge. However, the punching challenge does not allow the use of powers or combat skills. Liu Wenhan stepped forward and swiped his student card on the machine. A mechanical voice echoed throughout the training hall. Welcome. Student number 203701256, Liu Wenhan, is beginning the punching challenge. Please give him a round of applause. The people around immediately took notice. Whoa! Someone's starting the punching challenge. Ha ha! Judging by his aura, he looks like a mid-tier level 1 freshman. Now we've got a good show to watch. Liu Wenhan gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Damn it, why do they have to make such a big deal out of a simple challenge? With so many people watching, I can't afford to lose face. He roared. Ha! Bam! He threw a full power punch at the pad on the pillar. He exhaled, looking at the result with a confident smile. A punching force of 476 kilograms. A pretty good performance. I didn't embarrass myself. Getting into the top 3,000 should be no problem. But the AI's voice rang out coldly. Unfortunately, your punching force is ranked below 100,000. Liu Wenhan froze. What? Below 100,000? But doesn't Madu University only have a little over 4,000 students? The AI guide explained. This compiles the results of all students in the 100-year history of Madu Esper University, not just the current class. Liu Wenhan shouted, Is this a scam? No wonder everyone was staring at me. They were just waiting for a good show. The surroundings immediately erupted in roaring laughter. Below 100,000? That's hilarious. Even when I was a freshman, my score wasn't that low. Ha ha ha, look at that kid. His face is beet red. Definitely a freshman. Xu Jingming patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't take it to heart. You're a psychic type. Physical strength isn't your strong suit. Liu Wenhan turned around and said defiantly, Thanks for the pep talk. You want to give it a shot? I'm sure you'll do better than me. Faced with his roommate's goading challenge, Xu Jingming simply replied calmly, Sure, I was thinking of trying it anyway. At that, Liu Wenhan immediately pumped his fist, placing all his hopes on his friend. In a dramatic tone, he declared, Go for it. The honor of our dorm rests on your shoulders. Once again, the AI's mechanical voice echoed through the training hall. Welcome, student number 203701204. Xu Jingming is beginning the punching challenge. Please give him a round of applause. The crowd turned their eyes to the challenge pillar again. Someone blurted out, Hey, another one starting the challenge. Murmurs began to spread, tinged with disdain. Judging by his looks, he's even weaker. Probably a low-tier level 1. Another person chimed in. A low-tier level 1? I doubt he can even hit 400 kilograms. But amidst the jeers, someone started to frown and mutter, Wait a minute, that name sounds a little familiar. Xu Jingming paid no attention to his surroundings, focusing on assessing his own strength. A status panel appeared in his mind, leveled up to a level 1 Esper, plus 5 days and 5 nights of tempering my body with basic training. Level 1 low tier. Power. Violet Thunder God Physique. Vitality. 391. Spirit. 289. Skills. Advanced Spearmanship. Advanced Lightning Gale Break. Indestructible Thunder Body. First Layer. Esper Points. 2,234. He clenched his fist, his gaze sharpening with fierce determination. Just how strong have I become? Let this punch be the answer. No roar, no wasted motion. Xu Jingming unleashed a clean, straight punch. The air around his fist seemed to compress, creating swirling trails of white vapor. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted. His punch created a powerful shockwave, sending those standing nearby flying. The ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble, but Xu Jingming's gaze remained cold and focused. He slowly retracted his fist. Everyone around held their breath, their eyes glued to the display screen on the pillar. An unbelievable number appeared. Punching force, 4,589 kilograms. The leaderboard on the pillar instantly changed. The AI's voice rang out, this time with clear excitement. Peak punching force! Congratulations on breaking the record! On the screen, the name Xu Jingming sat proudly in the number 1 spot with a punching force of 4,589 kilograms, far surpassing the old record of 4,321 kilograms set by Luo Yang. A dead silence fell over the entire training hall, then shattered into horrified screams. Holy shit! The punching force record has been broken again, a muscular man stammered, pointing. 4,500-something kilograms? Is that the kind of power a low-tier level 1 can unleash? Another person screamed in terror. One punch from him could turn me into meat paste. And you're telling me this guy is a freshman? 2 female students stood together. One, holding her phone, whispered to her friend with an expression of utter disbelief. I heard that the top 1,000 on this leaderboard are all era-defining figures. Her friend replied, her voice filled with astonishment. Then just how terrifying will the future achievements of this number 1 be? This #1 pillar has held its record for over 10 years. I have to record this historic moment. Liu Wenhan rushed over like a whirlwind, his eyes shining as he looked at Xu Jingming like an idol. His voice was trembling with excitement. Bro, you're my real bro. From now on, I'm your guy. I'll go wherever you tell me to go. Xu Jingming just chuckled in response. Don't be so dramatic. He looked at his own fist, thinking to himself that the result was better than he'd expected. The Thunderclap Tyrant Dragon and I are a really good match. The enhancement effect is instantly noticeable. The AI orb flew over and announced, "Congratulations, student Xu Jingming, for breaking the record. A reward of 400 academic credits has been sent to your student account." Xu Jingming turned to the AI guide with interest. Not bad. So, if I break the record again next time, will I still get credits? The AI guide replied, "For the same level, you only receive credits the first time you break a record. You can challenge other groups to earn more credit rewards." Xu Jingming looked up at the remaining pillars, a glint in his eyes. The 4 remaining pillars correspond to Espers from level 2 to level 5. Well then, I'll just wait until I'm stronger and break all of them. Just then, a group of beautiful female students surrounded him. A girl with purple hair said with a smile, "And he's handsome too." A pink-haired upperclassman approached him, her voice sweet. "Junior Xu, is this your first time here? Come on, let this senior teach you how to use the equipment." Others chimed in as well. "Haha, Junior, our club is short on members. How about joining us?" Surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd, Liu Wenhan panicked and pulled Xu Jingming away. "Let's go. We're better off in a private training room." The two of them hurriedly escaped the encirclement. At the same time, in a luxurious office, Senior Liu was reporting to Dean Yang. "Sir, Junior Xu has already become a hot topic on the school forums. A test punch that broke the record with over 4,500 kilograms. This junior's physical strength is just insane." Dean Yang took a sip of tea and said, "Instead of getting some proper rest, he ran off to the record-breaking training hall? Back when you were an upper-tier level 1, the first layer of your indestructible thunder body only tested at 3,500 kilograms. This junior Xu Jingming is stronger than you by more than just a little bit." The scene shifts to another room, where a young man is looking at his phone. Suddenly, he lets out an angry roar, flames erupting around him, shattering the glass on his table. Damn it! So Xu Jingming came to Madu too. He clenched his fists, fury burning in his eyes as he growled, "You made me lose the title of top scorer in Jiangnan province and become the laughingstock of Ning'an City. This time, I will definitely take back the glory that belongs to me." Back in the training room, Xu Jingming was sitting alone, sensing the changes in his body. "After acquiring the indestructible thunder body, even after 5 days and 5 nights without food or rest, I'm still full of energy." He took a small knife and lightly slashed at his arm. Clang! The knife couldn't even pierce his skin. This skin's defense is comparable to an E-rank alloy. For a normal person, this would be considered impenetrable. As expected of an S-rank forging technique. Just then, Liu Wenhan burst in through the door, shouting, Brother Min, the news about you breaking the record has blown up on the school forums. A ton of people are posting that they want to challenge you." Xu Jingming just replied calmly, "Oh." He stood up, looked at the view outside the window, and smirked slightly. "Well, the martial arts halls in Demon Capital are certainly thriving." Liu Wenhan ran over, holding up his phone indignantly. "Brother Min, let me flame these guys who don't know their own limits." Xu Jingming stopped him. "Just drop it. Don't waste your time. I have to go to the combat technique library. You can head back to the room on your own." The scene shifts to a massive, modern building with a large sign that reads, Combat Technique Library. As soon as he stepped inside, Xu Jingming felt an invisible defensive barrier. He reached out his hand, and golden magic circles appeared. He thought to himself, "So, the legendary Combat Technique Library is jointly controlled by the vice principal and the teachers." It seems the rumors were true. With a barrier like this, not even a 9th-rank martial saint could get to the treasures inside. Impressive. Arriving at the library gate, Xu Jingming took out his student ID and placed it on the scanner. A soft beep sounded. Immediately, the magical defensive barrier in front of him rippled with golden light and opened up a passageway. He strolled through. As he entered, he was greeted by 3 female librarians in neat uniforms. The woman in the middle, wearing a pair of scholarly glasses, gave a professional smile and said, "S-rank student Xu Jingming, welcome to the Combat Technique Library. How may we assist you?" Xu Jingming was a bit surprised. "You know who I am?" the librarian explained politely, gesturing toward him. "Students with S-rank clearance can view all the combat techniques in the library. They hold a special privilege. We received a notification the moment you scanned your card." She smiled faintly, thinking to herself, S-rank clearance means unlimited potential. He's destined to become at least a Grandmaster level ability user. I must build a good relationship with him. Understanding the situation, Xu Jingming got straight to the point. "I'm looking for lightning element combat techniques. Which floor should I go to?" The librarian quickly instructed. "Techniques below B rank are in the general reading area on the 1st and 2nd floors. The more valuable ones require you to go to the fourth floor reading room to choose. You can enter by scanning your card. She gestured gracefully. This way, please. Xu Jingming nodded in reply. Okay, thank you, ma'am. In the fourth floor reading room, a medical orb flew over and announced, after you select your combat techniques online, we will bring the original manuals to you. As the originals for techniques above B rank are extremely valuable, please be very careful while viewing them. Xu Jingming commanded the orb, display all lightning element combat techniques, B rank and above. The orb responded instantly, yes, sir. Instantly, a series of blue virtual screens materialized before him, displaying information on various combat techniques. Two of them stood out in particular, SSS rank Myriad Cage Heavenly Lightning Induction, which uses lightning element abilities as a core to generate a lightning storm domain with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, this technique can only be learned by lightning element ability users who are B rank or higher and level 5 or above. And SS rank Wrath of the Thunder God, which calls down a divine punishment of immense power. Note, this technique can only be learned by lightning element ability users who are B rank or higher and level 4 or above. Staring at these legendary top-tier techniques, Xu Jingming was stunned, his eyes gleaming. An SS rank technique, and even an SSS rank 1. The collection at a top academy is truly something else, and I can view these for free? He quickly composed himself and thought more practically. Unfortunately, learning them has ability rank and level requirements. For now, I can only learn A-rank techniques. He looked at the countless choices before him, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Attack types, defensive types, movement techniques, support types, body forging types. There are so many A-rank techniques. Good thing I have a helpful teacher, otherwise it'd be impossible to choose. He smiled, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket. Fortunately, my teacher already gave me a list of recommendations. This will save me a lot of time. Holding the list, he cross-referenced it with the virtual screens and quickly pointed to the matching options. After careful consideration, Xu Jingming pointed to 4 virtual screens and made his final decision. I'll choose these 4. The 4 chosen techniques were Lightning Spear, A rank, gathers lightning and condenses it into a long spear that can be thrown. Chain Lightning Lance, A rank. A long lance imbued with lightning continuously strikes the enemy's weak points. During the assault, lightning accumulates within the enemy's body, detonating when the technique concludes. Lightning Flash, A rank. Bursts with lightning to move a short distance in a specified direction. Lightning Prison, A rank. Condenses a cage of lightning to lock an enemy in place. Lightning Spear for long-range attacks. Chain Lightning Lance for heavy assault. Lightning Flash for movement. And Lightning Prison for control. With these 4 techniques combined, plus my indestructible lightning body, I'll be nearly without any exploitable weaknesses. The medical orb offered a suggestion. Detected. You have selected 4 A-rank combat techniques. The average learning time to reach the elementary level for each is 6 months. It is recommended that you coordinate your training with other lower-ranked techniques. Xu Jingming shook his head and refused flatly. No need. This will be enough. A moment later, the librarian from earlier brought over a thick stack of books, placed them on the table, and said, Junior Xu, here are your combat techniques. Xu Jingming gazed at the 4 manuals before him, his eyes glittering with excitement. C-rank and B-rank techniques already sell for millions on the market. A-rank ones are so rare you can't buy them even if you have the money. And I get 4 of them at once. This is incredible! He gently opened one of the books, and a mystical aura instantly flowed out. He marveled. Such a profound concept and mystical energy. No wonder you can only learn A-rank techniques from the originals. A copy could never replicate this. Time ticked by. At 7:20, Xu Jingming was still engrossed in the books, turning page after page. By 9:10, sweat started to form on his forehead as he worked to grasp the complex concepts. Finally, as the clock hands approached 11, he turned the final page. He leaned back in his chair, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, finished them all. Then, he closed his eyes and called out in his mind, Blue Deep, allocate points. A series of system notifications appeared. Consumed 200 ability points. Lightning Spear has reached elementary level. Consumed 200 ability points. Chain Lightning Lance has reached elementary level. Consumed 200 ability points. Lightning Flash has reached elementary level. Consumed 200 ability points. Lightning Prison has reached elementary level. A new status panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Xu Jingming. Level, 1. Lower rank. Ability, Divine Empyrean Lightning Body. Physique, 391. Spirit, 289. Skills, Advanced Spearmanship. Lightning Spear. Elementary. Chain Lightning. Lance Elementary. Lightning Flash. Elementary. Lightning Prison. Elementary. Advanced Lightning Gale Break. Indestructible Lightning Body Forging. First Layer. Ability points, 1,434. Xu Jingming clenched his fists, feeling the new power surging within him. With all these new techniques, I wonder who the lucky person will be to first taste the power of this new skill set. Night fell, silver moonlight bathing the quiet dormitories. The moment Xu Jingming returned to his room, Liu Wenhan announced, "Brother Min, the medical orb just came by. The freshman assembly is tomorrow at 9 a.m. in Stadium Number 1. Also, they created a big group chat for the freshmen. You should join." Xu Jingming nodded. All right. Seeing Xu Jingming on his phone, Liu Wenhan asked curiously, "Oh yeah, Brother Min, what rank of combat techniques did you end up choosing?" Xu Jingming answered nonchalantly, "4 A-rank ones." Liu Wenhan's eyes widened, his jaw hanging open in shock. A-rank techniques? And 4 of them? It'll probably take you until our sophomore or junior year to learn all those. He looked at Xu Jingming with admiration. That's Brother Min for you. Always unconventional. He continued to deduce. To be able to view A-rank techniques, does that mean you have A-rank clearance? Xu Jingming turned and corrected him calmly. Not A-rank, it's S-rank. Liu Wenhan leaped up from the sofa yelling, S-rank? Our school has a clearance level higher than A-rank? How do you have S-rank clearance? He suddenly froze, a realization dawning on him. Could it be? Is it because of your rumored E-rank ability? Xu Jingming smiled slightly at his astonished roommate. S-rank ability. He continued. Guess this gives the resident know-it-all something new to talk about. Liu Wenhan let out a long, excited scream. Whoa, oa, oa, oa! I could guess you had some kind of special authority, but I never thought it'd be S-rank. The top students from other provinces are only A-rank, you know? He gave a thumbs up, grinning from ear to ear with a satisfied look. Siding with you was definitely the right move. I'm gonna be your #1 OG fan. The scene shifts to the second-floor training room. Xu Jingming is sitting on a chair, holding a simple long spear. He thought to himself, I've got the combat skills, now my gear needs to keep up. My F-rank obsidian spear is already busted, so I didn't bring it. And even if it wasn't, it can't keep up with my current strength anymore. He called out to the AI sphere next to him, Female AI, open the school store and search for spear-type weapons. The female AI replied instantly, yes. A series of images of various long spears appeared before him. F-rank, E-rank, D-rank, so many spears, with customizable length and weight. He scrolled through the options, but the higher the rank and the greater the weight, the more expensive they were. I'll just go with the 210 kilogram E-rank 1, plus an E-rank set of armor and combat boots. Xu Jingming looked at his phone screen, which displayed the transaction notification. A notification popped up, purchase of E-rank, long spear, combat armor, and combat boots. Total cost, 237 academic credits. Remaining credits, 382.6. Purchase successful. Your weapon and armor will be delivered tomorrow morning. Please be available to receive your delivery. He sighed to himself. These credits really don't last at all. Almost half of them are gone just like that. He stood up, picked up a simple practice spear, and with a light swing, the sound of it cutting through the air echoed. He looked at the spear with an excited glint in his eye and said with a smile, Until the new spear arrives, I'll have to rely on you. Tonight, let's practice the 4 new A-rank combat skills I learned. Time passed quickly. The next day, at the freshman assembly, the scene is a large auditorium where the new students are gradually gathering. The moment Xu Jingming walked in, he immediately became the center of attention. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Hey, look, that's Xu Jingming. He's the one who broke the school record yesterday. He's also the top student from Jiangnan province. He's super strong. A female student cupped her cheeks, her eyes sparkling. I thought he'd be some muscle-bound brute, but I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked Xu Jingming's path, his voice full of provocation. Xu Jingming, I, Lei Zhu, challenge you to a duel. The people around them immediately recognized the challenger. Look, it's the martial exam runner-up from Jiangnan province. Lei Zhu scored over 9,300 points. Someone else added, I heard he comes from the Jintong family, and both his parents are level 4 ability users. Lei Zhu stood there, his eyes filled with resentment, thinking to himself, it's a shame no one remembers second place. He couldn't accept it. Xu Jingming glanced at him indifferently and replied coldly, Sorry, I'm not interested. Lei Zhu smirked and stepped closer, his voice lowered but full of menace. Don't be so quick to refuse. I recall your aunt is in the business of rare and exotic herbs, isn't she? Xu Jingming's expression changed slightly. Lei Zhu leaned close to his ear, his voice turning sinister as his hand lightly stroked Xu Jingming's chin. What a coincidence. My family happens to be her biggest supplier. And what's more, she owes a large sum for a shipment. If she doesn't pay up in time, I'm afraid your aunt will be in a lot of trouble. Xu Jingming's eyes instantly turned ice cold. An invisible aura radiated from his body. He growled, enunciating every word. Are you threatening me? The powerful aura made Lei Zhu subconsciously take a step back. He felt as if he were facing a ferocious beast. He broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. How can he erupt with an aura like a wild beast? He quickly waved his hands, trying to maintain his composure. No, it's not a threat. Just a little reminder. Xu Jingming retracted his aura, looked his opponent straight in the eye, and said coldly, "Time and place." Seeing that he had agreed, Lei Zhu regained his confidence. 12 noon, 7 days from now. Arena number 3. Xu Jingming turned and walked away, leaving one last sentence. "Fine, I'll be there. I hope you don't regret it then." The surrounding crowd immediately erupted. "First place versus second place. There's going to be a great show in 7 days. We'll have to get there early to grab a good spot." At this moment on the podium, an elderly professor spoke into the microphone. "Fellow students, welcome to Capital City Ability University. This freshman assembly is not the official opening ceremony. We've gathered you all here to answer some questions about the academic credit system and your specialized instructors. However, first I want to introduce the main event, the school's combat power rankings. You will use a virtual simulation pod to engage in all-out simulated combat. Your final ranking will be determined by the number of stages you clear. Everyone, strive to climb the ranks. The rewards are extremely generous." After the speech, a female teacher stepped onto the stage. The students below began to buzz with excitement. Xu Jingming yawned, feeling a bit tired. It's finally over. That dragged on for more than an hour. The virtual simulation pod sounds interesting. I'll have to try it when I get the chance. He continued to think. But for the next few days, I should probably find Senior Liu and my instructor to start my daily training. The scene shifts to a training ground, where Senior Liu is instructing Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming is practicing with a wooden staff, purple streams of electricity surrounding his body. He sits cross-legged, focusing on channeling his energy as the purple lightning bolts converge with increasing intensity. 7 days later, Senior Liu wiped his sweat and looked at Xu Jingming in amazement. "Junior brother, you've already advanced to the mid-tier of level 1. How long has it even been?" Xu Jingming replied calmly, "Just got lucky." He thought to himself, "I deliberately waited a few days before spending 386 ability points to level up from the low tier to the mid-tier of level 1. If I hadn't waited, I probably would have scared Senior Liu to death." Senior Liu clapped him on the shoulder, suddenly remembering something. "Oh, that's right. I remember you have a duel scheduled with another freshman today, don't you?" He smiled knowingly and leaned in close to Xu Jingming. "All right, I'll hold a 3-minute moment of silence for your opponent. I'll go over with you in a bit. I also want to see just how strong this junior brother of mine is at his peak." At arena number 3, the stands were packed with spectators, and the atmosphere was electric. A group of students were discussing. "The freshman tournament is in more than a month. This is a good chance to see the top student's real strength." I looked it up. The top student, Xu Jingming, only got his score because he had an advantage on the exam. "I bet Lei Zhu will win. I wouldn't be so sure. Xu Jingming just broke our school's punching power record recently." What does punching power even matter? When we ability users fight, it all comes down to our abilities in the end. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the stands. "Whoa, Xu Jingming is here!" Wearing a long cloak, Xu Jingming slowly walked into the arena with Senior Liu, his presence overwhelming. Watching Xu Jingming's straight back and radiant aura as he entered the arena, Senior Liu stood with his arms crossed, clicking his tongue with a sense of pride. "Tisk, with looks like that, once my junior brother makes a name for himself, I can't imagine how many upperclassmen and underclassmen girls he'll charm." Standing on the opposite side, Lei Zhu sensed a stronger aura from Xu Jingming. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, Xu Jingming's level has gone up. But that's fine. I came prepared too. Lei Zhu stood on the stage, pointing a finger at Xu Jingming, and proposed in a loud, provocative voice. "Xu Jingming, just fighting to see who wins is too boring. How about we add a little wager? All of your academic credits. You dare?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Jingming replied decisively. "Fine by me. I have 370. Lei Zhu gave a faint smile and continued. "That's quite a few credits you've got there. I don't have enough credits, so I'll use Da Xia currency to pay. To avoid anyone backing out, we'll both transfer our credits to Miss Zhu's account." He jutted his chin towards a female teacher supervising beside the arena. That's Miss Zhu Yun, the teacher who presides over the arena, an authoritative mid-tier, level 6 healing type ability user. Xu Jingming took out his phone, thinking, fights between ability users are extremely dangerous. It seems the school doesn't want any students dying on the spot. He tapped on his phone and then replied, "No problem." Lei Zhu also completed the transfer. He waved his arm excitedly, shouting to the audience, "Tisk, a bet worth 3.7 million. Now that's what I call a high roller." The crowd below was roaring. The atmosphere was electric. Miss Chu Yun walked up the steps and announced formally, "The credits and transfer fee have been received. Both sides, prepare to begin." She looked at them both, clearly stating the rules. If one side concedes or loses consciousness, the other is not to continue the attack, or they will be severely punished. Is that understood? Xu Jingming smirked, his eyes sharp. Understood. The two stood facing each other on the stage. Xu Jingming had a dark purple spear on his back, while Lei Zhu held a greatsword. Lei Zhu replied with a confident look. Understood. He pointed his sword straight at Xu Jingming's face, roaring with indignation as flames began to erupt around his body. Xu Jingming, you stole my glory. Today, I'm taking it all back. A scorching heat spread across the arena. The audience in the front row could clearly feel the heat, exclaiming in shock, as expected, of an A-rank fire element ability. It's terrifying. We can feel the burning sensation even from this far away. Lei Zhu channeled energy into his sword and charged forward, slashing a fiery arc towards Xu Jingming. Clang! Xu Jingming simply raised his spear to block. The flames were stopped, with only faint purple sparks of lightning flashing on the spear's shaft. The audience, including Miss Chu Yun, gasped in astonishment. What? He blocked the attack without even using a skill. Someone shouted, "Holy crap! A basic attack just broke his ultimate." Lei Zhu couldn't believe his eyes, gritting his teeth. How is that possible? Xu Jingming looked at him with a cold gaze, his voice laced with contempt. Nothing is impossible. It's just because you're too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck. Purple lightning flashed along the spear. He thrust it forward with incredible speed. Lei Zhu only saw a streak of purple light before feeling an irresistible force. Bam! The tip of the spear slammed into Lei Zhu's chest. Purple lightning coursed through his body, shattering his fire defense and sending him flying backward. Lei Zhu crashed onto the stage, knocked out cold and covered in blood. The entire arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into endless discussion. Is that it? Xu Jingming only made 2 moves. Weren't they saying Lei Zhu was stronger than Xu Jingming? How did he get defeated in an instant? That blazing flame slash? Most of the freshmen here probably couldn't have blocked that. It just goes to show that Xu Jingming's strength has already left all the other freshmen in the dust. Senior Liu, standing below, shook his head in disappointment. That was so boring. He couldn't even force out 1/10 of junior brother's true strength. Miss Chu Yun stepped onto the stage, looked at the unconscious Lei Zhu, and prepared to announce the result. The winner of this match is... Suddenly, Lei Zhu staggered to his feet, his voice trembling but full of stubbornness. Teacher, I haven't surrendered. The match isn't over yet. He shakily took out a blood-red pill from his pocket. Miss Chu Yun recognized it immediately and screamed in horror. A blood fury pill! Are you trying to get yourself killed? This is just a match, not a place for you to risk your life. The audience also recognized the forbidden pill, and a murmur rose through the crowd. Oh my god, Lei Zhu actually took out a blood fury pill. That pill can boost your strength for a short time, but the side effects are severe. He'll be bedridden for a month or 2 after this. Is it worth it? Yeah, the freshman tournament is in just over a month. It's not worth it at all. Facing the teacher's warning, Lei Zhu gritted his teeth, his voice trembling but resolute. It's fine. I'll bear whatever consequences come. He stared at the pill in his hand, a crazed look in his eyes. I'm betting it all. If I lose, I lose. His actions immediately sparked outrage in the crowd. One spectator jumped to his feet, shouting, "Bastard, you can use pills in a fight? How is that any different from cheating on an exam?" Another person agreed. Yeah, that's against the rules. Miss Chu Yun turned to explain coldly, while Lei Zhu swallowed the pill without hesitation, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. This is an unofficial duel. There are no strict rules. It's like an open book test. Weapons, battle armor, and medicine, you're allowed to use any resource you have. If Xu Jingming had a pill, he could take it too. Just as she finished, Lei Zhu let out an earth-shattering roar. Ha! The flames on his body erupted violently, his aura skyrocketing. That blood fury pill is a high-grade one. It pushed Lei Zhu straight to the lower 2nd rank. Xu Jingming is in trouble this time. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Xu Jingming didn't flinch. Instead, the purple lightning around him grew even more excited, and the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. That female student exclaimed in surprise again. Xu Jingming's fighting spirit is even stronger now. That kind of mindset. He has the air of a great general. Xu Jingming tightened his grip on the spear, purple lightning dancing on his hand. He smirked, thinking to himself, finally, this won't feel like an adult beating up a kid anymore. Bam! He stomped his foot on the stage, cracking the ground as purple lightning spread out like a spider web. Instantly, he executed Lightning Flash, his entire body turning into a streak of purple lightning, rushing towards Lei Zhu at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Lei Zhu, who had just powered up, was startled. So fast! Clang! The lightning-wreathed spear and the flaming greatsword collided, creating a deafening explosion and a powerful shockwave. Even enhanced by the blood fury pill, Lei Zhu was pushed back repeatedly, his hands trembling from Xu Jingming's terrifying power. He dropped to one knee, panting heavily. Damn it! I can't believe it. My strength is at the 2nd rank now, but I still can't match Xu Jingming in a direct clash. What kind of monster is he? Knowing he couldn't win a power struggle, Lei Zhu immediately changed tactics. He leaped backward and shouted, a head-on fight won't work, so I'll attack from a distance. Flame bullet! A fireball shot straight towards Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming calmly spun his spear, easily dissipating the fireball. He looked at his opponent mockingly. Is that all you've got? A cold sweat broke out on Lei Ju's brow as he tried to strategize. Damn it, what kind of lightning ability does Xu Jingming have? Is it impossible to hit him? But he can't get close to me right now either. If I wait for the pill's effect to wear off and he uses up all his lightning, I might still have a chance. But Xu Jingming didn't give him that chance. He put his strength into a powerful throw. Lightning spear! A spear made entirely of lightning shot out. Immediately after, Xu Jingming used lightning flash again, his body vanishing and reappearing in a different spot, dodging Lei Ju's counterattack and preparing his next move. Wah! Ah! Lei Ju cried out in pain as the lightning spear grazed his shoulder. He realized with horror. Oh no, he has long-range attacks too. Before he could recover, he looked up. What kind of skill is this? From a distance, Xu Jingming formed a hand seal and coldly declared, Lightning Prison. Lei Ju was bound tightly, struggling in vain. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, it's a control-type skill. In this desperate situation, he unleashed all his energy, creating a flame barrier around his body. He roared defiantly, I can't get out, but you can't get in either. Let's see who can last longer. Xu Jingming looked at the fire shield, his expression unwavering. That fire shield's defense isn't bad. I wonder how many of my spears it can take. He leaped into the air, his spear gathering a massive amount of lightning. He unleashed his strongest move, chain lightning spears. From a single spear tip, countless phantom spears made of lightning appeared, raining down on the fire shield like a purple meteor shower. Looking at the destructive scene before him, Lei Ju felt the approach of death for the first time. He was utterly terrified. I'm going to die. If that hits me, I'm definitely going to die. Before the rain of spears reached him, he screamed with all his might, I give up! Clang! The main spear stopped just millimeters from Lei Ju's forehead, the terrifying power making his hair stand on end. Xu Jingming retracted all the lightning into his palm. Wah! Lei Ju collapsed to the floor, his whole body trembling, his face drained of all color. Xu Jingming coldly pulled his spear back and stood up straight. Miss Chu Yun raised her hand and announced clearly, the winner of this match is Xu Jingming. The arena was silent for a few seconds before it erupted. A stomp. It was still a complete stomp. He unleashed 4 different skills in just 4 or 5 short seconds. That's way too flashy. The connection between his combat skills is so seamless, it's not at all the level a freshman should have. Another student analyzed. By the way, all of Xu Jingming's combat skills look pretty powerful. I feel like each one is at least B rank, right? The person next to him nodded. 4 B rank combat skills. That's insane. The best skill I've mastered is only C rank. Hearing this, Senior Liu, who was standing below, shook his head and muttered, B rank? You guys are seriously underestimating my junior. He actually dared to choose 4 A rank combat skills. What's even more ridiculous is that he's already mastered them to a level where they can be used in actual combat. He recalled his own past, a complex look in his eyes. Back then, I only dared to choose 1 A-rank skill, Lightning Flash, and even then, it took me over 4 months to learn it. He sighed softly. Having a junior like this, the pressure is immense. After the match ended, Lei Ju, still trembling, stood up and approached Xu Jingming. He bowed his head, his voice filled with sincere respect and gratitude. Xu Jingming, thank you for sparing my life just now. I lost fair and square this time. The credits and Daxia currency are all yours. Also, I'll pay my aunt's side of the bet on time. Right after, Miss. Zhu Yun walked over and announced professionally. 50 credits and 3.2 million Daxia currency have been transferred to your student account. Xu Jingming nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He couldn't help but think to himself, gambling. The money really comes in fast. As Xu Jingming was about to leave the stage, Liu Wenhan, a classmate with stylish platinum hair, called out excitedly from the stands. That was awesome, Bro Ming. You're a rich man now. Want to go chill in downtown Magic City tonight? Xu Jingming hesitated for a moment, then turned back to decline. Nah, I have to train with my senior later. Unexpectedly, Senior Liu was already there. He spoke up, advising, Go. A balance of work and rest is the only way to last. He patted his shoulder, adding, You've been training for so long, you really should relax a bit. With his senior's permission, Xu Jingming happily agreed. All right, I'll listen to you, senior. Behind them, Liu Wenhan seemed to realize something, stammering in astonishment. A-rank lightning-type ability, Jade Pivot Xu. Vice President of the Grey Dust Society, Liu Ming. Liu Wenhan jumped down from the stands and ran after Xu Jingming with a look of pure admiration, saying as he walked, You look way more charismatic in person than in your photos. Liu Wenhan cheerfully slung an arm around Xu Jingming's shoulder to finalize the plan. So it's settled for tonight. Bro Ming, you just have to come along. Leave the rest of the program to me. Xu Jingming was a little curious and turned to ask about the program. Liu Wenhan turned back, pointing both hands at Xu Jingming with a sly grin and sparkling eyes. The one program you absolutely can't miss after getting into university. A mixer between the male and female dorms. That evening, at a luxurious restaurant, A table was laden with a sumptuous and appealing spread, from golden roasted chicken, pizza, and bread to various salads and drinks. Liu Wenhan held a plate of food and said proudly to Xu Jingming, "Bro Ming, your reputation has really blown up this time. I posted an invitation for a mixer on the school forum. Guess how many people signed up?" Xu Jingming just looked at him silently with a skeptical gaze. Liu Wenhan continued to boast, gesturing wildly. "Over 100 people! My eyes were about to pop out just trying to pick one pair from all of them." Xu Jingming took a sip of his drink and said with a smile, "You're really enthusiastic about these things, huh? 1 in 100. Now I'm curious to see who you ended up choosing." Liu Wenhan replied playfully, Hey, I'll keep it a secret for a bit. You'll meet them soon." Just then, Liu Wenhan looked towards the door and waved frantically, exclaiming, "Speak of the devil! Over here, over here!" A girl with glasses and neatly braided brown hair, wearing a pale yellow dress, walked in, waving cheerfully. "Good evening, you two. I was invited. I'm Bi Donghae." Right next to her was another girl with long black hair, wearing a white crop top and shorts. She also introduced herself in a friendly manner. "I'm her roommate, Song Shuyun." Liu Wenhan stood up and enthusiastically introduced them to Xu Jingming. Bi Donghae has an A-rank beast-type enhancement ability. Song Shuyun is a high-tier rank 1 with an A-rank natural light-type ability, and she was also the top scorer of our Sichuan province. Xu Jingming also stood up politely and introduced himself with a smile. "Nice to meet you. I'm Xu Jingming." Hearing the name, Song Shuyun looked a little surprised. "Xu Jingming, so you're that Xu Jingming." Her eyes immediately filled with interest and a desire to challenge him. She looked straight at Xu Jingming and asked, "Interested in a match? You can pick the time and place." Bai Donghae quickly pulled her friend's arm back. Stop. Hey, Shuyun, you're such a battle junkie. Demanding a fight right after meeting someone? We're here for a mixer." Xu Jingming also laughed it off. "Is this a misunderstanding? I thought I'd be able to hang out and get to know some classmates today." Xu Jingming quickly invited them to sit down to ease the tension. "It's just a misunderstanding. Please, have a seat." "That's right, everyone's here to have fun today. Let's eat something first, and then we can walk around the commercial street together." After the meal, the group strolled through the commercial street in downtown Magic City. Song Shuyun looked up at the brightly lit skyscrapers and couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa! This is so glamorous." As they passed a fashion store, Bai Donghae cried out, "This outfit is so stylish and beautiful." Inside the store, a high-end weapon was on display, an A-rank moonlight blade. Xu Jingming looked at the luxury shops displaying all sorts of combat suits, weapons, and elixirs, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected of one of the top commercial centers in the country, the selection of combat suits, weapons, and elixirs is much more complete than in Jiangcheng. The four of them enjoyed street food together, the atmosphere incredibly cheerful and relaxed. Afterwards, the girls continued to shop for clothes. When Bi Donghae was carrying a shopping bag, Xu Jingming thoughtfully stepped forward to help. He gently took the bag's handle from her hand. Xu Jingming walked quietly behind, watching the two girls happily choosing jewelry. A while later, Xu Jingming and Liu Wenhan were loaded down with all sorts of bags. He exclaimed in amazement, "We've spent several million in just one evening." Liu Wenhan whispered beside him, "That Song Shuyun looks like she dresses simply, but I didn't expect her to be a rich girl." Xu Jingming turned with a questioning look, and Liu Wenhan explained further, "Bro Ming, you don't know. Not only is she rich, but her background is also formidable." The shopping spree didn't seem to be over, as Bi Donghae called out from another store, "Would you two gentlemen mind helping with this last bag?" Meanwhile, Song Shuyun, standing to the side, seemed tired and muttered, "It's about time we headed back." Finally, Xu Jingming and Liu Wenhan walked the two girls back to their dormitory. They stopped on the path leading to the building. Song Shuyun smiled and said, "We'll just have you drop us off here. We had a lot of fun today. Thanks, you two." Xu Jingming smiled and waved goodbye. "No problem. See you." Liu Wenhan also waved enthusiastically. "Bye-bye." Just as the two girls turned to leave, Song Shuyun suddenly stopped and looked back. Her face was hidden in the shadows, but her voice was incredibly serious. "Xu Jingming, what I said before was for real. Someday in the future, I will definitely find you for a match." Hearing her determined challenge, Xu Jingming was slightly taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, a confident and expectant smile appearing on his lips. "No problem. I'll be looking forward to it." Seeing Xu Jingming smile, Song Shuyun also smirked slightly before turning and walking away. After they had walked some distance and were out of the boy's sight, Bi Donghae turned to tease her friend. "Shuyun, I've never seen you be nice to any guy since school started, but you weren't bad at all to Xu Jingming. Dragging you to this mixer was definitely the right decision." Song Shuyun crossed her arms and explained seriously, "My A-rank ability, Eyes of Dawn, can keenly sense things. I can see through the impure thoughts in guys' hearts when they look at me." Around her, images of dark figures with dark thoughts appeared, like her boobs are huge. "Nice body, be my girlfriend." Heh. "This girl's hot, she must be easy to trick." she continued, her gaze softening as she looked into the distance. But Xu Jingming is different. He's just full of admiration, without any ulterior motives. In short, he's very special. Tat Dongha heard this, placed a hand on his chin and smiled knowingly. Looks like our Miss Song has developed a crush. Meanwhile, on the way back, Liu Wenhan stretched comfortably. Whoosh! Getting out for a walk once in a while isn't so bad. Xu Jingming, walking beside him, quietly replied. Yeah. He couldn't help but smile as the image of Song Chuyun appeared in his mind again. Song Chuyun is a high-tier level 1, huh? Looks like I'll have to keep working harder. 15 days later, in the training room, Xu Jingming sat cross-legged amidst a surging current of lightning energy. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. It's almost enough. I can level up again. System. Allocate the points. Instantly, a massive surge of energy erupted from his body. The system panel displayed a notification. Ability points minus 456. Mid-tier level 1 promoted to high-tier level 1. At the same time, another power was also strengthened. Ability points minus 354. Indestructible lightning body from the first stage to the second stage. He let out a long breath, feeling the changes in his body. Phew, leveling up has really boosted my overall strength. The second stage of the indestructible lightning body also focuses on strengthening the bones and muscles. He flipped open a book titled Supreme Lightning and thought to himself, according to this book, if I can break through to the third stage, I'll be able to unlock the special Supreme Lightning state, which can push my strength and speed to their absolute limits for a short time. Xu Jingming looked at his status panel. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, high tier level 1. Ability, Annihilation. God Lightning, S. Physique, 520. Vitality and Spirit, 421. Skills, Advanced Spearmanship, Fist Arts, Indestructible Lightning Body, second stage. Ability points, 62. He muttered, Supreme Lightning. Something to look forward to. Too bad my ability points are almost completely depleted. It's time to ask my master for permission to go to the wilderness zone to hunt some vicious beasts and stock up on ability points. Just then, his master suddenly appeared, a look of utter astonishment on his face. Jingming, you broke through again. Xu Jingming stood up and replied calmly, I was just about to report it to you, master. I broke through last night. On top of that, my indestructible lightning body has also broken through to the second stage. The master looked at his student with an incredulous gaze, reeling internally. Breaking through in rank, breaking through in body cultivation. Both are incredibly difficult feats. Yet Jingming speaks of them as casually as drinking water. An S-rank ability combined with such grueling training, his future is truly immeasurable. Senior brother Liu, standing beside them, also spoke up. I told you, master. Little junior brother is a true monster. Back then, it took me more than half a year to break through from mid-tier to high-tier level 1. The master looked at Xu Jingming with a satisfied expression and suggested, leveling up is important, of course, but you can't neglect actual combat experience. Spar with your senior brother Liu. Let me see how strong you've become after leveling up. Xu Jingming immediately agreed. Yes, master. In the training yard, senior brother Liu said, Little junior brother, I'll suppress my strength to low-tier level 2. You can come at me with everything you've got. As their master began the countdown, both immediately got into their stances. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the countdown ended, two streams of energy, one green, one purple, collided, creating a shocking explosion. Xu Jingming channeled his power, and the long spear in his hand crackled with purple lightning as he thrust it toward senior brother Liu, who was defending with a stream of green energy. Senior brother Liu felt the force of Xu Jingming's attack and was inwardly astonished. What ferocious power! To think he can actually match me. Xu Jingming also felt incredibly excited, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Since getting the system, this is the first time I've met an evenly matched opponent. He took a step back, lightning energy gathering in his palm, ready to unleash a powerful combat skill. Lightning Prison, a massive sphere of lightning shot out, hurtling straight towards senior brother Liu. Xu Jingming didn't flinch, immediately unleashing one of his strongest moves as well, Chain Lightning Spear. Senior brother Liu smirked, a confident glint in his eyes. Not bad. That's the same combo that defeated Lei Zhu. Too bad I'm not that freshman, he roared, channeling all his power to execute his signature combat skill, Jade Suppression Lightning. A blast of jade green lightning erupted, easily shattering Xu Jingming's storm of spears. 20 minutes later, the match was over. Xu Jingming was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and had to lean on his long spear to stay upright. He said between gasps, Sen, senior brother, my divine lightning is depleted. I've lost. Senior brother Liu walked over, clapped him on the shoulder, and said, You didn't lose in terms of skill, only in the amount of ability energy you have. Their master approached, his expression extremely satisfied. Not bad. Not bad at all. That was a truly excellent fight. Jingming's performance really exceeded my expectations. I originally thought Liu Ming would win easily. I never expected you two to be so evenly matched that it came down to a battle of attrition to decide the winner. Senior brother Liu looked at Xu Jingming with admiration and asked, "Do you know what level of strength you just displayed?" Xu Jingming asked blankly, "What level?" Senior brother Liu declared clearly, "Unrivaled in Tier 2. Those words left Xu Jingming stunned, unable to believe his ears. The master spoke up, "All right, this combat training session is over. Everyone take a short break." A servant brought out a plate of exotic-looking fruit. "This is the Azure Spirit Fruit. It can dispel fatigue and is perfect for eating after training." Xu Jingming took this opportunity to speak to his master. "Master, there's something I'd like to ask your permission for." The master replied, "Go on." With a determined expression, Xu Jingming stated his decision. "I'm preparing to leave the academy and make a trip to the wilderness zone." The master was a little surprised. "The wilderness zone? How long are you planning to be gone?" Xu Jingming replied, "About a month or so. I'll be back before the freshman grand tournament." The master furrowed his brow. "That long?" His face grew serious as he warned, "The wilderness zone isn't like the controlled exam grounds. There's no army to protect you, and vicious beasts run rampant. What's more, their locations are unpredictable. One moment of carelessness, and you could run into a high-level beast. And you plan to stay there for over a month. The danger involved goes without saying." However, after a moment of thought, he smiled and clapped his student on the shoulder. "Very well. If you're set on going, then go. Remember, if the situation looks bad, you must flee immediately. The rise of every great expert is paved with life and death risks. Since you have the will to push forward, I will not stand in your way." Xu Jingming bowed his head, his heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Master Xia," the master asked. "Right. Which wilderness zone are you planning to go to?" He handed him an Azure Spirit Fruit. Xu Jingming accepted it and replied, "The wilderness zone, on the outskirts of Primordial City." Hearing this, the master breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, that's good. It's right next to the demon capital. The highest level beasts there are only level 4 or 5, so it's relatively safe. I'll have Liu Ming pass on some of his experience to you later." Xu Jingming nodded. "Yes, master." The master continued, "Once you're out there, there's not much I can do to help you, so I might as well prepare a proper weapon for you." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a ring on his finger began to glow. He took Xu Jingming's hand and placed a brand new long spear in it. "This is?" Xu Jingming stared at the weapon in astonishment. Back in his dorm room, Xu Jingming placed the new long spear on his bed, next to his already packed backpack. He sat down at his desk and ordered his AI, Yihua, to open the academy's mission system. A virtual screen appeared before him as he thought to himself, "According to the experience senior brother passed down, it's best to accept a few missions to earn academic credits before leaving the academy." He scrolled through the list of missions: collect beast materials, gather rare spiritual herbs, capture fugitive criminals, large-scale campaigns. Mission 1, collect 30 whiskers from a level 2 TD Fox. Reward, 60 academic credits, C-rank mission. Mission 2, collect 30 stalks of clear spirit grass over 25 years old. Reward, 43 academic credits, D-rank mission. Mission 3, participate in the Southwestern Campaign. Rank requirement, mid-tier level 1 or above. Reward, 600 academic credits, S-rank mission. Mission 4, assist the Demon Capital Security Bureau in capturing the fugitive criminal Quan Bin. Reward, 200 academic credits, A-rank mission. Xu Jingming frowned slightly. The missions with high credit rewards all inevitably involve combat. This is basically sending students to their deaths. So, this is the training model of Madu Superpower University. He swiped his hand across the screen and made his decision. No wonder people say the best students from Madu Superpower University aren't on campus, but out in the field. All right then. I'll take this A-rank mission and these 3 B-rank ones. After accepting the missions, he stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Preparations are complete. No time to waste. Let's move out now. The AI system's voice rang out, "Good luck." The scene shifts to a vast area with rolling mountains. Ahead was a modern building. The sign read Origin City Supply Base. Inside the base was a bustling street, lively with the sounds of vendors and recruiters. Beast hunting squad, need 1 long-range fighter. C-rank squad recruiting. Top-grade pills. Anyone up for an exploration mission? Come take a look. Xu Jingming, backpack on and spear in hand, strode confidently into the base. He looked at the bustling scene before him, his heart filled with determination. The Origin Supply Base. I'm finally here. He entered a luxurious hall where adventurers were gathered. A female staff member in a seductive red dress approached, bowing professionally. "Welcome, sir. How may I help you?" Xu Jingming presented his student ID and said, "I'd like to register as an adventurer." He knew that to enter the wilderness, he first had to register for a nationally recognized adventurer identity. The staff member took the card, a little surprised. "A student from Madu Superpower University? It's really rare to see a first-rank newcomer like yourself entering the wilderness. The paperwork will take a moment. Please have a seat in the lounge area." Xu Jingming found a seat and waited patiently. Suddenly, the hall erupted in a commotion. Everyone's eyes turned towards the door as murmurs spread. Wow, it's the goddess Jiang Chushuan. My goddess is so beautiful. As expected of a student from Madu, her aura is so powerful. A woman with platinum blonde hair and stylish sunglasses walked in, accompanied by a team of bodyguards and a cameraman. An introductory frame appeared. Jiang Chushuan, second-year student at Madu Superpower University. The crowd continued to whisper. Looks like the goddess Jiang is here to film in the wilderness zone again. Her videos are always produced by her team, but the quality is top-notch. I watch every single one. I heard the goddess Jiang has tens of millions of fans online, right? More than that, it's 15 million now. If she were my girlfriend, I'd willingly give up 10 years of my life. Xu Jingming also glanced at Jiang Chushuan, silently sizing her up. Someone from Madu? Her looks are on par with Song Chu-yun. Just then, the staff member returned and handed him a card and a watch. Here is your adventurer card and satellite smartwatch. It comes pre-installed with a map of the wilderness, which details the activity and danger levels of the beasts in each area. Xu Jingming took them and said, thanks. After receiving his adventurer card and watch, Xu Jingming turned to leave the hall and begin his journey. Suddenly, a shifty-looking man in a worn-out jacket stepped forward to block his path. He approached with a sleazy grin. First time in the wilderness, little brother? You can't go without some pills. What do you say? Want to buy some? Xu Jingming glanced at the man, his eyes sharp and probing, and asked calmly, what are the prices? The man, thinking he'd found a newbie, eagerly began his pitch. First-grade healing pills, 20,000 apiece. First-grade detox pills, 15,000 apiece. Second-grade ones are more effective but also more expensive, 40,000 and 30,000 respectively. Xu Jingming replied nonchalantly, oh, that's not too expensive. Hearing this, the man grinned from ear to ear, puffing out his chest. You know your stuff. The pills I sell are famous for being cheap and effective. However, inside, Xu Jingming was coldly analyzing the situation. Even for first-grade pills, they should cost at least 30 to 40,000 each. This guy's prices are so low. Something's fishy. It's most likely a scam, and he specifically targets inexperienced-looking newcomers. The man urged, so, how many do you want? Xu Jingming looked him straight in the eye, a slight smirk on his lips. You've tricked quite a few newcomers with this routine, haven't you? The man's expression changed instantly. He growled, poking Xu Jingming in the chest. You saw through it from the start, didn't you? You're just messing with me. Xu Jingming simply replied, what do you think? The man gritted his teeth, his face twisting with fury. Good, very good. You're the first one who's dared to mess with me in the supply base. Just as the tension was about to peak, a familiar voice rang out. It was the short-haired girl who had warned Xu Jingming before. Wang Qian was pointing at the scammer and shouting, Zhao Chunlin, you're scamming newcomers again. Being called out by name, Zhao Chunlin looked a bit annoyed. He shot Wang Qian a glare before turning back to Xu Jingming, saying resentfully, Humph, consider yourself lucky, kid. Before leaving, he turned back to leave a threat, his eyes filled with killing intent. But you'd better not leave the supply base for the next few days, or you'll regret it. Once Zhao Chunlin was gone, the onlookers began to gossip. Tisk, that newcomer is done for. Getting on Zhao Chunlin's bad side, he could have messed with anyone, but he had to mess with Zhao Chunlin. Yeah, I heard he's already a mid-tier second rank. How can this high-tier first-rank kid be his match? Wang Qian walked over, speaking to Xu Jingming with concern. Zhao Chunlin is petty and holds a grudge. You shouldn't leave the supply base for a while. Xu Jingming replied, thanks for the warning. He scams people like that, and no one does anything about it? Wang Qian shook her head. Zhao Chunlin has gang connections. Who would dare to stop him? If you need supplies, just buy them from the official channels. Remember, don't leave the supply base. Xu Jingming watched Wang Qian and her friends leave, thinking to himself that she was quite a warm-hearted girl. He paid no mind to Zhao Chunlin's threat and turned to prepare for his trip. All right, first I'll buy what I need for the month. Healing pills, detox pills, and also some blood-ridge pills. There's a lot to buy. He walked up to the base's official trading counter, which was being served by a spherical robot. After buying all the necessary items, Xu Jingming packed everything into his backpack. Ignoring the warning, he strode out of the main gate of the supply base alone. As expected, Zhao Chunlin and his lackeys were already waiting outside. He stood with his arms crossed, a sneer on his face. So you didn't believe me, huh? I told you not to leave the supply base, and you still dared to come out. Are you looking down on me, Zhao Chunlin? Xu Jingming stopped, facing them calmly, even offering a slight smile. What do you want? Xu Jingming's smile only enraged Zhao Chunlin further. He snarled, his face contorting with rage. You embarrassed me back there. I'm going to break both your legs and put you in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Only then will I be satisfied. From a distance, Wang Qian and another female friend saw the scene. Wang Qian panicked. I told him not to leave the supply base. Why didn't he listen? I have to go help him. But her friend held her back. Don't be hasty. Let him learn his lesson. Serves him right for being so arrogant and not listening to advice. Zhao Chunlin began to power up, the muscles on his arms bulging. He laughed smugly as the skin on his hands gradually turned a shiny metallic color. If I, Zhao Chunlin, can't even teach a newbie a lesson, how can I show my face around here anymore? C-rank metal augmentation ability. With my metal augmentation plus my D-rank combat suit, you won't even be able to break through my defense. He gave a final ultimatum, unless you give me 1 million as compensation and kneel before me. But before he could finish, Xu Jingming had lost his patience. A flash of purple electricity crackled around him as he yelled, "Noisy!" Zhao Chunlin's face froze in shock. Instantly, Xu Jingming became a blur, shooting through the air at incredible speed. A powerful kick, wreathed in purple lightning, slammed into Zhao Chunlin's face before he could even react. Asterisk, crack! Asterisk. The terrifying force of the kick sent Zhao Chunlin flying backward like a broken kite, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood in midair. His body crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater and cracking the earth around it, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Wang Qian and the other onlookers in the distance were all gaping in shock, unable to believe the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. Amidst the chaos, Xu Jingming coldly dusted off his hands and calmly walked away, leaving Zhao Chunlin motionless in a pool of blood and debris. The surrounding crowd finally snapped out of it and began to whisper amongst themselves. What? A one-hit knockout? That's terrifying. My God. How did he even do that? I couldn't even see it clearly. Haha, looks like Zhao Chunlin really picked a fight with the wrong guy this time. And here I was worried for that dude. I never expected him to be so strong. Wang Qian, still in shock, turned to her team captain. How did he do that? I couldn't see it either. The captain replied with a serious expression. It was a kick to the leg. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis is completely shattered. Even if he survives, he'll be a cripple in a wheelchair for life. The captain continued her analysis with an admiring gaze. As expected of someone from Magic City Superpower University, incredibly strong and ruthless enough to back it up. Wang Qian asked in surprise, "Someone from Magic City U? Captain, how do you know?" The captain explained, "The battle suit he's wearing. I've only ever seen it on students from Magic City U. It must be exclusively researched and developed by their equipment department." An idea suddenly struck Wang Qian. Only their university could produce such a monster. How about we get him to join our team? Aren't we still missing a heavy hitter? Another girl on the team objected. Qian, when we formed this squad, didn't we agree on female members only? Another blonde girl said, hugging a blushing Wang Qian teasingly. Haha, little Qian, don't tell me you've got a crush on him already? Although, that guy is pretty handsome. I wouldn't mind him joining us. Wang Qian could only stay silent in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming had reached the checkpoint at the edge of the base. He held his adventurer card up to the scanner. An electronic voice rang out. Adventurer information confirmed. Access to the wilderness granted. The gate opened, and Xu Jingming officially stepped into the primeval wilderness. He was surrounded by a dense and gloomy forest, the air thick with danger. He scanned his surroundings warily when suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the woods. Xu Jingming looked up to see a flock of startled birds taking flight from an abandoned building in the distance. He thought to himself, that cry is a declaration of territory. It must be at least a level 4 beast. However, you're not my target today. He looked at the 3D map that appeared on his smartwatch, planning his route. The primeval wilderness is roughly divided into 2 areas, the ruined town and the mountain forest. The beasts in the ruined town are a bit weaker. I can start collecting ability points from them. The map zoomed in on a specific area. Ping'an Town up ahead isn't bad, mostly level 2 beasts, very few level 1s, and no level 3s or 4s. Plus, it's a large area, so there should be at least 500 or 600 beasts. With his target set, Xu Jingming immediately accelerated, his body becoming a blur as he shot through the forest. Ping'an Town, here I come. Just as he set foot on the town's ruined streets, a black shadow lunged out from a dark corner, attacking him at extreme speed. Xu Jingming calmly turned. A level 2 shadow cat, huh? Looks like ability points are delivering themselves to my doorstep. He clenched his fist as purple lightning began to crackle around it. Lately, influenced by the negative emotions of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon, he'd been constantly craving slaughter. The more he suppressed this impulse, the stronger the desire became. A sinister and excited smile spread across his lips, his eyes glowing with purple electricity. But this time, I don't have to hold back. The shadow cat seemed to sense the terrifying killing intent. It froze, its purple eyes filled with absolute terror. 1 month later, another team of adventurers was patrolling the strangely silent streets of Ping'an Town. A member asked, Captain, what's up with this town? We've been wandering around all day. How come we haven't seen a single beast? The captain scratched his head and replied irritably, You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Ping'an Town should have at least 500 beasts. A horde that big. Even if they migrated, they couldn't have all just vanished. Suddenly, a giant TT tiger leaped out from a ruined building with a ferocious roar, startling the entire team. The team immediately got into a fighting stance, their expressions a mix of tension and excitement. "It's a TT tiger! Finally, we found a beast! Let's take it down together!" But before they could act, a purple lightning spear shot out from nowhere at terrifying speed, tearing through the air. The spear pierced straight through the TT tiger, causing a massive energy explosion. The TT tiger didn't even have time to cry out before it was completely annihilated by the purple lightning. Two team members stared at the scene before them, dumbfounded. What was that just now? The latest laser weapon? The captain shook his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. No, a laser weapon would be even faster. This looks more like some kind of lightning-based combat skill. The captain's face paled with fear as he hastily gave an order. "Let's go. This town must have been claimed by some powerful expert. That last attack was probably a warning." The team didn't dare hesitate for a second and immediately turned to flee. One member said while running, "No wonder we couldn't find any beasts. They must have all been wiped out by that lightning user." Another said, trembling, "The power of that lightning spear was just too terrifying. My legs are still shaking." The captain yelled, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." Pissing off an expert like that would be big trouble. On a high rooftop, Xu Jingming coldly retracted his hand. A virtual screen appeared before him. Low rank level 2 TD Tiger eliminated. Received 19 ability points. He thought with satisfaction, "My lightning spear has reached advanced proficiency, and its attack range has shot up to over 1,000 meters. Not bad. Not bad at all." He looked at his status panel, summarizing his incredible progress. In 1 month, over 8,000 ability points, advancing from high rank level 1 to high rank level 2. Thunderclap Indestructible Body has broken through to the 3rd layer. The detailed status panel appeared. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, high rank level 2. Superpower, S rank Purple Firmament Divine Thunder. Physique, 1,310. Vitality plus Spirit, 972. Skills, Master level Spearmanship, Intermediate level Fist Arts, Thunder Fang, Intermediate level Chain Lightning Spear, Advanced level Lightning Flash, Intermediate level Thunder Prison, Advanced level Lightning Storm, Body Tempering, Thunderclap Indestructible Body Layer, 3. Ability points, 112. He thought confidently, so many A-rank combat skills have reached intermediate proficiency. Who else but me could do that? Xu Jingming stood up, looking down at the town he had completely cleared out. "Finished cleaning up here. I'll pack up, head back to the base tomorrow for supplies, and then go deeper into the wilderness." The next day, at the primeval supply base, Xu Jingming returned with an abnormally bulging tactical backpack. Onlookers couldn't help but stare and jeer. "Huh, what's with that? Did his tactical backpack grow legs? He didn't actually carry a whole horned rhino back, did he? That's just pathetic." Xu Jingming ignored the chatter, thinking to himself, "Good thing I bought a reinforced tactical backpack. Otherwise, there's no way it could hold over 400 kilograms of beast materials." He walked into the trading hall and placed the heavy backpack down in front of a female employee. She smiled professionally. "Sir, what materials would you like to sell? You can place them on the scale to the side to weigh them first." Xu Jingming unzipped the backpack and dumped all of his spoils onto the floor. A mountain-like pile of beast materials appeared before them. The female employee's jaw dropped in astonishment as she stammered, "Whoa, that's way too much." Xu Jingming said calmly, "Level 2 beast materials, about 400 kilograms. See how much they're worth." The employee's eyes lit up as she looked at the pile of valuable materials. Tiger tendons, beast fangs, rhino horns. These are all top-quality parts. She realized she couldn't handle this workload alone. "Sir, please wait a moment. The quantity of your materials is too large. I need to call a few more people to help with the inventory." With that, she hurriedly contacted the procurement department. Shortly after, a man in a sharp suit, followed by 2 beautiful female assistants, walked over. He introduced himself professionally. "Hello, sir. I am Zhao Yi, the manager in charge of procurement." Xu Jingming shook his hand politely. Xu Jingming. Zhao Yi looked at the pile of spoils, unable to hide his admiration. "Mr. Xu is truly a young talent. To be able to hunt so many beasts at such a young age, you've truly opened my eyes. I'll have my people inventory the materials. Would you mind waiting for a moment?" The staff quickly used flying robots to scan and appraise the value of each item. After the inventory was complete, Zhao Yi sat down opposite Xu Jingming and presented a gold card. "This is the supplementary base's platinum membership card. You'll get a 5% discount on anything you buy. Please, accept it." A high-tier level 2 ability user this young, the base must absolutely build a good relationship with him. Xu Jingming accepted the card. Then, "Thank you, Manager Zhao." A female staff member came forward to report, "Sir, the materials have been inventoried. There are 89 high-tier level 2 beast materials, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier. Hearing this, Zhao Yi couldn't help but be shocked, thinking to himself, damn, did he wipe out an entire beast nest? Zhao Yi offered a price. The total for these beast materials comes to 24,764,000. We'll round it up to 25 million. How does that sound? Xu Jingming nodded. You're even rounding it up for me. Then thank you, Manager Zhao. Immediately, Xu Jingming's phone received a notification. Your Zhongsha bank account ending in 7043 has just received a deposit of 25 million. The new balance was 29,123,400. He looked at the number on the screen, overjoyed. Haha, 29 million. You could say I'm rich overnight. With the transaction complete, Xu Jingming stood up to leave. Zhao Yi also stood up and offered his business card. Manager Zhao, until we meet again. This is my card. When you have time, I'd like to invite you for some tea. As Xu Jingming turned and walked away, Zhao Yi watched his back, filled with emotion. This young man has a limitless future. Suddenly, the phone in Zhao Yi's pocket rang. He answered, his voice slightly impatient. Zhao Chunlin, what do you want? On the other end of the line, Zhao Chunlin's hateful voice rang out. Manager, I saw the guy who hurt me come back to the supplementary base. You have to get revenge for me. Zhao Yi replied indifferently. Oh, you mean that high-tier level 1 kid you mentioned? How do you want your revenge? Zhao Chunlin, wrapped in white bandages and sitting in a wheelchair, screamed into the phone, Send in the Huji squad. I want him to wish he were dead. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment, then agreed. Fine, you can borrow the Huji squad. But after this, we're even. Zhao Chunlin replied, Don't worry. After this is done, I'll leave Yuanxi City immediately. Hanging up, Zhao Yi felt a little uneasy. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Am I overthinking things? The Huji squad is an elite team of level 2 ability users. Dealing with a high-tier level 1 kid shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was walking down the street when he suddenly sneezed. Achoo! He rubbed his nose, feeling a bit strange. What was that? Is someone talking bad about me? At the same time, in a luxurious office, Zhao Yi was reporting over the phone. Manager Wang, I've just discovered a rather impressive ability user named Xu Jingming. He alone brought back more spoils than a dozen squads combined. On the other end of the line, the base's general manager, Wang Yan, was sitting at his computer. Xu Jingming, let me pull up his file. When he saw the information appear on the screen, a flash of surprise appeared in Wang Yan's eyes. He immediately gave an order to Zhao Yi over the phone. Manager Zhao, this Xu Jingming you mentioned is very important to me. If he comes again, notify me immediately. Zhao Yi quickly replied, Yes. Understood. He hung up, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. For this Xu Jingming to get old Wang so worked up, he must have a powerful background. Good thing I didn't offend him. Wang Yan stared at the computer screen, muttering to himself, I can't believe another one of Yang Zhentian's disciples has come to my base. High tier level 2. His talent is even greater than Liu Ming's was. What a monster. I absolutely cannot afford to offend him. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was strolling through the market in the base. He looked at a shop selling equipment and thought, the spatial rings they sell here cost over 10 million, and the capacity is only as big as a suitcase. That's so expensive. He looked at the people passing by, feeling a sense of longing. Still, a spatial ring is really convenient. I really want to buy one. I wonder what level of spatial ring can hold a long spear. Suddenly his phone rang again. He answered, it was Liu Wenhan. Brother Ming, long time no see. When are you coming back to school? Xu Jingming replied, in about half a month. Why? What's up? While he was on the phone, Xu Jingming was completely unaware that at the end of a small alley, a group of people was watching him. Leading them was Zhao Chunlin in his wheelchair, flanked by the members of the Huji squad. In the alley, Zhao Chunlin, still wrapped in bandages, ordered the Huji squad with a voice full of hatred. Your target is him. Break his arms and legs, then bring him to me. The blonde captain replied coldly, got it. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was still engrossed in his phone call with Liu Wenhan, completely unaware that a member of the Huji squad had silently approached from behind. From the other end of the line, Liu Wenhan said, in the month you've been gone, a new student enrolled. He's really arrogant. Xu Jingming hummed in response, sensing something. He suddenly stopped walking, startling the person tailing him. He asked into the phone, what's wrong? Then he quickly reassured him, it's nothing. Keep talking. His eyes had become sharp, warily scanning his surroundings. At the corner of the alley, the Huji squad leader gave the signal to get ready. The target has entered the small alley. He then turned to the platinum-haired girl, He Qian, and ordered, analyze the target's strength. He Qian replied curtly, Roger. Another male member of the team looked dismissive. Captain, no offense, but you're too cautious sometimes. He's just a high-tier level 1 kid. What kind of trouble could he possibly cause? Just then, as He Qian was using her ability, she suddenly cried out in shock. How is this possible? The captain immediately noticed the abnormality in her voice. He turned back and asked, what is it? Is something wrong? He Qian said with a grave expression. I'll share it with you all. See for yourselves. Instantly, a psychic eye appeared on the foreheads of all three members. A psychic perception ability. The stronger the user, the more intense their aura. Through their psychic vision, they saw their own auras as nothing more than small, blue specks of light. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming's aura was a colossal, overwhelming, and terrifying pillar of purple energy. One member panicked. How can this be? This aura is several times stronger than my high-tier level 2. A powerhouse of this level could wipe out our entire squad as easily as flipping his hand. The captain, furious, realized he'd been tricked. He gritted his teeth and roared. That bastard Zhao Chunlin tricked us into jumping into a pit of fire. The intel is wrong. Mission aborted. We're going back to settle the score with Zhao Chunlin. Xu Jingming felt the gazes that were on him suddenly disappear. He was a bit confused. What's going on? Why did they suddenly run off? He quickly pieced things together, his eyes turning cold. The only person in this base who has a grudge against me is that Zhao Chunlin guy. He must have been unwilling to let it go and tried to pull some trick for revenge. A leopard can't change its spots. That petty bastard. Next time I see him, I'll have to teach him a harsher lesson. Shortly after, where Zhao Chunlin was waiting, the Huji squad captain rushed forward like a whirlwind and landed a devastating punch on his face. Zhao Chunlin was sent flying from his wheelchair, tumbling to the ground. He asked in a daze, "What? What's going on? Why are you hitting me?" The captain grabbed him by the collar, his voice seething with anger. "You have the nerve to ask me? The damn intel you gave me was wrong. You almost got us all killed. The target isn't a high-tier level 1, he's a high-tier level 2. Zhao Chunlin was stunned, holding his swollen cheek as he stammered, "High-tier level 2? How is that possible? It's only been a little over a month." The captain shoved him away and said coldly, I don't care what the story is. This mission is over. We'll talk to Manager Zhao ourselves." A little later, the captain of the Huji squad walked into Zhao Yi's office. Zhao Yi asked, "You're back already? Did you take care of it?" The captain replied, "No. The mission has been terminated." Zhao Yi was surprised, and the captain explained, Zhao Chunlin's intel was wrong. The target wasn't a high-tier level 1, but a high-tier level 2. What's worse, according to He Qian's observations, his actual combat strength is at least level 3 or higher, so we aborted the mission. Hearing this, Zhao Yi slammed the table in anger. A high-tier level 2 with the strength of a level 3. What the hell was Zhao Chunlin thinking? Is that the kind of person he should be provoking? He suddenly froze, as if realizing something, and hurriedly asked, "High-tier level 2. Wait, what's the name of Zhao Chunlin's target?" The captain replied, "Zhao Chunlin didn't give a name, but the description is very clear. About 1.9 meters tall, powerfully built, and carries a long spear on his back." When Zhao Yi heard this, his face drained of all color, and he was drenched in a cold sweat. He stammered, It's over. We're screwed. Don't tell me it's..." At the same time, in the office of General Manager Wang Yan, he was reviewing documents when he received a call. After hearing the report, he exploded with rage, smashing the desk phone to pieces. "You sent someone to assassinate Xu Jingming? How dare you?" On the other end of the line, Zhao Yi hastily explained, Director Wang, he's just some high-tier level 2 kid. There's no need to get so angry," Wang Yan roared. "Are you blind? This is Xu Jingming's file. See for yourself." A virtual screen appeared in front of Zhao Yi. He trembled as he read the information on it. Valedictorian of Jiangnan Province, a freshman at Madu Esper University. An 18-year-old high-tier level 2. This is unheard of. At most, they're usually low-tier level 2. The dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zhentian, is his personal mentor. Wang Yan's voice was full of menace. "Trouble. This is big trouble. Do you understand now? For a Grandmaster-level figure like him, the nation wouldn't say a word, even if he razed our entire supply base to the ground." Zhao Yi was so terrified a chill ran down his spine. He bowed deeply, trembling as he spoke. "I understand. I will absolutely not let the base cause any trouble," Wang Yan ordered. "Bring him in." 2 guards dragged in Zhao Chunlin, who had been beaten black and blue. Zhao Chunlin was prostrated on the floor, his face covered in blood. "I beg you. I know I was wrong. Please spare me." Zhao Yi looked at him with an ice-cold gaze, grabbed his hair and said, "It seems a simple beating isn't enough to settle this. Criminals must be executed. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for messing with the wrong person this time." Crack! A sickening crack of bone echoed as Zhao Yi struck a ruthless, bloody blow. Splattered everywhere. He turned back to look at head manager Wang Yan with a questioning expression. "Manager, what do you think?" Wang Yan replied coldly, "You don't actually think that's enough, do you?" Zhao Yi was a bit uncomfortable. "Manager, this..." Wang Yan looked at him with eyes as sharp as daggers and said, "I could overlook all the shady dealings you've been running at this base over the years, but this time, you've caused way too much trouble." Wang Yan turned around, his authoritative voice echoing throughout the room. Everyone involved in this matter will be dealt with severely. Not just you, but the entire guard squad. We absolutely cannot let this leak, not even leaving the slightest possibility of offending that person. Zhao Yi could only call out in horrified desperation, Manager Wang. A moment later, at the main gate of the base, Wang Yan led a group of high-level managers, standing solemnly as if waiting for an important figure. The surrounding crowd of adventurers couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Isn't that the base's head manager, Wang Yan, in the lead?" Aside from Manager Zhao from the procurement department, the managers from every other department are here. Tisk, tisk. With a reception like this, some big shot must be arriving. In the crowd, Wang Qian and her teammates were also present. A team member recognized someone and said, "Little Qian, isn't that the guy from Madu University of the Supernatural from before?" Wang Qian was surprised. "Huh? Where?" Xu Jingming was returning from the wilds, a bit confused to see the crowd and the lineup of senior management looking in his direction. Wang Yan quickly stepped forward, bowed formally, and said in a deeply respectful tone, "Mr. Xu, you've finally returned. I am the head manager of this base, Wang Yan." This scene left Wang Qian and her teammates stunned. Whoa, all the managers are here to welcome him. Looks like this guy's identity isn't as simple as just being a student from Mado U. Wang Yan continued to explain clearly about how Zhao Chunlin offended you. We at the base take full responsibility. He has already been apprehended. His accomplices have also been captured. They will spend the rest of their lives in prison. To show our sincerity, we have specially prepared a gift of apology for you. Xu Jingming observed Wang Yan's decisive attitude and thought to himself, as expected of someone who could become the head manager. He's a ruthless character, dealing with his own subordinates so cleanly. A beautiful female assistant stepped forward, holding a red velvet box. Wang Yan introduced, "This is our base's highest tier Black Diamond membership card. From now on, your stay at our base will be completely free of charge. You will also receive a minimum discount of 20% on any product purchases." Another female assistant opened an exquisite jewelry box, revealing a sparkling ring inside. Wang Yan said, "In addition, this is a spatial ring with 1 cubic meter of storage, also a gift of apology." Xu Jingming couldn't help but be astonished when he heard this. 1 cubic meter? He took the ring, his heart filled with joy. A spatial ring with 1 cubic meter of storage costs at least 50 million Daxia coins. This Wang Yan is truly sincere. Since Manager Wang is being so generous, I'll accept it, Wang Yan added with a smile. As expected of Teacher Yang's student, so straightforward. By the way, your senior brother, Liu Ming, also came to this primitive base to train back in the day. Xu Jingming replied, "Oh." The two of them continued to chat as Xu Jingming was escorted to a luxurious room. Xu Jingming stood by the window, looking at the view outside, thinking with satisfaction. The best room unlocked by the Black Diamond card really isn't bad, much more luxurious than the dormitory villa. After a month of training, I can finally get a good day's rest. Wang Yan saw him to the door and said, "If you run into any trouble next time, just contact me directly. In this primitive city, my word still carries some weight." Xu Jingming looked at the ring on his hand and mused to himself, "This is the power of having backing. If this were an ordinary high-tier level 2 genius, they would never receive this kind of treatment." He sat down on a chair and began the process of bonding with the ring. A spatial ring requires a spiritual imprint to complete the bonding before it can be used. My spiritual power is currently at 972, much higher than the usual 670 for a high-tier level 2 Esper. This should be very easy. He focused his spiritual power, and in just a moment, the ring bonded with him. He eagerly tested it out. It seems I can retrieve items from inside with just a thought, and I can store things just by touching them. Aside from not being able to store living things, this thing is really convenient. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a call from his teacher. "Teacher, yes. I just got out of the wilds." "Yes, sir. Also, there's something I wanted to report to you." After hearing Xu Jingming's story, his teacher was furious. They dared to send someone to assassinate you? Giving you a spatial ring is letting them off easy. If something had really happened to you, I would have razed their entire supply base to the ground. He then asked, "By the way, you said that level 2 elite squad followed you all the way to an alley. Why did they give up in the end?" Xu Jingming replied, "Maybe they discovered that I'm also a high-tier level 2, which didn't match their intel, so they went back to confirm." His teacher was so shocked he almost dropped his phone. "What? You? You've already reached high-tier level 2? But you've only been training in the wilds for 1 short month." "Yes, I just broke through a few days ago." His teacher burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! As expected of my Yang Zhentian student, your cultivation speed is even faster than mine was back in the day. When are you planning to return?" "I'll celebrate with you personally," Xu Jingming replied. "I'll be back before the semester starts. For the last bit of time, I'm preparing to head to the high-level zone. I have high proficiency in lightning flash, so level 4 vicious beasts probably can't catch me. If I really encounter a level 5 vicious beast, I can still use a blood rage pill to save my life." It's good to go test my luck and broaden my horizons. His teacher was very pleased after hearing this. Good kid, you sound very confident, but you must always remember that caution is paramount. Xu Jingming replied respectfully. This student understands. Elsewhere, an assistant saw Yang Zhentian laughing heartily and said, Master, it's been a long time since I've seen you this happy. The reply was a loud laugh. Ha ha. The assistant continued, his voice full of pride. This student, Jingming, not only has excellent training results, but he's also been tested in actual combat. His promotion speed is simply unheard of. They say life and death situations are a catalyst for the strong, but for Jingming, it's practically a cheat code. Meanwhile, in a distant place, Xu Jingming had entered the wilds, into a forested mountain range. The wind rustled through the canopy. He listened to his surroundings as the roars of vicious beasts echoed in the air. He thought to himself, there are roars of vicious beasts everywhere. It seems the beast population in this mountain forest area is much more abundant than in the town ruins. Suddenly, he sensed an enemy's presence and his body shot forward like an arrow. Swoosh! Swoosh! The long spear in his hand flashed with purple lightning. The power of lightning flash was unleashed. His figure moved at an astonishing speed, leaving blurs between the tree trunks and creating a whistling sound. Roar! A giant wolf with silver-gray fur and glowing eyes burst out from the bushes. It was a Gale Terror wolf. After a brief exchange of blows, Xu Jingming retreated to observe, analyzing in his head. Ordinary, level 3 vicious beasts all have special abilities, similar to the powers of Espers. The Gale Terror Wolf is a wind-type Esper beast. Judging by the power of that wind blade just now, it must be a mid-tier level 3. I wonder how many Esper points I'll get for killing it. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, a voice called out from a distance, Look, it's a Gale Terror Wolf. A group of people appeared, led by a beautiful woman with platinum blonde hair. A team member spoke up. The power of the Gale around this Gale Terror Wolf isn't weak. It must be a mid-tier level 3. A beast of this level is perfect as filming material for Miss Jiang. The team captain ordered, same as always, cut off its escape route first. Seeing this, Xu Jingming frowned. Aside from Jiang Chuxuan, the others are all level 3. They're trying to kill steal. He recalled the unwritten rule of this area, the rule of the wilds. Resources like vicious beasts belong to whoever discovers them first. Otherwise, it's considered a provocation. Suddenly, the woman named Jiang Chuxuan spoke up in protest. Captain Wang, I've told you before, I don't like stealing other people's prey just to get filming material, right? The captain just laughed it off, trying to persuade her. Miss Jiang, don't put it so harshly. This isn't stealing, it's called helping others for a good cause. A level 3 adventurer encounters a level 3 vicious beast, and at the critical moment, a goddess steps in to save him. That'll get us all the clout we need. Jiang Chuxuan looked displeased and said firmly, I don't need this kind of fake, staged setup. Besides, this guy looks perfectly calm. He doesn't look like he needs any help. Seeing he couldn't convince her, the captain grumbled in annoyance. What a buzzkill. Finally, he waved his team on. If you're not happy with it, then let's go find another vicious beast. Let's go. Watching them leave, Xu Jingming thought to himself, this Jiang Chuxuan doesn't have a bad personality. A hot TikToker with tens of millions of fans really does have some substance after all. However, he recalled the look in the captain's eyes just now. That guy revealed a vicious glint in his eyes. It seems she doesn't have very tight control over her team. Ah, whatever. It doesn't have much to do with me anyway. The moment that group left, the Tempest Direwolf immediately charged at Xu Jingming. He scoffed. So you act all timid and scared when a level 3 ability user is here, but the second they leave, you attack. He easily dodged the attack, feeling a bit annoyed. What a classic case of a dog looking down on people. It really doesn't take me seriously at all. I won't give it a second chance. Xu Jingming channeled power into his spear and shouted, Lightning Gale Strike! A powerful bolt of lightning struck the vicious beast right on its head. The wolf collapsed instantly, and a notification appeared in his mind. Defeated a mid-tier level 3 Tempest Direwolf. Ability points plus 34. Xu Jingming thought with satisfaction. Killing a level 3 vicious beast gives over 30 ability points. Huh? Not bad. After clearing out the minions, Xu Jingming turned his sharp gaze to the injured pack leader, his voice cold. Finally, I'll give you a clean death. Time passed. 7 days later, in another dense forest, a pack of ferocious, violent apes were roaring in anger when suddenly, a dazzling purple light shot towards them. Whoosh! The purple energy, carrying destructive power, tore through the air, flying straight at the pack of apes. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The alpha ape was hit, its entire body engulfed in purple light. It threw its head back and roared in agony. After the attack, the alpha ape staggered and collapsed, heavily injured but not yet dead. Xu Jingming landed from above, calmly observing. A single lightning spear couldn't kill it instantly. As expected of the leader of the violent apes, He smirked, purple sparks of electricity beginning to flash around his body, his eyes filled with killing intent. The rest of you minions can stop your screaming. I'll be sure to send your whole family to reunite. With that, he charged into the middle of the ape-pack. His body moved like a lightning whirlwind, the spear in his hand striking out continuously. Fresh blood and purple lightning mingled, creating a dance of death. In just a moment, the battle was over. Xu Jingming stood proudly, his long spear resting on the ground, surrounded by the littered corpses of the apes, white smoke rising from their wounds. He smiled with satisfaction as an information panel appeared before his eyes. He thought to himself, over 3,000 ability points should be enough for me to go back and learn an S-rank combat skill. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Suddenly, a device on the shaft of his spear beeped and flashed. He looked at it in surprise. This is a distress signal. At the same time, elsewhere in the forest, Jiang Chuxuan was running for her life in a panic, the wind whistling past her ears. Chasing her was a giant, earth dragon-like vicious beast, a geodragon. It roared ferociously. As she ran, Jiang Chuxuan thought in despair. The team was wiped out by a level 4 vicious beast, and now I've run into a low-tier level 3 geodragon. I'm in deep trouble this time. The geodragon was getting closer, its ferocity making her feel hopeless. Any vicious beast with dragon in its name is always extremely ferocious and incredibly hard to deal with, and I'm only a mid-tier level 2. Even with a blood-ridge pill, I can't win. She kept running headlong, clinging to a faint sliver of hope. I can only hope that some ability user squad sees my distress signal and can come help. Suddenly, the dense forest ahead opened up into a clearing. Her face turned pale with fear. A clearing. I'm done for this time. With no trees for cover, it'll definitely catch up to me. Just as she feared, the geodragon closed in fast, its massive shadow engulfing her. She thought in despair, there's no escape this time. The monster opened its mouth wide and fired a destructive beam of energy. In that hair's breadth moment, a bolt of purple-white lightning descended from the sky, blocking its attack. As the dust settled, a familiar figure appeared, standing protectively in front of her, his spear still crackling with electricity. Jiang Chuxuan looked up and exclaimed in shock, "It's you?" Seeing that Xu Jingming had no intention of retreating, Jiang Chuxuan shouted in a panic, "Get out of here! That's a low-tier level 3 geodragon. You can't beat it." But Xu Jingming remained rooted to the spot, his gaze unwavering, which stunned Jiang Chuxuan completely. Huh? She was frustrated but also extremely worried, thinking to herself, ugh, why won't he listen to reason? It's one thing if I die, but I absolutely cannot get an innocent bystander involved. With that thought, she decisively turned and charged toward the monster, yelling at Xu Jingming, "You need to go! I'll hold it off!" The giant geodragon let out a roar, its shadow looming over the two small figures. Jiang Chuxuan clenched her fists, preparing to face the vicious beast. Just then, Xu Jingming stepped in front of her, his entire body erupting with an intense purple lightning energy. All the energy converged at the tip of his spear, forming a massive pillar of lightning. The terrifying power seemed to warp the very space around it. Jiang Chuxuan looked up, her purple eyes wide, completely overwhelmed by the magnificent and terrifying sight. Boom! The lightning spear was launched at an incredible speed, piercing straight through the geodragon's head. The destructive lightning exploded, shattering the monster's head into pieces as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Its colossal body crashed to the ground, creating a small tremor. Dust and residual purple sparks hung in the air. Thrown back by the aftershock, Jiang Chuxuan fell to the ground, her face blank with shock as she stammered, The geodragon was killed just like that. In an instant, she looked up at Xu Jingming's calm back, her heart still pounding. That power is just too terrifying. The sonic boom I heard earlier really wasn't my imagination. Isn't this guy supposed to be just a high-tier level 2? How is that possible? A notification appeared in Xu Jingming's mind. Defeated a low-tier level 3 geodragon. Ability points plus 36. He thought to himself. As expected of a beast with dragon in its name, the ability points are even higher than a typical high-tier level 3 beast. He turned to look at Jiang Chuxuan, who was still on the ground, and asked, "Are you okay?" Jiang Chuxuan's face flushed slightly as she answered awkwardly, I'm fine. My legs just feel a little weak. Thank you for saving me." Xu Jingming smiled and offered her his hand. It was nothing. Anyone else would have done the same. Jiang Chuxuan hesitantly placed her hand in his. After he pulled her to her feet, she looked at him with gratitude and admiration. "I'm not so sure about that. My name is Jiang Chuxuan. I don't know how I can ever repay you for saving my life. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask." Xu Jingming replied, "I'm Xu Jingming. I wouldn't dare ask for anything, but if you could give me a signed photo, that would be great." He thought of his friend, Liu Wentao, who was a huge fan of Jiang Chuxuan and had been dying to get her autograph for ages. Hearing this, Jiang Chuxuan let out a small cry of surprise. "Ah!" Then she said, "I don't have any photos on me. Can I get you one after we get back to the base?" Xu Jingming nodded. "Of course." Jiang Chushuan's gaze fell on his spear. She asked, "The dark cloud gale spear. Are you also from the Madu University of Abilities?" Xu Jingming was a little surprised. "This was a gift from my teacher." "You know this spear?" Jiang Chushuan explained cheerfully. "Yeah, it's too heavy for level 1 and level 2 ability users, but level 3s all use C-rank equipment or higher, so it's pretty well known. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm a second-year, Class 3 student from the Ice Department of the Elemental Academy. Hello, senior," she thought to herself. "I've never heard his name at school. This senior is really low-key." Hearing her call him senior, Xu Jingming thought to himself, "Senior, huh? Makes sense. Normal students at Magic U don't usually reach upper level 2 until their third year. Whatever. Seeing how much she admires me, I shouldn't crush her spirits." He just smiled in response. "Hello, Junior." Jiang Chushuan's admiration grew even stronger. "My senior's power is incredible. This Earth Dragon was only a lower level 3, but it could match a typical upper level 3 vicious beast. I can't believe you killed it in an instant, senior." Xu Jingming was about to leave when Jiang Chushuan quickly asked, "Senior, are you leaving already?" He nodded. "Yeah." Jiang Chushuan looked a bit embarrassed and stammered, Senior, can I tag along with you for a bit? I got separated from my escort team, and I can't handle things alone." "All right, I'll take you to the city ruins, and you can get back on your own from there." Jiang Chushuan's face lit up with joy. "Then thank you so much, senior." On the way, she suddenly remembered something and pointed behind them. "Oh, right. Senior, do you want to check out the Earth Dragon's cave? There might be something good inside, otherwise the Earth Dragon wouldn't have chased me out so desperately." Xu Jingming nodded. "Okay, let's go take a look." As they walked, Jiang Chushuan asked curiously, "Senior, which academy are you from?" Xu Jingming answered concisely, "The Weapons Academy." She continued excitedly, "I know your academy has someone named Yang Zhentian, nicknamed King Yama Yang. They say he's super fierce." Xu Jingming replied calmly, "He's my teacher." Hearing this, Jiang Chushuan instantly froze, her face flushing red with embarrassment. She quickly bowed her head and apologized. I'm so sorry, so sorry. I misspoke." After dealing with the Earth Dragon, Xu Jingming looked back at Jiang Chushuan, a question forming in his mind as beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Isn't Jiang Chushuan's livestream persona supposed to be a cold goddess? In reality, she's a total chatterbox. Jiang Chushuan then led him to a dark cave. As she walked, she said, "Senior, this is the place." Xu Jingming immediately stepped in front, shielding her with his body, his hand gripping the spear tightly. He said seriously, "We don't know if it's dangerous inside. Stay behind me." Jiang Chushuan nodded obediently. Okay, the two of them cautiously entered the cave. Xu Jingming led the way, purple lightning crackling around the tip of his spear, ready for battle, while Jiang Chushuan followed closely behind. As they went deeper, the scene before them left them stunned. It was a vast space with a crystal-clear pool of water and countless strange flowers and plants emitting a soft glow. Jiang Chushuan couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so good." They looked around in amazement, the air filled with a fragrant aroma and pure energy. With his knowledge, Xu Jingming quickly realized the value of this place. B-rank spirit grass, A-rank blazing flame flower, C-rank hypnosis grass. Why are so many rare and exotic plants growing here? Then his gaze fell upon the pool, his voice trembling slightly. This is? He recognized the most precious treasure, his voice filled with astonishment. The essence of the Earth's source, a holy healing medicine for anything below level 4, an S-rank Earth Spirit Spring. Jiang Chushuan was also stunned, turning to ask in disbelief, "Whoa, are you sure?" She gently sat down, plucked a flower, and brought it to her nose, closing her eyes to savor the scent before explaining, "The Earth Spirit Spring nourishes the nearby flora, turning them into rare treasures and imbuing them with the spring's cool, fresh fragrance." She turned back to Xu Jingming with a happy smile and confirmed, "There's no mistake. This is the Earth Spirit Spring. Amazing. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about natural treasures," she added proudly. "I passed the Grade 2 pharmacist certification at school, you know." Xu Jingming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. "So, she's a top student too." "I hear the Grade 2 pharmacist certification is incredibly difficult to pass." Jiang Chushuan laughed cheerfully and made a generous offer. "Haha, you're flattering me, senior. This Earth Spirit Spring can produce at least 5 portions of S-rank healing potions. Senior, you should take all of this Earth Spirit Spring." Xu Jingming shook his head and made a fairer offer. "I'll take 4 parts. You take 1. Also, we'll split the rare plants here 50-50. Hearing this, Jiang Chushuan's face lit up with joy. "Then thank you so much, senior." Just then, Jiang Chushuan's mercenaries appeared at the cave entrance. One of them grumbled, "Captain, there isn't even a single monster in this cave. What good stuff could possibly be in here?" Both Xu Jingming and Jiang Chushuan whipped around, their expressions turning tense. The captain, Captain Wang, walked in, surveyed the area, and said, not necessarily. Judging by the tracks, this must be the lair of a level 3 earth dragon, the lair of a dragon-type beast. There might actually be some good stuff here. When she saw the two, Jiang Chuchuan let out a sigh of relief. Huh? Phew. Captain Wang, it's you guys. You scared me. But Xu Jingming was worried. An elite squad of level 3 ability users. If they find out about this S-rank Earth Spirit Spring, there's going to be trouble. Captain Wang approached with a fake smile. Miss Kung, we were looking all over for you. Fancy meeting you here. Miss Kung, the person next to you isn't the one from before. Jiang Chuxuan quickly explained, this is actually a senior from my school. I ran into him on the way and we just got to talking. Oh, right. The quality of these rare plants isn't bad. Since we all found them, let's share. Captain Wang smiled sinisterly. Is that so? Then thank you very much, Miss Kung. At the same time, one of his subordinates leaned in and whispered in his ear, Captain, something's fishy. That spring in the middle looks a lot like the S-rank healing holy medicine, the Earth Spirit Spring. Hearing this, the eyes of the entire mercenary squad instantly lit up with greed, turning bloodshot. Only one thought remained in their minds, an S-rank natural treasure. Sensing the change, Xu Jingming and Jiang Chuxuan looked at each other, thinking worriedly, crap. The moment S-rank resources were mentioned, the whole atmosphere changed. The smile on Captain Wang's face vanished, replaced by a ferocious expression. He growled, Miss Kuang, it seems you two haven't been entirely honest with us. She calmly took a step forward and said, since you've all figured it out, then the Earth Spirit Spring and all these rare plants are yours. Senior, let's go. Jiang Chuxuan quickly grabbed his arm, whispering worriedly, Senior, Captain Wang's team are all peak level 3 ability users. We can't fight them. Xu Jingming replied with a confident voice. Junior, they're just peak level 3 ability users. I don't think I'm any weaker than them, he continued, his sharp gaze fixed on the mercenaries. Besides, even if we hand over all the treasures, they won't let us leave alive. He turned to look at her as if for confirmation. Right? Captain Wang burst out laughing arrogantly. Haha, this kid talks big, but he's not wrong. He no longer hid his intentions, his voice filled with killing intent. Miss Kyung is a famous streamer. If she goes back and writes some sob story, my team and I probably won't be able to survive in this country anymore. So, it's better to silence you both right here. No choice. I can't drag my senior down. She quickly took out a blood-red pill and brought it to her lips. It was the blood rage pill. The moment the blood rage pill touched her lips, Jiang Chuxuan let out a soft groan. She got into a fighting stance, blue, cold air radiating from her body as tiny ice crystals began to form around her, her eyes filled with determination. The ground beneath the mercenaries' feet began to freeze over as the cold air spread, restricting their movements. Captain Wang sneered, giving a confident order. I'll handle Jiang Chuxuan. Chu Chong, you take care of her little friend first. The rest of you, just guard the cave entrance. The man named Chu Chong, holding a camera, and another man replied in unison, got it. The captain let out a roar as his body began to transform, his face morphing into the head of a ferocious tiger. He growled, Miss Hung, my apologies, but you're going to have to die here today. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a giant tiger man, a class user with a saber-toothed tiger enhancement ability. That freak, Chu Trung, licked his lips sickeningly as he held up a camera. Captain, take it easy on her. Don't kill her right away. A beauty like this? It'd be a real shame to kill her so quickly. We're gonna have some fun with you first, and we'll be sure to record the whole thing. Hearing those disgusting words, Jiang Chuxuan was filled with rage and despair. Asterisk, these animals in human clothing. Am I going to die here today? I can't accept this. And I dragged my senior into it. Asterisk. Suddenly, she realized something and frantically looked around. Wait, where's my senior? For a split second, Captain Wang's pupils shrank, reflecting a black shadow hurtling toward them at terrifying speed. Asterisk, thwump, asterisk. Before Chu Trung could even react, a spear pierced straight through his body. Xu Jingming held the shaft firmly, his expression cold as he let the man gasp out his final words. He glanced at the dead man, his eyes devoid of emotion. Asterisk, so this is the strength of a level 3. Not so impressive after all. Asterisk, Captain Wang was stunned, stammering, so fast. Xu Jingming yanked the spear from the corpse, letting it slump to the ground. Only then did Captain Wang realize his fatal mistake. Chu Trung may have only been a mid-tier level 3, but he wasn't someone just anyone could kill so easily. So you're the real threat here. I completely misjudged you, he roared, swinging his battle axe as he charged at Xu Jingming. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Xu Jingming effortlessly blocked the attack as sparks of purple lightning began to crackle around his body. He could feel his opponent's power. His expression turned serious as a purple-black aura began to envelop his body. Asterisk. In terms of raw attack power, this peak level 3 captain is definitely stronger than me. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Asterisk. The two remaining mercenaries also sensed the terrifying power surging from Xu Jingming, and they were horrified. Asterisk. Boom! Asterisk. A massive surge of energy erupted from Xu Jingming's body. His muscles bulged, ripping his clothes to shreds. He roared, Lei Ji Tai! Jiang Chuxuan covered her mouth, staring in shock as the familiar figure transformed into something terrifying. Senior, she whispered. Captain Wang stumbled back a step, stammering in horror. What kind of monster is that? Before them, Xu Jingming had completely transformed. A pair of demonic horns sprouted from his head, his body now tall and powerfully built, enveloped in arcs of destructive black lightning. He felt the power surging through his veins, a satisfied smile spreading across his demonic face. Asterisk. This feeling, this power, is incredible. Asterisk. Captain Wang tried to hide his fear with a roar. All smoke and mirrors. It's just some special transformation. Asterisk crack. Asterisk Xu Jingming stomped the ground, launching himself forward with a bloodthirsty grin. The saber-toothed tiger scrambled to raise his arms in defense, forming a tough energy shield. It's useless, he yelled confidently. No attack below level 4 can break my armor. Shatter. Asterisk, Xu Jingming's spear slammed into the shield, creating a massive explosion of energy. The defensive shield shattered into a million pieces. Captain Wang let out a blood-curdling scream. Arg! In his demonic form, Xu Jingming looked down on his opponent, his voice dripping with menace. My physical strength just increased 3- or 4-fold. Even if you were made of solid steel, you wouldn't have stood a chance. At that moment, another mercenary seized the opportunity to attack from behind. A giant claw of fire lunging at Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming didn't even bother to turn around. With a single thought, the black lightning surrounding him automatically formed a shield, blocking the attack completely. Asterisk. My control over my ability has reached its peak too. Asterisk, he thought. The fire user screamed in terror. He blocked my flame demon claw. How is that possible? That's a B-class skill, and I've mastered it. What kind of monster is he? In the next instant, Xu Jingming was right in front of him. A single lightning-fast strike sent the man crashing to the ground. As expected of a peak level 3, he said coldly. Still needs a finishing blow. The mercenary on the ground pleaded in terror. Don't kill me. You can have the Earth Spirit Spring. I also have hundreds of millions in savings. It's all yours. But his only answer was Xu Jingming's ice-cold stare. Asterisk. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Asterisk. With a sickening squelch, it was over. Watching from a distance, Jiang Chuxuan was utterly speechless. Asterisk am I dreaming? It costs 60 million just to hire this squad. Their captain was said to be unbeatable by anyone below level 3, and now he's dead. Asterisk. She stared at Xu Jingming's demonic form, an unbelievable thought forming in her mind. Asterisk. This is just insane. Asterisk. Asterisk. I've never heard of any student from our school with a record like this. He's stronger than an A-class user. Could he be S-class? Asterisk Xu Jingming turned to face the last two mercenaries, the smile on his face growing even more sinister. Asterisk. That brutal bloodlust I thought I'd suppressed after leveling up. I can feel it starting to stir again. Now, it's your turn. Asterisk. The last two men trembled, stammering. Monster. Xu Jingming smirked. Monster? Compared to murderous, thieving scum like you, I'd say I'm the more human one here, don't you think? Knowing they were cornered, one of them yelled, Let's go! Use the Bloodridge pills and fight to the death. The two remaining men bit into their hands, preparing to use the forbidden drug. But it was too late. The battle was over in an instant. Xu Jingming stood alone, amidst the corpses. After reverting to his normal form, Xu Jingming panted heavily, leaning against the cave wall as sweat poured down his face. Asterisk. That Lei Ji Tai form is incredible, but the energy drain is insane. I only used it for about 10 minutes, and I'm more exhausted than when I fought that beast for 2 or 3 hours. Asterisk. Seeing his state, Jiang Chuxuan rushed over worriedly. Senior, are you okay? Xu Jingming turned to her, trying to act calm. I'm fine, just a little tired. Let's collect the Earth Spirit Spring and the rare herbs first. We can rest after. They both walked toward the pool of water. Jiang Chuxuan let out a sigh of relief when she saw the spring was still crystal clear, untainted by the battle. Thank goodness. The Earth Spirit Spring wasn't contaminated by the blood. Xu Jingming knelt down and carefully began to fill the glass vials he had prepared with the spring water. After filling the vials, he said with satisfaction, Not bad. We got half a bottle more than I expected. He handed 1.5 vials to Jiang Chuxuan. 1.5 of these are yours. You put in a lot of work during that fight. Jiang Chuxuan was overjoyed and grateful. Thank you, senior, she exclaimed. Suddenly she cried out, Ah, and staggered. Xu Jingming turned in surprise to see her face flushed bright red as her body went limp and she fell toward him. Asterisk, oh no. Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, the side effects of the bloodridge pill are kicking in. Asterisk, she fell into Xu Jingming's arms with a soft oomph. Her entire body was limp, completely devoid of strength. She was panting. Her face beat red. Asterisk, I'm completely powerless. Asterisk, she thought in despair. Asterisk, I can't even use my spiritual energy. I can't even get clothes out of my spatial ring. This is so embarrassing. Asterisk. She peeked at Xu Jingming, her heart in a flutter. Asterisk. What if he gets the wrong idea seeing me like this? What if I leave a bad impression on him? Asterisk. She was so worried she was on the verge of tears. Seeing her condition, Xu Jingming said, "The side effects of the bloodridge pill are severe. I'll help you over there so you can rest." With that, he gently scooped her up into his arms. Being held in his strong arms, Jiang Chushuan's heart began to pound wildly. Asterisk. Thump, thump, thump. Asterisk. She pressed her face against his bare chest. Asterisk. Why is my heart beating so fast? Asterisk. Asterisk. Is it because this is the first time I've ever been this close to a guy? Asterisk. Xu Jingming gently set her down against a large rock. Rest here for a while, he said softly. I'm going to go collect the rest of the rare herbs. He took off his t-shirt and handed it to her. Jiang Chushuan took the shirt and used it to cover herself, a warm feeling spreading through her chest. Asterisk. He's so thoughtful. Asterisk. Her gaze followed his broad, muscular back as he walked away. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming started collecting the loot from the dead mercenaries. He checked one of the spatial rings. Cash, some rare herbs, beast materials, a class skill book. This so-called elite level 3 squad didn't have anything good on them, he muttered to himself. He held 2 spatial rings in his hand, thinking, Asterisk, I hope I can trade these 2 1 cubic meter rings for a single 2 cubic meter one. It's a pain to keep carrying this long spear around. Asterisk. Suddenly, Jiang Chushuan called out weakly, Senior, the Earth Spirit Spring. It can help soothe the weakness caused by the bloodridge pill. Xu Jingming was surprised. Oh, she continued. Senior, could I have a little sip? It doesn't have to be much. Just a small mouthful is fine. Xu Jingming immediately took out a bottle of spring water and carefully brought it to her lips. After drinking, Jiang Chushuan let out a sigh of relief, the color returning to her cheeks. She said cheerfully, I feel much better, but to fully recover, I'm afraid it'll take another 3 or 4 hours. Xu Jingming sat down beside her, took a sip of water, and thought to himself, Asterisk. This is the first I've heard that the side effects of a bloodridge pill can be neutralized. Asterisk. This S-rank Earth Spirit elixir is truly miraculous. He looked at the sky and calculated, it'll be dark in 3 or 4 hours. Let's rest here for the night. It's relatively safe. Hearing this, Jiang Chushuan's face flushed red, her heart pounding. She thought in a panic, Asterisk. Alone with Senior. Just the 2 of us, a guy and a girl, in a dark cave for the night. Asterisk. Seeing her silence, Xu Jingming asked, What do you think? Jiang Chushuan nodded hastily, her voice a whisper, Yes, of course. I'll listen to you, Senior. Night gradually fell, and the forest grew quiet. The next morning, Jiang Chushuan stretched refreshingly. Wow, the air in this forest is so nice. If it weren't for the beasts, I could stay here for a whole month. She glanced at Xu Jingming, meditating nearby, feeling a little flustered. Asterisk, my mind was running wild last night. There's no way Senior is that kind of person, but why do I feel a little disappointed? Asterisk, Xu Jingming opened his eyes, stood up, and said, Let's go. I'll take you to the edge of the forest. Jiang Chushuan was startled and quickly replied, Huh? Oh, okay. The 2 of them started running through the forest at high speed. While running, Xu Jingming suddenly sensed a dangerous presence. He immediately reached out and pushed Jiang Chushuan behind him to protect her. Right after, a giant, blazing fox leaped over their heads. The terrifying heat radiating from it distorted the very air. Xu Jingming realized with horror, Asterisk, this is bad. It's a level 5 blazing flame fox. Asterisk. The giant fox landed with a loud thud and immediately dashed off without paying them any mind. The 2 hid behind a tree. Xu Jingming whispered, Did it not see us? Jiang Chushuan was just as surprised. Senior, look at that beast. Doesn't it look like it's running away from something? Suddenly, Jiang Chushuan felt an even more terrifying killing intent rushing from behind. She jumped in fright as a pack of ash-gray rats with blood-red eyes shot past, their growls echoing through the forest. Jiang Chushuan explained with a horrified expression, These are iron-devouring rats. They're only level 1, but when they swarm, even a level 6 powerhouse would be torn to shreds if they got surrounded. No wonder even a level 5 beast was fleeing. Realizing the danger, Xu Jingming immediately grabbed her hand and shouted, We need to run, now. The 2 of them fled with all their might from the pack of iron-devouring rats chasing close behind. As he ran, Xu Jingming analyzed the situation. Asterisk iron-devouring rats have incredible stamina. They can sprint for 5 or 6 hours without stopping. Can we really escape? Asterisk. The only safe place is the supply base, but that's at least 90 kilometers away. I have to find a way to speed up. He looked at the long spear in his hand and said decisively, "This spear is too heavy. I'll have to ditch it." Jiang Chushuan quickly said, "Senior, my spatial ring is big enough. Put it in here." She held out her hand, and the spatial ring flashed with light. The long spear vanished instantly. Xu Jingming said, "That's much lighter now, but running while holding hands is too slow. It'd be faster if I just carried you." Before she could react, he had already crouched down. Jiang Chushuan cried out in surprise. "Ah!" He lifted her onto his back, smiled, and said, "Let's go." Then he accelerated forward. With astonishing speed, he quickly left the pack of rats behind, crossing through lush green fields. However, when they reached the city ruins, the situation was even worse. He thought, asterisk, even the city ruins are swarming with iron-devouring rats. The worst-case scenario has happened. Asterisk. With his escape route cut off, he gritted his teeth. A familiar black lightning erupted around his body. Asterisk. I have no choice but to risk it all. Asterisk. Lightning embodiment. In his demonic form, he roared to Jiang Chushuan, who was clinging tightly to his back. "Junior, hold on tight. I'm speeding up." She only had time to let out a scream as his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Streams of purple lightning shot out from his body, wiping out the iron-devouring rats in his path. Notifications popped up continuously. Defeated 1 low-tier level 1 iron-devouring rat. +2 ability points. Defeated 1 mid-tier level 1 iron-devouring rat. +3 ability points. Meanwhile, at the primeval base, Wang Yan was receiving a report from his subordinate. An assistant reported with a grave expression, "Director, according to our statistics, the scale of this rat tide is massive. There are at least 300,000 iron-devouring rats. This attack will have a huge impact on the balanced ecosystem of the primeval wilderness. I'm afraid we're facing a downturn that will last for several months." Wang Yan looked at the map, which was covered in danger markers, and said worriedly, "It's a pity for the ability users who went deep into the wilderness. I fear most of them will be devoured." He thought to himself, asterisk, I hope Xu Jingming didn't go too deep into the wilderness. Otherwise, unless his master, Yang Zhentian, personally intervenes, no one can save him. Asterisk. Suddenly, a guard shouted, "Look over there! What is that?" Everyone looked into the distance, where a giant ball of lightning was hurtling toward them. Another person said in terror, "That lightning is terrifying. Could it be a lightning-controlling beast?" Wang Yan immediately ordered, "Don't panic. Immediately conduct a threat assessment on the beast. Squad 1. You are cleared to open fire and intercept." But it was too late. A voice came over the radio. "Target is breaking through toward the base at approximately 80 meters per second. Interception failed!" The ball of lightning crashed directly into the defensive barrier. Purple lightning spread everywhere, clearing all obstacles. The lightning ball finally stopped in front of the base's gate. Jiang Chushuan's screams of "Ha!" still echoed. When the ball of lightning dissipated, Xu Jingming landed on the ground and gently set Jiang Chushuan down. The surrounding soldiers stared at each other in bewilderment. One of them said, "Holy crap, that's a person? I thought it was some kind of lightning beast. I gotta say, that guy's aura is terrifying. Hey, doesn't the person he was carrying look familiar?" Xu Jingming was panting heavily, his bare back drenched in sweat. He said, "We've reached the supply base. We're safe now." Jiang Chushuan held onto his arm, her face filled with relief and gratitude. That journey was absolutely terrifying. Thank goodness I had you, senior." Just then, Wang Yan ran over from a distance, his face showing clear astonishment. "You're student Xu! You actually made it through the rat tide? Do you need any help?" Xu Jingming replied wearily, "I ran for over 40 minutes from the mountain range to get here. I'm a bit tired. Just get me a room to rest." Hearing his answer, Wang Yan was stunned, inwardly horrified. The mountain range. That's over 90 kilometers from here. Even a level 4 ability user probably couldn't have broken through. Yet this Xu Jingming actually did it. He quickly gestured, "I'll arrange a room for you immediately. Someone, come help student Xu." But Jiang Chushuan gently took Xu Jingming's arm and said, "There's no need. I can help him." As the two of them walked away, supporting each other, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but whisper, "Isn't the girl next to him the goddess Kun?" "Yeah, that's her. That kid is so damn lucky." Another one lamented. "What's their relationship? Could it be my goddess? My goddess has been stolen." Afterwards, Xu Jingming fell into a deep sleep. When he slowly opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Jiang Chushuan sitting by his bed. She said happily, "Senior, you're finally awake. You slept for 2 whole days and nights. I was about to make you drink the Earth Spirit Elixir." Xu Jingming sat up, feeling that his body had fully recovered. He asked, "I slept that long?" "Right. What's the situation in the wilderness now?" Jiang Chushuan replied, "The rat tide hasn't receded yet, so the wilderness is still on lockdown. Even when it does recede, there probably won't be any beasts for a while. Xu Jingming nodded. There aren't many days left until the official start of the school year. I guess it's time to head back. Hearing this, Jiang Chuxuan said excitedly, "You're heading back to school, senior? What a coincidence, I was just about to go back too." Xu Jingming smiled. All right then. Jiang Chuxuan suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Senior. She suddenly whipped out a photo. In it, she was wearing some very seductive pajamas, posing alluringly on a bed. This is that signed photo you wanted before. Xu Jingming was stunned. Huh? He scratched his head awkwardly, his face bright red. I asked for the signed photo for my friend. Isn't this one a little inappropriate? Do you have a more normal one? Hearing this, Jiang Chuchuan cried out, Ah, it was for your friend? I totally misunderstood. She covered her face in embarrassment, screaming internally, I'm so gonna die. Jiang Chuxuan was so embarrassed. To think I actually thought my senior was into me. She quickly snatched the photo back and handed him a different one. Here, take this new one. Give the other one back to me. But Xu Jingming held onto the photo tightly and asked hesitantly, This one. I'd like to keep it for myself. Is that okay? Hearing that, Jiang Chuxuan froze. Then she broke into a radiant, knowing smile. Of course you can. He. Xu Jingming quickly stood up, looking for an excuse to leave. I've been asleep for 2 days, so a lot of work has piled up. I need to go take care of it. Oh, right. I also need to book a high-speed rail ticket back. Jiang Chuxuan crossed her arms and said confidently, No need for the high-speed rail. I drove here. You can just catch a ride back with me, senior. Soon enough, the two were sitting in a yellow convertible supercar, speeding down the road. Xu Jingming couldn't help but marvel. Big shot TikTokers are really on another level. She even has a global limited edition sports car worth tens of millions. This is my first time experiencing a self-driving car like this. Jiang Chuxuan smiled and explained, Hehe, even though it only has a level 5 AI, making it self-driving is still pretty simple. The car stopped in front of the gates of the Madu Esper University. The two of them got out of the car. Xu Jingming carried a long spear on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuxuan had changed into a sporty, casual outfit. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Whoa, that guy is so handsome, tall and straight, and he's got this dangerous vibe. So cool. Too bad. Looks like he already has a girlfriend, and she's gorgeous too. Xu Jingming stretched, feeling refreshed. Finally back. This past month and a half, my strength has really changed. He turned and asked her, Which district is your dorm in? I'm in District 3, Jiang Chuxuan replied. I'm in District 2, so let's part ways here. Xu Jingming nodded. If you need my help with anything in the future, just let me know. She smiled back. Okay, I'll be sure to bother you if the chance comes. Just as he turned to leave, Jiang Chuxuan suddenly stood on her tiptoes and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Xu Jingming instantly froze solid, his face flushing bright red. She smiled and said, Consider this a small token of gratitude for saving my life. With that, she turned and walked away gracefully, waving goodbye. Senior, see you next time then. Xu Jingming stood there dumbfounded, touching his cheek, her words still echoing in his mind. I think I just got forcibly kissed. Meanwhile, in her room, Jiang Chuxuan sat in front of her computer, thinking to herself, someone as strong as him can't be a nobody. Let me look up his information. She started searching, muttering to herself, record-breaking freshman, strongest first year. Strange. Why are all the topics about freshmen? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Found it. Here's my senior's detailed profile. After reading the information, her face flushed red with a mix of shame and anger. Xu Jingming. Turns out he's a freshman, a high-rank level 2 freshman, and I kept calling him senior. That damn liar. Just wait till I see you again. I'll show you. That little junior. Meanwhile, in his dorm, Xu Jingming was taking stock of his spoils, the blazing flower and the terror wolf parts. I have enough of these for the mission now. The 2 spatial rings and the bank card have over 25 million. He opened his status panel to check it. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, high rank level 2. Esper ability, S rank extinguishing divine thunder. Esper points, 3,712. He thought with satisfaction. It's a shame I ran into that rat tide. Otherwise, I could have harvested even more Esper points. But over 3,700 points should be enough to learn 2 S-rank combat skills, right? Suddenly, the door opened, and his roommate, Liu Wenhan, walked in. Brother Ming, you're finally back! You left without saying a word. We heard a rat tide broke out in the wilderness zone. We were all worried about you. Xu Jingming replied. A rat tide did break out, but the army already handled it. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Xu Jingming, this aura, he shouted in astonishment. Holy crap, Brother Ming, you broke through to level 2. Xu Jingming sat down calmly and said, high rank level 2, to be precise. Liu Wenhan jumped up. Whoa! You faced a few life or death situations and had some decent luck. Not only did you escape, but you even broke through. Liu Wenhan looked at him with admiration. As expected of Brother Ming, you can't be measured by common sense. Can life or death crises really boost your strength that fast? It makes me want to go give it a try too. Xu Jingming quickly stopped him. Don't. I'm a special case. The wilderness zone is extremely dangerous. If you want to go, you should wait until you're at least level 2. Liu Wenhan chuckled. I was just saying, I'm not going to the wilderness zone at my current stage. Oh, right, while you were gone, Song Chuyun came looking for you a few times. You should contact her when you have a moment. Xu Jingming replied, Oh, I'll contact her after I finish up what I'm doing. He took out a photo and handed it to Liu Wenhan. Right, I brought you back a gift from the wilderness zone. When he saw the photo, Liu Wenhan's eyes immediately turned into hearts, and he started drooling. He screamed with delight, Jiang! A signed photo of the goddess Jiang. Ah! Afterward, Xu Jingming went to the school's combat skills library, an ancient and solemn place. He sat at a table, thinking with satisfaction, I earned 871 credits from 4 missions. Doing missions is a really fast way to earn credits. He commanded the system, filter out all S-rank lightning element combat skills for me. Virtual screens immediately appeared before him, displaying information about the skills. S-rank Thunderclap Seal marks a target with a seal condensed from lightning Esper energy, dealing massive lightning damage. Note, this skill can only be learned by those with a C-rank or higher lightning Esper ability, at level 2 or above. S-rank Rushing Thunder Fist maximizes the user's lightning Esper energy, concentrating it into their fist before striking. Note, this skill requires a B-rank or higher Esper ability, and can be learned by Espers at level 3 or above. S-rank Lightning Prison Boundary forms an unbreakable lightning barrier around the enemy, while continuously striking them with thunderbolts inside the barrier. Note, this skill can only be learned by those with a B-rank or higher lightning Esper ability, at level 3 or above. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, a top-tier institution like Madu Esper University, and yet it only has just over 20 S-rank lightning combat skills. Still, S-rank skills will affect my future combat power, so I have to choose carefully. Countless virtual screens scrolled past his eyes, displaying different options. Finally, he pointed to the last 2 options. S-rank Heavenly Thunder Art uses one's own lightning to activate natural lightning, summoning thunderbolts in a designated direction. Note, can be practiced by those at level 2 or above. Its power is enhanced for users with an A-rank Esper ability. S-rank Prison Thunderlock uses one's own Esper ability to weave lightning in a specific pattern, forming a defensive shield around the body. Note, can be practiced by those at level 2 or above with an A-rank Esper ability. It's decided then, these 2. One is geared towards long-range attacks, and the other is for a comprehensive offense and defense. He smirked confidently. Magic techniques and close combat. Other people can probably only focus on one path, but I've got a cheat system, so why should I care about that? I'll take them all. He began to study the Heavenly Thunder Art in more depth, his expression turning serious. This Heavenly Thunder Art is the sole prerequisite for Madu's SSS rank lightning skill, Myriad Prison's Heavenly Thunder Guidance. As expected, it's incredibly profound, even more profound than the S-rank Thunder Marrow Immortal Body. The more he read, the more his head hurt. Why is this combat skill so complicated? This feels even more painful than when I was a PhD student in my past life, having to read foreign technical papers. 6 hours later, Xu Jingming finally put the book down, letting out a tired breath. Phew, I finally have a basic understanding of it. Now, I'll leave the rest to the system. He tapped lightly on the table, and a blue light enveloped him. He commanded, System, add the points for me. Purple lightning bolts immediately erupted around him as energy surged violently. Damn it, upgrading an S-rank combat skill to the elementary level actually costs 1,600 ability points. The points I worked so hard to accumulate in the wilderness zone are really only enough to learn 2 skills. A mechanical voice rang out. Little master, it is now 1 in the morning. Please be mindful of managing your time. Additionally, a reminder that using abilities is prohibited in the library. Xu Jingming replied, All right, it's already so late. Learning the Thunder Prison Lock will probably take more time. I'll come back next time. On a school sports field, Song Shuyun was jogging under the moonlight. She thought to herself, For over a month, I've been training late into the night every single day. Even I'm amazed by my own diligence. When Xu Jingming gets back, I have to challenge him, to show him that I'm the true #1 freshman. Suddenly, a giant, dark shadow swept across the night sky. She looked up and was horrified to see a white-ringed, black-feathered eagle. She immediately became alert and analyzed the situation. It's using its speed and camouflage to hunt in the city. Judging by its speed, it's about level 3, not easy to deal with. Unexpectedly, a clap of thunder echoed in the clear, cloudless sky. Rumble! She was surprised. Why is there thunder in the sky? There aren't any clouds. A giant purple ball of lightning appeared in midair, shooting straight towards the eagle. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, scattering feathers and fresh blood everywhere. The white-ringed black-feathered eagle was completely annihilated. Song Shuyun stared, stunned, at the scene before her as remnant bolts of lightning flashed across the sky. She thought. To think it directly annihilated the white-ringed black-feathered eagle, which high-rank lightning-type ability user was that? Judging by the distance, the person who did it is on school grounds. In a small forest on campus, Xu Jingming stood amidst the lingering currents of electricity. Song Shuyun continued to speculate. I wonder if it was a senior student or a professor. He crossed his arms, feeling the power he had just unleashed, and a smirk appeared on his face, extremely satisfied. Just one test shot and it's already this powerful. The S-rank skill, Heavenly Thunder Art, is truly world-shaking. A notification appeared in his mind. Defeated a mid-level 3 white-ringed black-feathered eagle. Ability points plus 34. He thought to himself, Heavenly Thunder Art is even stronger than I thought. It actually annihilated the beast directly. More importantly, its casting range is nearly 1,000 meters. A figure approached from the distance. Xu Jingming turned to look at the person and said with a smile, Isn't this the famous freshman, Xu Jingming? A little interesting. The next day at the cafeteria, Liu Wentao saw that Xu Jingming was already preparing to leave and asked, Brother Ming, heading out so early? Xu Jingming replied, The freshman tournament is just a few days away. I'm heading to the combat skills library again. In the cafeteria, Liu Wentao watched his friends retreating back, mumbling with a determined look on his face as he picked at his food. He just got back from the wilderness zone and he's already working this hard. He's not human. No way. After breakfast, I have to go train too. As Xu Jingming was walking across campus, a familiar voice called out loudly from behind him. Classmate Xu. He turned and saw Song Shuyun waving happily. She said, That's great. You made it back safely from the wilderness zone. He looked at her sportswear and asked, a little surprised, Classmate Song, dressed like that, are you getting ready to? Song Shuyun stepped closer, looking straight into Xu Jingming's eyes with a challenging gaze. Classmate Xu, you still remember your promise to have a match with me, right? She emphasized. A match? Xu Jingming asked calmly. Are you sure you want to have a match with me? Song Shuyun put her hands on her hips and replied confidently. What's wrong? I'm the top student from Sichuan province, you know. Don't underestimate me. Xu Jingming nodded. All right, I get it. We'll find some time later for a match. But Song Shuyun had already grabbed his hand and started pulling him along, saying eagerly, Why later? Let's go now. We can go straight to the training room on the second floor of your dorm. Being dragged away so suddenly, Xu Jingming thought to himself, She's really a decisive girl. Just what you'd expect from someone from Sichuan. But is a match with me really something to look forward to that much? Meanwhile, Song Shuyun turned back to look at him, her eyes shining with confidence and anticipation. She thought with a proud expression on her face. I wonder what kind of face Xu Jingming will make when he sees I've broken through to stage 2. Soon, they both arrived at the training room. Song Shuyun gave a provocative smile, interlocking her hands and cracking her knuckles. Classmate Xu, I hope you don't lose too badly later. Xu Jingming looked at her and said calmly, You can't beat me without using a weapon. Song Shuyun replied confidently as light energy began to gather in her hand. A weapon? Of course I have one. She raised her hand, and a brilliant white light began to condense, forming a vortex of energy. From within that light, a Fangtian Huaji gradually materialized, which she grasped firmly in her hand. Song Shuyun spun skillfully, the halberd in her hand drawing a powerful arc through the air, her posture incredibly majestic. Xu Jingming was slightly surprised. A Fangtian Huaji, a girl using such a rare weapon. Song Shuyun pointed the tip of her halberd at him, declaring with great vigor, Classmate Xu, get ready. This time, I'm going to defeat you completely. Xu Jingming simply replied calmly, All right. In the spectator seats, Liu Wentao and the female friend who came with Song Shuyun were watching. Liu Wentao excitedly declared, Brother Ming's got this in the bag, while the other girl covered her mouth and called Shuyun's name worriedly. Sensing Song Shuyun's aura, Xu Jingming smirked as purple currents of electricity began to flow from his body. Low rank stage 2. So you've broken through. No wonder you're so confident about beating me. But I haven't exactly been standing still either. Song Shuyun's friend was utterly shocked as she felt the pressure from Xu Jingming, stammering, High rank stage 2. How is that possible? Beside her, Liu Wentao laughed gleefully. Heh, I told you. Your Shuyun is no match for our brother Ming. Song Shuyun was also stunned, and sweat began to bead on her forehead. High rank stage 2. I was planning to overwhelm him with my rank, but I'm the one being overwhelmed instead. She gritted her teeth and thought, We're both provincial top students, so how can your leveling speed be so much faster? Xu Jingming asked calmly, So, still want to continue? Though shocked, Song Shuyun refused to give up. She bit her lip and replied, Of course, we're continuing, but don't go too hard on me. Xu Jingming smiled, showing his approval. Worthy of the top student from Sichuan. You know when to yield and when to stand firm. Don't worry, I won't attack first. You can make the first move. Song Shuyun took a deep breath, her gaze sharpening. She raised the Fangtian Huaji high, and the light energy erupted violently. Classmate Xu, then don't you regret this. Light of the dawn. Xu Jingming observed the brilliant flow of energy and thought, so this is the A-rank light type ability. Light of the dawn? It's a natural ability, same as lightning. I wonder how powerful it is. Song Shuyun shouted, ha! She lunged forward, the halberd enveloped in brilliant light, chopping straight down at Xu Jingming. He remarked, a weapon enhancement type skill? First time seeing one. The halberd, radiating intense light and heat, flew towards Xu Jingming like a small sun. This move was called the Light Flame Slash. Xu Jingming stood his ground, the purple lightning around him growing more intense, forming a suit of lightning armor. He raised his long spear, and instead of dodging, he met Song Shuyun's attack head-on. Clang! A piercing clash rang out as the flaming halberd was easily blocked by Xu Jingming's long spear. He commented, using a light-type ability to generate flames. Not a bad skill. Too bad it's a bit weak. From the sidelines, Liu Wentao shouted excitedly. Nice! He continued to comment. I don't know how many people Song Shuyun defeated in Sichuan with that skill, but to think Brother Ming blocked it so easily. Unwilling to accept defeat, Song Shuyun gritted her teeth and regained her stance, her eyes blazing with a fierce fighting spirit. She shouted, here I come! She poured all her strength into her ultimate technique, the Bright Gale Slash, creating countless halberd strikes that rained down on her opponent like a hurricane. Xu Jingming effortlessly parried the blows, shaking his head and commenting, nope, the skill's speed is too slow, and it lacks power. You still need a lot more practice. The more she fought, the more horrified she became. Drenched in sweat, her face showed clear bewilderment as she realized all of her attacks were being completely stopped. Exhausted, she panted heavily. Phew, I'm dead tired. I'm done fighting. I used an A-rank skill with 100 strikes, and you broke through it without even using a skill of your own, she asked suspiciously. Your spear mastery. It's not just at the advanced level, is it? Xu Jingming smiled. You guessed right. My spear technique is at the master level. Hearing this, Song Qiuyun's eyes went wide. She exclaimed in shock. Master-level spear technique? How old even are you? It took me 10 years just to reach the advanced level. You're a monster. She bowed her head, completely convinced. I give up. I can't beat you. An S-rank ability on top of that kind of insane talent. Who could possibly beat you? Xu Jingming withdrew his spear, raising an eyebrow as he made a suggestion. You're not going to try your other battle skills? Song Qiuyun shook her head and smiled. Your spiritual power level is higher than mine. It'd be useless for me to use magic. Thanks for the training session. Let me treat you to lunch today. What do you say? Xu Jingming replied cheerfully. Sure. Song Qiuyun turned to her friend. All right, let's meet up at noon then. Haha, let's go, her friend thought to herself. Asterisk, what a shame. It looks like student Xu is still a cut above. Asterisk. As soon as they left, Liu Wentao ran over, full of praise. Mingge, you're a beast! I knew it! You're definitely the strongest one among all the provincial top scorers. Xu Jingming replied humbly. It was all right. Song Qiuyun's strength isn't that overwhelming, but she does level up very quickly. Liu Wentao thought to himself, asterisk Song Qiuyun isn't strong? Only Mingge would think that. Asterisk. Then he leaned in and whispered, you don't know, do you? She's the great-granddaughter of Song Dao Yuan, the S-rank, 8th stage, light element grandmaster. You know, the one from our history textbooks. Xu Jingming froze as he recalled. That powerhouse from 80 years ago? I remember there was a whole chapter dedicated to him in one of the specialized books. Liu Wentao continued to explain, in Sichuan province, everyone knows about the S-rank ability Grandmaster Song Daoyuan, and Song Qiuyun is his favorite, so of course she'd level up fast. It dawned on Xu Jingming. No wonder she was able to buy all that stuff last time, and even has a storage ring that can hold a 2-meter-long Sky Piercer halberd, so she has that kind of backing. Now that he understood, Xu Jingming waved goodbye. All right, I've got to get back to my martial arts classes. Outside the academy building, under the deep blue sky, time passed quietly. In the training room, Xu Jingming activated his lightning and turned, commenting with satisfaction. Condensing the netherworld, thunder armor uses 1/5 of my energy and lasts for half an hour. Not only does it reduce impact force by up to 90%, but it also automatically counters, basically like a Thorns effect armor. Not bad, not bad. 4 hours later, according to the system notification, Xu Jingming looked at his status panel and then at his own hand. Let's see how many ability points I have left for the Netherworld Thunder Armor after adding points. He pondered his upcoming plans. I have over 700 ability points left. When I get the chance, I'll go to the wilderness area near Yangcheng to farm for more. Leaving the training room, Xu Jingming walked under the afternoon sun with a determined gaze, telling himself, from now on, I'm going all out to prepare for the freshman grand tournament. Time flew by, and soon it was October 1st, the day of the freshman grand tournament. On the way to the arena, Xu Jingming remarked, "Your weapons aren't exactly what you'd expect from typical girls, huh?" His friend with the glasses, holding a set of sharp claws, replied, "Haven't you heard? The weirder your style, the faster you win. My goal this time is to make the top 50 in the freshman grand tournament." Walking beside them, Song Tuyun enthusiastically shared her own goal. "My goal is a little higher than Xiao Xuan's. I want to take second place in the freshman grand tournament." Xu Jingming turned to her in surprise. "Second place? What's this? You don't want to fight me again?" Song Tuyun shrugged, replying pragmatically, "I can't beat you anyway, so why make things hard for myself?" Then her tone turned serious as she warned, "But Li Chengji, the top scorer from Qinghai, has also reached the second stage. And let me tell you, that guy is incredibly arrogant." A competitive glint appeared in her eyes. "I'd actually like to see just how strong he really is." Just then, her friend pointed ahead and cheered, "Look! We're here!" That's the grand tournament hall. In the stands of arena number 3, a girl with short hair asked her friend in surprise, Xuan, I didn't think you'd be interested in the freshman grand tournament. I thought you didn't like watching these kinds of competitions." Xuan smiled mysteriously. "That's because someone I'm keeping an eye on is participating." Her friend's curiosity was piqued. "Someone you're watching? Is it a guy or a girl? Where are they?" Xuan's eyes lit up as she looked down at the arena. "A guy. And he's here." Stepping inside, Xu Jingming was overwhelmed by the scale of the arena. "This fighting ring is ridiculously huge. Damn, I know there are a lot of schools, but isn't this a bit of a waste?" Looking at the noisy sea of people in the stands, he suddenly remembered the reason. "I heard my teacher mention it before. The freshman grand tournament will have a 100-person battle royale, so it's normal for the ring to be a bit bigger." Xu Jingming cracked his knuckles, purple electricity crackling around him with excitement. 100-person battle royale, huh? This freshman grand tournament is starting to sound interesting. Liu Wentao suddenly pointed to the stands and yelled, "Holy crap, you guys, look! Why are so many big shots from the school clubs here?" Even the presidents of the top 2 clubs, Ashen and Fallen Star, are here in person. This lineup, they can't all be here for you, can they, Xu Ge? Xu Jingming turned, looking confused. "Clubs? Our Ability University has club activities?" Liu Wentao immediately explained. "Of course we do. But the clubs at our Magic City University aren't like the esports or Go clubs you'd find at a normal school. You could call them battle teams formed by ability users." He continued excitedly, listing the benefits. "They usually organize trips to the wilderness to hunt beasts together, and they even distribute cultivation resources every month. After graduation, you can even get a direct transfer to their parent guild and officially become a guild member." Suddenly, remembering something, Liu Wentao put a hand to his forehead and looked around. "Oh, right. Your senior Liu Ming is the vice president of the Ashen Club. That's weird. Today's the perfect day for you to show off. So why isn't he here?" Xu Jingming grew pensive, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Senior Liu? Ever since I got back to school, I haven't been able to contact not just Senior Liu, but my master either. I heard they went somewhere to the southwest. I just hope they're safe." In a corner of the hallway, a club member respectfully greeted a man who had just arrived. "President, I heard the situation in the southwest is tense. It must have been difficult for you to return to school with everything you have going on." The subordinate continued, "But you can just leave the new member recruitment to us. There's no need for you to personally oversee it." But Wei Hei, the president of the Ashen Club, cut him off coldly. "No, the others don't matter. I only came back for one reason, to recruit Liu Ming's junior, Xu Jingming, no matter the cost." Standing in the stands, he glanced across to the other side with a puzzled look. "I just don't get why Wu Yuan from the Fallen Star Club is here too." On the opposite side of the stands, a sharp-eyed, black-haired young man stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that his target is also Xu Jingming? This was Wu Yuan, the president of the Fallen Star Club. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in a commotion. A student pointed upwards and shouted, "Look! The deans of the academies are about to enter the arena. It's probably about to start." Instantly, the space above the ring warped. A brilliant beam of light shone down from above, and with a sound like tearing wind, a magnificent structure resembling a space elevator slowly descended. The freshmen below stared at the fantastical sight, buzzing with admiration. "Is that a spatial ability? That's got to be incredibly powerful. I wonder which big shot from the school it is." The door of light opened, and a pair of elegant, high-heeled shoes stepped out, creating a booming sound that shook the space and drew everyone's gaze. Stepping out from the halo was a stunningly beautiful woman with long black hair, dressed in an authoritative peach-colored outfit. Her aura overwhelmed the entire stadium, leaving everyone breathless. Song Tuyun leaned over to whisper in Xu Jingming's ear, "She's the vice principal who oversees the battle skills library." Xu Jingming exclaimed in surprise. "The vice principal is so young," she continued. "Ability users have powerful physiques, so they age slower. But she's probably not over 40. The woman smiled, her voice echoing as she spoke. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ling Chang, and I am one of the school's 3 vice principals. I am normally in charge of overseeing the battle skills library. Since the principal isn't on campus, and the other 2 vice principals have important matters to attend to, I will be the one leading this year's freshman opening ceremony. She spread her arms to welcome everyone. First of all, welcome to Madu Ability University. This year's freshman class has a total of 1,024 students, including 6 provincial top scorers. There are 56 A-rank ability users, 832 B-rank, and 135 C and D-rank users. Suddenly, her gaze turned sharp and meaningful as she glanced toward the crowd. On the other hand, there is also one extremely rare case, an S-rank ability user. Hearing the vice principal mention an S-rank ability, Xu Jingming and his friends below all listened intently, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. Ling Chang continued to explain the rules to help you all grow stronger. Every academic year, the school will allocate resources based on your evaluations, from D to S, for a total of 5 levels. Looking at the distribution chart displayed in the air, a freshman thought with concern. The evaluation system, the credit system, the power rankings, the mission system, the competition at Madu University is insane. As if guessing the students' thoughts, Ling Shuang's gaze turned ice cold. She retorted, "Fair? When did I ever say Madu University was fair?" Her voice was steely, conveying the school's brutal philosophy. What we at Madu University want to cultivate are top-tier powerhouses. The birth of a powerhouse must go through harsh competition. You must fight and seize what you want. The entire hall fell into a stunned silence. Ling Chang's overwhelming presence made all the freshmen, including the geniuses, shudder. Contrary to everyone else's anxiety, Xu Jingming smiled confidently, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. A competitive system like this. It seems I've come to the right place at Madu Ability University. Ling Chang controlled a drone, hovering over her hand, and reminded them. In short, at our school, you'd best not even think about hiding your true strength. The stronger you are, the more resources you get. Next, I will focus on introducing the Freshman Grand Tournament. She pointed to a virtual model simulating the match. This year's Freshman Grand Tournament is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a 100-person grand melee. Eva will tally the number of enemies each person defeats. The top 5 from each round will advance to the second stage, for a total of 10 rounds. Finally, the list of rewards appeared, making everyone's mouth water. Here are the rewards. First place, a spatial ring with 10 cubic meters of storage, 1 portion of A-rank cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. Second place, 1 A-rank combat suit, 1 portion of B-rank cultivation resources, and 900 credits. Third place, 1 B-rank combat suit, 1 portion of B-rank cultivation resources, and 800 credits. I won't list the rewards for the other ranks. Hearing about the first place prize, the crowd of freshmen buzzed with discussion about the 10 cubic meter spatial ring. How much would that sell for? Another person immediately replied, "You probably can't even buy something like that with money, right?" A privilege level chart appeared on the large screen. Ling Chang explained. Furthermore, the Freshman Grand Tournament will determine your evaluation. The top 50 will receive A-rank privileges. The top 50 to 200, B-rank privileges. The top 200 to 500, C-rank privileges. S-rank privileges are reviewed by the school on a case-by-case basis. After saying what was necessary, Ling Chang shot up into the air and turned to the man beside her. "All right, that's all I have to say. Dean Sun, it's all yours now." The man nodded in response. "All right." A woman with braided hair stepped forward and announced loudly, "I declare the Freshman Grand Tournament officially open." She added a reminder. Students with outstanding performances will be taken on as direct disciples by the teachers. You must all do your best. The freshman walked off, brimming with fighting spirit, silently resolving, "Looks like I'll have to go all out this time. I hope a teacher notices me. That's right, if I get chosen by a dean, I'll soar to the heavens in 1 step." The system began to operate, and a voice boomed from the speakers. The first stage has a total of 10 rounds of matches. We will now draw the students for the first round. The students selected by Eva, please come to the stage. Among the crowd walking up, Liu Wentao suddenly spotted a familiar face and exclaimed, "Ah, that bastard Li Chengji is also in the first round." Li Chengji turned his head, flashed a savage smirk, and raised his hand to his neck, making a provocative throat-slitting gesture towards Xu Jingming's group. Seeing this, Song Chu-yun frowned and warned, "Xu Jingming, he's provoking you." Her friend with glasses was also indignant. "He's unbelievably arrogant. He's asking for a beating." Standing behind them, Liu Wentao covered his mouth and snickered to himself. Pity his opponents. Nice one. Of all the people to provoke, he had to pick the one person you absolutely can't mess with. And now, he's even pissed off the second person you can't mess with. I just hope he doesn't get beaten too badly. Immediately after the command, beams of blue light shot down from above, teleporting a batch of students into their combat positions in the vast arena. Vice Principal Ling Chang loudly reassured them, "You don't need to worry about fatalities. Once a life-threatening danger appears, Eva will automatically create a protective barrier. You also don't need to worry about injuries. As long as you don't get your head chopped off, you can be healed. Begin. The tension was at its peak as the countdown timer echoed. 3, 2, 1, begin. This signaled the official start of the melee, and the entire arena instantly turned into a cauldron of fire with the loud clang of clashing weapons. The ability users charged at each other, unleashing a chaotic flurry of techniques. In the stands, the audience stared wide-eyed, buzzing with astonishment. Who's that guy with the saber? He's actually broken through to the second stage. I think that's Qinghai's provincial top scorer, Li Chengji. His strength is on another level. In the middle of the encirclement, Li Chengji swung his saber in a brutal slash and sneered with contempt. A bunch of amateurs. The results were quickly announced. First round, first place, Li Chengzi, with 36 people defeated, an overwhelming number. He stood proudly, looking towards his rival, taunting him in his mind. Xu Jingming, you're the S-rank ability user. I wonder if your results in the first stage can surpass mine? Witnessing this, Xu Jingming and his friends could only shake their heads in exasperation. This guy is a lost cause. I've seen people looking for death, but I've never seen someone look for it so thoroughly. In the VIP area, a subordinate asked for dorm head Yun Xing's opinion. Dorm head, Li Chengzi, has broken through to the second stage. Should we list him as our #1 target? But he coldly dismissed the idea. No need. The #1 target is still Xu Jingming. Dorm head, do you have some inside information? The dorm head stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze profound as he replied, It's not exactly inside information. I saw it with my own 2 eyes that day. The conversation was cut short when a surveillance robot flew over, its announcement echoing throughout the arena, now drawing members for the second round of competition. Please come to the stage. Hearing his name, Xu Jingming confidently stepped out of the line, a smirk playing on his lips. My luck's not bad. It's my turn in the second round. Liu Wentao, standing behind him, clenched his fists and shouted with gusto to cheer him on. Go for it, Brother Ming. Show that bastard Li Chengji what you're made of. Xu Jingming didn't turn back, simply raising his hand in a gesture. Got it. However, in stark contrast to that excitement, the unlucky contestants who were grouped with him went as white as a sheet. One of them exclaimed in horror, Shit! It's Xu Jingming! The person next to him also trembled and lamented, How could we be so unlucky to be put in the same round as him? Another guy completely gave up. Well, this is it. We can only fight for the remaining 4 spots. Stepping onto the fighting stage, Xu Jingming held a long spear, his sharp eyes scanning the people trying to back away to the edge of the stage to keep their distance. He sneered inwardly, You think you'll be fine just by standing far away? Naive. On the observation deck for the leadership, the judges began to take notice of this outstanding young man. A professor turned to his colleague and asked, Is that the disciple that Dean Yang just took in a while ago? The female professor next to him nodded in confirmation. That's right, it's him, an S-rank lightning ability user. His aura seems pretty good, very sharp. I wonder how he'll perform. Xu Jingming is already at the second stage? Wasn't he just a newly awakened user when he enrolled? The black-haired female professor couldn't hide the shock on her face either. She remarked thoughtfully, Indeed, it's only been a little over a month. This leveling speed is terrifying. That old fox Yang didn't say a word about such major news. He's really good at keeping secrets. Just as the teacher's astonishment had yet to subside, the EVA system's countdown finished. 3, 2, 1, begin. Model. Instantly, a loud explosion rang out as lightning energy erupted from Xu Jingming, shaking the entire arena. At the center of the storm, Xu Jingming brandished his long spear, creating a brilliant, violet vortex of lightning. The sound of the spear tearing through the air whistled sharply. A thrilled grin spread across his face as he felt the warrior's blood boiling in his veins. As I thought, compared to slaughtering beasts, I still prefer fighting humans. The terrifying pressure radiating from him made his opponents cry out in fear. What a terrifying aura! One person stammered, Wait, this is the aura of a high tier 2 user. Amidst the lightning, Xu Jingming stood tall, forcing everyone to realize the truth. Xu Jingming, he's actually a high tier 2 ability user. The opponent's morale collapsed, and they all screamed in despair. Damn it, a high tier 2. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Am I even in the freshman tournament? We're all freshmen, so how are you a whole major tier above me? In the stands, a subordinate from the Fallen Star Society turned and asked, President, you knew all along, didn't you? The president replied calmly, You could say that. Now you see Xu Jingming's potential, don't you? A platinum-haired girl watched the screen with amusement and laughed. As expected of you, senior. No. Wait. I should call you junior. Then she mumbled, daring to fool me for so long. No, I'm definitely going to find him later and settle the score properly. Li Thua Chi's face went pale, drenched in a cold sweat of fear. A high tier 2. Damn it. I was planning to crush him, to stomp on his S-rank title and make a name for myself throughout the whole school. He gritted his teeth. Looks like it's all over now. Nearby, the mysterious black-haired man chuckled sinisterly. Ah, with him here. Heh. Xu Jingming. Oh, Xu Jingming. In any other round, you'd be guaranteed to win. But of all the luck, that guy just had to be in the second round too. Let's see what you do now. On the arena floor, someone rallied the crowd. Everyone, Xu Jingming is a high tier 2 and has an S-rank ability. No one can beat him alone. Why don't we all team up and eliminate Xu Jingming first? The desperate crowd immediately responded. He's got a point. That's right, that's the best strategy. I agree. Xu Jingming narrowed his eyes at the ringleader, noticing something unusual. His voice carried a strong, bewitching power. He's a mental type ability user. The ringleader smirked, releasing a mental shockwave as he announced loudly, "There are a total of 103 of us here. Minus Xu Jingming. That's 102 against 1. We'll wear him down to death." Then he introduced himself confidently. "My name is Thach Liu, an A-rank mental type ability user. I guarantee that if you listen to me, we can absolutely win." The chance to defeat an S-rank ability user doesn't come often. Agitated by his persuasive words, the students' eyes turned bloodshot as they surged forward with renewed vigor. If we don't fight, we're definitely eliminated. If we fight, we still have a chance. Screw it, I'm all in. This might be the only chance in my entire life to defeat an S rank. I'm in too. Then he turned to the leader. Thach Liu, tell us, what do we do? Observing the rapidly changing situation below, the teachers on the high platform were impressed. Ah, this Thach Liu has some skill, actually managing to unite the freshmen, but they were also worried about the outcome. This is going to be troublesome for Xu Jingming. I'm afraid he's about to screw this up. Another person recognized him. I remember Thach Liu is Dean Long's student. He's impressive, indeed. Hearing the praise, the dean of the Tactics Academy, Long Ka, smiled smugly and explained, "It's only because Xu Jingming is too strong that everyone shares a common enemy. Little Liu here just got lucky. You can't consider it real strength." The female professor beside him teased gently. "Luck is a part of strength too, but Xu Jingming is in deep trouble this time." She added meaningfully, "An S-rank ability user. If he can't even pass the first stage of the freshman tournament, that would be a pretty big joke." Facing the encirclement of over 100 people seething with killing intent, Xu Jingming remained silent, his eyes as cold as ice, while violet lightning crackled madly around his body. Seeing his opponent's silence, Thach Liu pointed tauntingly. "Xu Jingming, if you had dealt with me before I finished my second sentence, you might have been able to break this situation. But now, everyone is following my command. You have no chance left. It's 1 against 102. How do you plan on turning the tables?" Suddenly, Xu Jingming smiled. A violent surge of purple energy erupted from his hand as he retorted arrogantly, "Turn the tables? What makes you think I'm the one at a disadvantage?" Sensing the danger, Thach Liu didn't hesitate any longer. He roared his command to the entire army. "Melee-type ability users, charge! Ranged-type ability users, unleash your attacks directly. Support types, apply your buffs." The entire arena shook as a barrage of colorful skills flew towards Xu Jingming. The crowd roared madly, charging in like moths to a flame. The chance to defeat an S-rank is here. "Haha, charge, charge, kill him!" Hiding securely behind a sturdy rock wall, Thach Liu stubbornly continued to shout provocations. "Xu Jingming, I advise you not to even think about dealing with me. Just handle the enemies around you first." Xu Jingming just gave a faint smile, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. He replied arrogantly, "There are a lot of you, but against me it doesn't really matter." As he finished speaking, he swung his spear, summoning a colossal pillar of violet lightning from the sky that crashed down, shattering the enemy formation. The ground instantly cracked under the destructive power of the lightning, sending debris flying everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. The immense pressure from the blast sent dozens of students and their weapons flying into the air, and the 100-man alliance was shattered in an instant. On the scorched ground, arcs of violet electricity continued to course through the bodies lying everywhere, hissing menacingly. Witnessing that overwhelming power, the faces of those still conscious were drained of all color. They collapsed to the ground, screaming in despair, "It's gonna blow! It's over! We're all going to die!" But Xu Jingming wasn't done. The energy from his annihilating god thunder erupted even more violently from the epicenter. A blinding violet light swallowed everything, creating a massive explosion that swept away every obstacle on the arena floor. The audience stared in stunned silence at the horrifying scene, not believing their eyes as they saw the smoke rise. What was that commotion? Holy crap, you're not going to believe this, but I actually saw a mushroom cloud over the arena. Another person was extremely worried, Thach Liu and the others. They couldn't be dead, could they? Before the dust settled, the EVA system began to continuously broadcast emergency warnings to the unlucky students who were near the epicenter. Unable to block the energy shockwave, life signs threatened, activating automated energy defense grid. This was followed by a blunt notification. We regret to inform you that you have been eliminated by Xu Jingming. Liu stood staggering amidst the ruins, his face filled with regret as he realized his fatal mistake. I screwed up. If I hadn't provoked Xu Jingming, I definitely could have advanced. He looked around bitterly. Now, I can't even defeat a single person. I have no chance of making it to the second stage of the freshman tournament. However, unwilling to accept defeat like this, he used his last bit of strength to roar a command to his remaining allies. Don't worry about me. Continue the attack. In a fit of madness, Liu charged forward like a wounded beast, his eyes bloodshot with determination. Xu Jingming, even if I'm eliminated, I'll drag you down with me. Answering his call, the remaining crowd simultaneously brandished their weapons and rushed at Xu Jingming from all directions, forming a tight encirclement with no escape. Countless attacks and weapons rained down on Xu Jingming like a torrential storm, creating powerful impacts that shook the entire arena. Yet, in the middle of the dense encirclement, Xu Jingming looked up, his eyes glowing brilliantly. A bewitching and dangerous smile appeared on his face as the electricity around his body began to dance wildly. Seeing this, Liu tried to reassure himself, calculating in his head, a one-for-one trade to defeat Xu Jingming isn't a loss. But in the next second, the smug smile on his face vanished, replaced by absolute horror as he felt the terrifying energy gathering, about to explode. Before he could react, an earth-shattering explosion of energy erupted from Xu Jingming's body, throwing everyone around him far away like ragdolls. As the dust and smoke cleared, Xu Jingming was still standing firm, his body enveloped in dancing arcs of violet electricity. He let out a breath, bored with these weaklings. Seeing their opponent completely unharmed after their all-out assault, a purple-haired male student was terrified, sweating profusely. He mumbled in helplessness, "It's useless." With a simple battle technique, just by using his ability, he can block all elemental energy attacks. How is this possible? Is this really an S-rank ability? He collapsed to his knees on the cold arena floor, his spirit completely crushed by the overwhelming power, bitterly accepting the harsh reality. So many of us teamed up, but in the end, we're still just ants in his eyes. The other students standing around also clutched their heads in panic, unable to believe their eyes as all their efforts proved futile. Damn, that lightning is terrifying. Everyone else's elemental attacks were basically useless. Over 100 people against one guy, and we couldn't even put a dent in him. Another student complained resentfully. I've learned lightning spear too, so why is he so different? This is just ridiculous. In contrast to the gloomy atmosphere on the field, a platinum-haired girl in the stands clenched her fists in excitement, cheering proudly. I knew our senior would be fine. Her black-haired friend standing next to her also smiled in agreement, crossing her arms and remarking, thinking they could beat Xu Jingming with just this? They're so naive. The teachers observed every movement closely, one of them analyzing with professional admiration. His mastery of the lightning spear is at least at an advanced level. When he throws it, he creates a sonic boom. It's moving at over twice the speed of sound. His physical prowess is immense. Another nodded, adding, and his lightning net has no gaps at all. He's clearly practiced diligently. Not bad. The black-haired female professor turned to look at an empty seat and sighed regretfully. It's a shame old Yang isn't here. Otherwise, we could have asked for some key information about Xu Jingming. Back in the arena, the allied mob's morale had completely vanished. They looked at each other, trembling, their will to fight extinguished. We can't break his defense. What do we do now? I don't know either, one suggested fearfully. How about, we run for it? Seeing the crowd hesitating and backing away in fear, Xu Jingming slung his long spear over his shoulder and gave an arrogant, provocative smile. Not coming at me anymore? Fine, then I'll come to you. Xu Jingming shot down like a bolt of purple lightning, slamming a powerful blow into the ground and creating a violent shockwave. He charged left and right through the crowd, his long spear sweeping out and completely shattering the opponent's formation. A terrified student cried out, "He's too fast!" The commander hurriedly yelled, "Formation! Get into formation! Quickly!" But someone immediately retorted in despair, "It's no use. If we spread out, he'll just pick us off. We have to stick together." Despite their fear, the defense and melee-type students still tried to huddle together, raising their shields and magic barriers to withstand the furious assault. Seeing this, Xu Jingming laughed, amused. Now this is more interesting. He moved like a phantom, attacking and dodging while giving commentary. Your slashing angle is wrong. Then he sent another person flying. You're too slow. A simple sweep of his spear sent an opponent flying. He shook his head in disappointment. Your strength is pathetic. Standing tall amidst the defeated bodies littering the ground, Xu Jingming delivered his cold judgment. Too weak. Hearing this, the bruised and battered students cried out in frustration. This bastard. He beat us to a pulp and still calls us weak. Another groaned. Talk about adding insult to injury. Why was I unlucky enough to be in the same group as him? Finally, the announcement signaling the end of the match rang out. The first stage of the second round of the competition was over. Along with the overwhelming result, the one advancing is Xu Jingming. Number of opponents defeated, 102. In midair, a surveillance robot circled once before making a staticky announcement, breaking the silence of the defeated crowd. The remaining 4 advancement slots are vacant. The stern female professor looked down at the chaotic scene, delivering a final verdict to salvage the situation. Aside from Xu Jingming, who has already advanced, everyone else will be moved to the 11th round to compete again for the final 4 spots. Hearing the result, the stands erupted. A male student exclaimed excitedly, "A total wipeout! This is an absolute wipeout! Only one person advancing from a freshman grand tournament match. This is the first time I've ever seen that." His female friend chimed in excitedly, "Just you wait." Later, the clubs are definitely going to be at each other's throats, trying to recruit Xu Jingming. On the high platform, the teachers also began a lively discussion about the competition's history. One asked, "The freshman grand tournament has been held for over 40 years, right?" The person next to him nodded in confirmation. "That's right. The previous record was also set by an S rank, who took down 87 people." A third person stroked his chin and added, "If I remember correctly, that took 7 minutes." They all came to the same conclusion. Looking at it this way, it's unlikely anyone will ever be able to break Xu Jingming's new record. Another professor couldn't hide his admiration as he analyzed, "I don't know how Yang Zhentian trained him, but Xu Jingming's spearmanship has reached the Grandmaster level." Hearing this, the female professor nodded in agreement. Grandmaster level. It seems Xu Jingming's talent with weapons is truly exceptional. She thought to herself with a hint of regret. "I was originally planning to try and recruit him to the Elemental Academy, but it looks like that's no longer necessary." She smiled with relief as she looked down at the outstanding young man, already calculating for the school's future. With Xu Jingming here, we won't have to worry about this semester's 3-school freshman study trip. As soon as Xu Jingming stepped off the stage, his close friends rushed over to surround him, cheering, "Congratulations, congratulations!" Liu Wentao excitedly recounted with wild gestures. "Brother Ming, you should have seen Li Cheng's face. The moment you eliminated that Shi Liao guy, his face instantly turned the color of pig liver." Then he added with a smirk, "Seriously, I think he's good enough to perform in a Sichuan face-changing opera." Xu Jingming turned his head to look into the distance where his rival was standing and commented nonchalantly, "So that guy is just a paper tiger, only good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong." However, his gaze sharpened as he recalled the man's earlier arrogance. He smirked, thinking to himself, "But his behavior just now was way too insolent. I really can't let it slide. All right then, when the second stage starts later, I'll personally challenge him. After all, I have 3 chances." Snapping out of it, Xu Jingming turned and clapped his 2 companions on the shoulder, encouraging them, "Next up, it's your stage." Liu Wentao replied confidently, "Don't worry. Making it into the top 50 will be a piece of cake." His female companion also nodded decisively, her eyes shining with fighting spirit. "No problem. I'm actually getting a little impatient." Song Chuyun smiled brightly, raising a hand towards Xu Jingming with determination. "Just wait. I'll show you. I may not be able to beat you, but I'm the strongest freshman besides you." The surveillance robot began to project images of the next match onto the large screen, clearly showing the chaotic scene on the arena floor. Third round. The 4th-place finisher of this round is Liu Wentao. Immediately following was the result of the 6th round, where a girl with glasses and sharp claws was fighting her way through an encirclement. 6th round. The 3rd-place finisher of this round is Bi Dongge. Number of opponents defeated, 1. Then came the 8th round and Song Chuyun appeared, full of vigor. She raised her long spear high, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "It's finally my turn." 8th round. Her sharp beauty and confidence immediately drew everyone's gaze, making her the center of attention in the arena. In the stands, the male students couldn't help but gasp and cheer excitedly. "Look, it's Song Chuyun. That figure and those looks, she's absolutely perfect." Another commented on her weapon, "It's rare to see someone use a Feng Tianhuaji as a weapon." Another boldly declared, "I'm unilaterally declaring her the new generation goddess of our school." The signal was given, and the match began. Song Chuyun immediately brandished her halberd, creating dazzling circles of light like the morning sun, its power astonishing. Her divine might swept through the crowd like a tornado. The Feng Tianhuaji swept left and right, sending the surrounding opponents flying before they could even react. Witnessing that overwhelming power, a spectator exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap!" Another second-stage user. The people on the arena floor also realized the gap in power in a panic. Lucky. She's only a low-tier second stage, not a monster like Xu Jingming." But his teammate immediately retorted in despair, "What's the difference? We can't beat her either." In the Starfall Society's observation area, the black-haired president watched this impressive performance and made a decision with his subordinate. Designate Song Thu Van as the 2nd absorption target. Li Tuachi will be temporarily designated as the 3rd. The subordinate nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, sir." Surrounded by enemies, Song Thu Van wielded her long spear, creating brilliant golden streaks of light. She unleashed a storm of attacks that swept away all obstacles Divine Dawn's chaotic dance. Using her momentum, she slammed a devastating blow, infused with terrifying gravitational force onto the ground, splitting the enemy's formation in two law-enforcing radiant flame gravity slash. Crushed by an invisible, immense weight, her massive opponent collapsed to the ground, unable to move, gritting his teeth and groaning in despair. The match was decided quickly. The image of the girl standing proudly in the middle of the arena appeared on the large screen, along with the decisive results. First place in this round, Song Thu Van. Sheathing her weapon, Song Thu Van gently closed her eyes to regulate her breathing. The light surrounding her gradually faded, revealing her elegant and calm beauty after the victory. Stepping down from the stage, she cheerfully waved to her group of friends who were waiting for her. Xu Jingming and the others also smiled, welcoming the return of their goddess of war. She leaned close to Xu Jingming, squinting playfully as she asked, "So? I wasn't too bad, was I?" Xu Jingming nodded in sincere admiration. "You're seriously strong. Your magic and close combat skills are very well integrated. I'm looking forward to your performance in the second round." The rest period ended, and the large screen displayed an announcement, shifting to the most dramatic phase. 2 hours later, the second phase of the Freshman Grand Tournament begins, the free-for-all challenge. The harsh rules were displayed. Each person has 3 chances to challenge anyone of a higher rank to take their spot. Those ranked outside the top 50 are not allowed to challenge the top 50. Instantly, the arena floor began to tremble violently. Massive stone blocks broke apart and floated into the air, rearranging themselves into separate fighting rings. In the crowd, a mysterious, long-haired male student was deep in thought. "Never mind, should I challenge the second-ranked Song Thu Van?" But then, another voice rang out. "Eva, I want to challenge rank 3. The one called out, Li Thua Chi, froze on the spot, his face a mask of utter shock. "Huh?" He angrily pointed and demanded, "Xu Jingming, you're rank 1. Why are you challenging me, rank 3? Xu Jingming replied calmly. The rules never said a lower rank has to be the one to issue a challenge. Then his eyes turned sharp and cold. "Besides, you didn't really think you could provoke me and get away with it, did you?" The audience below began to whisper excitedly. "What's going on? Do they have beef with each other?" Someone in the know explained. Heh, you don't know. Lai Thua Chi made a throat-slitting gesture at Xu Jingming earlier. Hearing this, the other person slapped his thigh. What a guy, so arrogant. No wonder Xu Jingming is challenging him directly. The EVA system immediately arranged the match. EVA has assigned ring number 74 for this battle. Will both contestants please proceed to the ring? Li Thua Chi gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he accepted. Fine, let's see just how powerful you, this S-rank ability user, really are. On the ring floating in midair, the two opponents faced each other. The air was tense as the announcer's voice boomed. Both sides, please prepare for battle. 3, 2, 1, begin. Instantly, Li Thua Chi's muscles bulged, and his hair stood on end as he transformed into a powerful Crimson Beast A rank Beast-type enhancement ability. Berserk Blood, Lion King. He let out a world-shaking roar, his ferocious aura flooding the arena. Ha! Charging forward like a tank, Li Thua Chi swung his massive greatsword down, screaming accusations. Xu Jingming, you forced my hand! Xu Jingming stood his ground, his eyes flashing with a cold, purple electric light. He calmly retorted, I didn't force you. Your own arrogance brought this upon yourself. As he finished speaking, a surge of purple lightning erupted from the ground, stopping Li Thua Chi's attack and creating a violent collision of energy that shook the entire ring. Xu Jingming leaped into the air, swinging his long spear wreathed in purple electricity to bring a thunderous blow down on his opponent, who was looking up from below. Li Thua Chi didn't flinch. He channeled all his strength into his greatsword and swung upwards, roaring with arrogance. A lightning-type ability user dares to go head-to-head with me? You're asking to die. The two weapons clashed directly in midair, creating a fierce shockwave and sending sparks flying in all directions. Immediately, Li Thua Chi was thrown back by the recoil, his massive body stumbling as he lost his footing against his opponent's terrifying power. His eyes widened in shock, and a cold sweat broke out as he realized the unbelievable difference in strength. His power. It's even greater than mine. Giving his opponent no chance to breathe, Xu Jingming channeled more energy into the tip of his spear, his cold eyes unleashing punishment. Next, a thick bolt of purple lightning struck Li Thua Chi directly on the head, causing him extreme pain as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Arg, it hurts! Amidst the blinding flashes, Li Thua Chi's miserable screams echoed across the arena as the electric current continuously ravaged his body. A spectator broke out in a cold sweat as he analyzed the situation. Li Thua Chi is a second-stage enhancement-type ability user, and even he can't take it. How much must that hurt? Another person said, trembling, what's scarier is Xu Jingming. He's controlling the lightning's power just to torture him, so EVA can't even declare him the loser yet. Everyone made a mental note. In the future, you can piss off anyone, but never, ever mess with Xu Jingming. Finally, a massive energy explosion ended the torture, flinging Li Thuachi out of the ring as the system clearly announced, "The winner of this match is Xu Jingming." Xu Jingming retracted his energy, looking at his defeated opponent and thinking to himself, "Too bad. I wanted to torture him a little longer, but a dozen or so seconds of agony should be enough for him to remember this for a lifetime." He hoped this lesson would be useful for his opponent. He hoped he'd remember it for a long, long time, tone it down a bit, and not let that personality of his get him into even bigger trouble sooner or later. As Xu Jingming turned and walked away, Li Thuachi lay flat on the floor, his face drained of all color, trembling as he muttered to himself, I survived." He was still in shock from the near-death experience. For a moment there, I really thought I was going to die. Watching the terrifying figure's back disappear, he let out a long, relieved sigh, drenched in sweat, silently thanking the heavens. He's finally gone. But the nightmare wasn't over. Song Thu Van suddenly stepped forward, boldly declaring to the system to everyone's astonishment, "Eva, I also want to challenge rank 3, Li Thuachi." Hearing his name called again before he could even recover his wits, Li Thuachi's eyes went wide, his face twisted in absolute panic. Unsurprisingly, Song Thu Van's opponent was sent flying into the air with a single blow, his body spinning uncontrollably. Bam, bam, bam. After a few heavy impacts, her opponent fell freely onto the arena floor, completely unconscious. Song Thu Van retracted her weapon and said decisively, "It's over," while the system declared the winner of this match to be Song Thu Van. Meanwhile, Li Thuachi, with a vacant expression and his body covered in bruises, was carried away by medical staff on a stretcher. Returning to Xu Jingming's side, Song Thu Van asked cheerfully, "So, did you see me take care of him?" Xu Jingming smiled and replied, "I'll admit, you're pretty good." She giggled and happily bumped fists with Xu Jingming, showing their perfect chemistry. From a distance, a group of male students were gossiping. "There's something going on between those two." "Definitely something going on." Another one said in shock, "Huh? You mean the goddess of our year?" The last one said angrily, "Damn it, that Xu Jingming works way too fast. The school year hasn't even started yet." A male student quickly put a hand to his lips to signal for quiet. "Shh, keep it down. I don't want to end up like that Li Thuachi guy, getting beaten to a pulp by that husband and wife team." 4 hours later, a female instructor stepped out and announced, "Time is up. The freshman grand tournament has officially concluded. The final results will now be announced." A large screen displayed the rankings. First place, Xu Jingming. Second place, Song Thu Van. Third place, Li Thuachi. 26th place, Tat Dongha. 39th place, Lu Van Thao. The instructor continued, "Please log in to the school's official website to register for your academy." Song Thu Van curiously asked Xu Jingming, which class were you assigned to? Xu Jingming looked at his phone and answered, "Weapons Academy, Class 1. "What about you?" she replied. "Elemental Academy, Class 1. A girl with glasses playfully nudged her white-haired friend beside her, looking towards the two of them and teasing, "Ooh, listen to you, calling him Xu Jingming already. Today it's Xu Jingming, tomorrow it'll be Honey Bunch, I bet." The female instructor's voice came over the speakers again. "Academy assignments are complete. This concludes the opening ceremony and the freshman grand tournament. Also, students who performed exceptionally well in the tournament will receive recruitment messages from specialized mentors tonight. Please be sure to check." In the stands, two teachers were discussing, "This year's batch of freshmen is much stronger than the last one." The other nodded. "That's right, especially the top ranker, Xu Jingming. In just a year or two, I bet he'll be able to dominate the entire student body. The clubs are going to be fighting tooth and nail for him." Xu Jingming's group was walking together when his white-haired friend suggested, "It's finally over. How about we go grab a bite?" His friend with glasses chimed in, "Sounds good. How about we have the freshman king treat us?" The white-haired friend added, "Yeah, you're about to be a big shot with a 10 cubic meter spatial ring. After all." Xu Jingming happily agreed. "No problem. Order whatever you want later." The white-haired guy jumped for joy. "Yeah, Brother Ming is so generous." Suddenly, someone called out to them, "Student Xu, please wait a moment." Xu Jingming turned around and asked, "Who are you?" The person politely introduced himself. "I am Wu Yuan, president of the Vantil Club. I'd like to invite you, Student Xu, to join our club." Wu Yuan continued with an attractive offer. "Since you're currently the only S-rank student, we at Vantil are prepared to show our sincerity. If you join, you'll be made vice president, receive 100 credits each semester, and get a share of B-rank resources." Xu Jingming's friends exclaimed in shock, "Vice president!" Then started whispering, "I'm so jealous. We have to pay club fees and run errands just to get into a club. The difference is insane. Besides, Vantil is one of the top clubs in the school. Just by being the vice president, you're guaranteed a spot in an elite guild after graduation. Just then, another voice cut in. Vice President Wu Yuan, your Vantil Club is being a bit too stingy. A silver-haired man walked over with an even more tempting offer. Xu Jingming, come to our Ashen Club. You can be the president in training right away. When I graduate, you'll be the president, and we won't skimp on the other benefits either. Everyone was stunned once again. Whoa, president in training right off the bat. With an offer like that, the Ashen Club is really going all out. Wu Yuan explained with a troubled expression. The Vantil Club is directly affiliated with the Vantil Guild. According to the guild's regulations, the position of president must be appointed by them. I really can't meet that condition. Xu Jingming crossed his arms, thinking, Vice President, President in training. Then he replied to them, I need some time to think. I'll give you an answer in a few days. He thought to himself, asterisk. In my past life, I joined the student council in college and even became the president, but it ended up taking way too much of my time. I should be more careful in this life. Asterisk. Wu Yuan handed him a business card. All right, this is my personal number. Contact me directly once you've made up your mind. The other guy also offered his card. Here's mine. Wu Yuan then turned to Xu Jingming's friends and said, if you three would like to join Vantil, we would also welcome you warmly. The president of the Ashen Club added, same here. After taking the cards, Xu Jingming turned to his friends and said, let's go. Song Qiuyun looked back and said, I don't think it'll be that easy to leave. Just as Song Qiuyun predicted, the moment she spoke, a swarm of presidents from other clubs rushed over, surrounding Xu Jingming. Student Xu, join our club. It's mostly girls. Or join us. Our growth potential is the best. We have a tycoon backing us. After a struggle, the group finally managed to escape the crowd. Xu Jingming said, we finally got out. Let's go. To the Qingya house. As they were walking, the sound of light footsteps made Xu Jingming turn his head. A beautiful girl with long, platinum blonde hair approached, smiling and waving. Long time no see, Junior, Xu Jingming replied, a bit hesitantly. Hello, Senior. Meanwhile, Song Qiuyun, standing beside him, asked curiously, who is this? Xu Jingming introduced her. She's Senior Jiang Chushuan. I met her in the primeval wilderness not long ago. The platinum blonde girl spoke warmly. I'm a second year from Class 3 of the Elemental Academy. Nice to meet you all. The white-haired friend stammered, his face flushing red. Jiang? The goddess Jiang. You really live up to your name, Brother Ming. The legendary arrogant ice goddess can actually smile? Song Qiuyun stepped forward and introduced herself politely. Hello, Senior. I'm Xu Jingming's classmate, Song Qiuyun. Jiang Chushuan looked at Song Qiuyun, silently amazed. Asterisk, what a beautiful girl. Her features are exquisite and lovely, and her figure is delicate and alluring. She makes you want to get closer without even realizing it. Asterisk. She shook her head, thinking to herself, asterisk. Too close. What a dangerous girl. To think she's attractive to both men and women. Asterisk. Xu Jingming broke the silence. We were just about to get something to eat. Would you like to join us, Senior? Jiang Chushuan happily agreed. Sure. The group entered a fancy restaurant called Snack Thai Runes. At the table, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the end of the freshman tournament. Cheers! Jiang Chushuan, her cheeks flushed, gracefully raised her glass towards Xu Jingming. Come on, Junior, let's toast. He replied, all right. Not to be outdone, Song Qiuyun turned to Xu Jingming and said, Jingming, let's have a drink too. He nodded. Okay. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the white-haired friend whispered to the one with glasses. Looks like both of them are into Brother Ming. We should get out of this war zone. She nodded in agreement. Okay. The white-haired friend immediately stood up and announced, Brother Ming, we'll leave the Senior and Sister Yun in your hands. Bai Donghae and I have something to take care of, so we're leaving first. The friend with glasses added hurriedly. Xu Jingming watched his two friends leave in confusion, thinking, asterisk, what's with those two, running off so fast, asterisk, he sighed. Asterisk, drinking really does ruin everything. Asterisk. Suddenly, Jiang Chushuan leaned against him and whispered, I'm feeling a little unsteady, Junior. Could you help me walk? Song Qiuyun also leaned on his other side, saying, Jingming, I can't walk either. You have to help me get back. Xu Jingming looked at both of them and asked, Are you too sure? Both girls replied in unison, Positive. Xu Jingming sighed, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his face. All right then, I'll take you both back. The sight of Xu Jingming helping two beauties out of the restaurant made the onlookers buzz with admiration. Hey, isn't that the goddess Jiang over there? He's got all the luck in the world. I'm so envious. After taking the two girls back to their dorms, Xu Jingming returned to his apartment. As soon as he walked in, he was surprised to see a woman sitting on the sofa. He asked, Who are you? The woman turned, smiled, and introduced herself. Hello, Xu Jingming. I'm your class's guidance counselor. Su Yu. I've brought you your reward for the freshman tournament. Xu Jingming replied politely. Hello, Miss Su. Thank you. The teacher handed him a wooden box and instructed, This security box can be opened with your fingerprint. I'll send the group info later, so remember to join the class chat. From now on, if you have any problems at school, you can contact me directly to get them resolved. Xu Jingming nodded. Yes, ma'am. The teacher stood up. All right then. I still have to notify the other students, so I'll be going now. The moment the teacher left, his white-haired friend burst in, asking urgently, Brother Ming, how did it go? There wasn't any conflict earlier, was there? Between Song Chuyun and Senior Jiang? Xu Jingming replied nonchalantly, conflict? Why would there be any conflict between them? The white-haired friend's eyes went wide with shock. There was really no conflict? They got along that well? He clasped his hands in admiration. You truly are something else, Brother Ming. So you managed to handle it all perfectly. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming had already placed his hand on the reward box. A beep sounded, confirming his authorization. Xu Jingming smiled, eagerly opening the box. Hee hee. Let's see what this reward is. It was a storage ring, he whispered. Store! Instantly, a blue light from the ring enveloped his weapon. The giant spear was quickly sucked into the ring in a flash of sparkling light. He happily sensed the space inside the ring. Hehe, 10 cubic meters. It's definitely big enough. With this, I finally don't have to lug my weapon around everywhere every day. His white-haired friend, sitting beside him, teased. Not to mention 3 storage rings. Brother Ming, you're starting to look like some kind of ultra-rich bachelor king. His friend continued to lament. I made it into the top 50 and only got a measly 400 credits. It's nothing compared to you, Brother Ming. I'm so jealous. Xu Jingming looked at the rings on his hand and thought to himself, asterisk, I really do have a few too many rings on. I should go check out the equipment department tomorrow. Asterisk. They'll probably take back this gear. He took out a pill from the reward box, wondering what it did since there were no instructions. His white-haired friend offered an idea. Trying to figure out what that pill is? Simple. Eva, come out. A small, spherical robot flew out and shone a beam of light on the pill Xu Jingming was holding. Eva's voice rang out. This is a 5th-grade mind-condensing pill, produced by the pharmacy department of the Magic City University of Superpowers. It's effective for ability users of the 5th rank and below. Taking it can greatly enhance one's spiritual power. It is a grade A cultivation resource. Xu Jingming asked in surprise. Eva can analyze pills too, his friend explained. Not just pills, Eva can identify materials from demonic beasts, rare flowers, and exotic herbs. He picked Eva up and said, Artificial intelligence is so convenient. It's a shame I can't take Eva out into the wilderness. His white-haired friend suggested, There are probably similar products on the market, right? Xu Jingming replied, Yeah, probably. I'll look for one when I have time. After that, Xu Jingming went up to the training room on the 2nd floor, sat cross-legged on the floor, and decided to first check his spiritual power level. He held the pill in his hand, pondering. Physique and spirit are the 2 basic attributes. The more an ability user has, the longer they can sustain their abilities, and the stronger their power. But upgrading them is also extremely difficult, and it's getting harder to exchange ability points for spiritual power. The initial exchange rate was 1 to 0.2. Now it's only 1 to 0.1. It's becoming less and less worth it. He stared at the pill, his heart full of anticipation, hoping this pill could give him a pleasant surprise. Then, he decisively popped it into his mouth. A powerful and pure stream of energy radiated from his body, enveloping the surrounding space. A moment later, Xu Jingming opened his eyes, and a status panel appeared before him. Physique, 1,321 Qi and blood. Spirit, 1,037 Hertz. He thought with satisfaction, my spirit increased by 50 points, breaking past 1,000. I also saved 500 ability points. Not a bad result. Feeling mentally refreshed, he summoned his long spear and said with a smile, Since I'm feeling sharp, I'll practice for 2 hours before sleeping. The next morning, Xu Jingming went to the school's administrative area. He stood in front of a transaction machine, checked his account, and couldn't help but be astonished. After selling the ring, my assets have shot up to over 100 million. I've already achieved my small goal. It's so easy for ability users to make money. Next, he went to the pharmaceutical services area. A voice came from a speaker. Now serving number 14 at pharmacist counter number 3. He looked at his ticket, number 43, and thought to himself, they're only on number 14, and I'm 43. I'll probably have to wait for at least an hour. I'll just sit and cultivate for a bit first. He went into the waiting area and found an empty seat. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Oh, Junior, you're here too? Xu Jingming looked up, surprised to see Kung Sir Huyen. Senior, what a coincidence. Have you sobered up from last night? Kung Sir Huyen replied, a little embarrassed. I sobered up a while ago. She quickly changed the subject. By the way, are you here to sell the rare flowers and exotic herbs you found in the cave last time? Xu Jingming answered. Not exactly. It would be better if I could find a pharmacist to refine them for me. The effects would be much better than selling them directly. Kung Sor Hayan asked with a meaningful smile. So you're looking for a pharmacist? Haven't you noticed a certain outstanding, beautiful, and charming pharmacist around here lately? Xu Jingming was skeptical. Aren't you just an amateur? Kung Sor Huyen replied confidently. Who says I'm an amateur? I have a second-grade pharmacist certification. Refining a few second-grade pills is a piece of cake for me. She continued with a serious expression. Also, I don't plan on going to the wilderness zone to film anymore. I'm going to focus on the path of a pharmacist. This took Xu Jingming by surprise. The two of them sat down on a waiting bench. Kung Sor Huyen explained, after the danger we faced last time, I realized the wilderness probably isn't for me. Of course, I'll still film videos, but they'll be alchemy logs instead. Xu Jingming commented, changing your video style like that, I'm afraid you'll lose a lot of fans. She sighed. What can I do? A memory surfaced of her working at a coffee shop, where her friend exclaimed, Sir Huyen, hurry, look! Your video of killing that demonic beast has gone viral. She thought to herself, I'm an orphan. My parents both died in a beast tide when I was a teenager. After I awakened my grade A ice ability, I worked hard to get into university, but money was extremely tight. After the video went viral, I accepted endorsement deals for battle armor, weapons, and things like that, and my income finally increased. But what I really enjoy is researching and refining pills. The scene shifted to her in a lab, wearing a white coat, engrossed in her work. The flashback ended. She turned back, her expression serious, and said, if you hadn't saved me last time, I would have been a goner. But I can't always be that lucky, so I've decided to change my path. Xu Jingming took her hand and encouraged her sincerely. You can do it. I wish you success in your new direction. Xu Jingming looked puzzled. But can an ice-type ability user become a pharmacist? Kung Sir Huyen explained with a smile. It seems you don't know much about the field of pharmacy. She continued to explain in detail. There are specialized, enchanted cauldrons or refining furnaces that can convert energy-type abilities into fire. Your lightning-type ability can be used for alchemy just fine. Hearing this, Xu Jingming didn't hesitate to hand her the wooden box. Then I'll leave all these rare flowers and exotic herbs to you. Kung Sor Huyen was a bit surprised. You really want to ask for my help? She took the box with a radiant smile. Since you trust me this much, I won't be modest. I'll give you the finished pills in a week. Suddenly, Xu Jingming's phone vibrated. He looked at the screen in surprise. After the call, he went to a solemn, old-fashioned building. Inside, a man spoke first. Before I came back, I was browsing the school forums and saw quite a bit of news about our little junior brother. What a monster. Another person turned and asked, I saw it too, Senior Brother Liu. Is our little junior brother really that impressive? Senior Brother Liu smiled confidently. You'll see in a bit. He'll definitely blow you away. A female disciple with a ponytail looked skeptical. Is that really true? I'll have to carefully verify it later. Little junior brother might be very strong, but senior brother might be exaggerating a little. Just then, Xu Jingming walked in. An older man who looked like their master greeted him. Can Min, you're here, he replied politely. Hello, teacher. I came as soon as I got the call. He was shocked to see his senior brother, Liu Ming, in a wheelchair with his leg bandaged and hurriedly asked, Senior Brother Liu, what happened to you? The master explained in a low, somber voice. It was the 8th rank grandmaster, Wang Lin. That old bastard used the Kanjia guild as bait to lure a monster. The guild suffered heavy losses, and your senior brother was severely injured. Liu Ming added, grinding his teeth, I fought around with that bastard Wang Lin. Even though I couldn't win in the end, he didn't get off easy either. The master continued, that's why I couldn't attend your freshman assembly. Xu Jingming clenched his fists and said angrily, that bastard. An 8th rank grandmaster can move mountains and fill seas, yet scum like him exists. He thought about the power of an 8th rank grandmaster, a power that could shake heaven and earth. Xu Jingming's gaze turned cold as he told himself, I'm only at the 2nd rank right now. Forget about getting revenge for my senior brother. If I ran into something like this, I'd just be cannon fodder. In this world, if you can't become strong, you'll just be trampled on by the strong at their whim. The master placed a hand on his shoulder, comforting him. All right, Kan Min, don't dwell on it. Let me introduce you. This is your 3rd-year senior brother, Si Wei, and your 2nd-year senior sister, Tong Yue. They greeted in unison. Hello, little junior brother. Si Wei took out a gift box. This is a 4th-grade Origin Energy pill. It can greatly increase the efficiency of absorbing Origin Energy. It's a grade B cultivation resource. I'll also transfer 200 credits directly to you. Xu Jingming bowed his head in thanks. Thank you, senior brother, senior sister. Senior brother Liu spoke up from his wheelchair. It seems your senior sister Tong was doubting my words just now. Why don't you tell her, have you or have you not mastered 4 grade A lightning-type combat techniques? Xu Jingming held the gift box and replied calmly, Senior brother Liu is correct. Both Si Wei and Tong Yue were utterly shocked. What, really? 4 techniques? How did you do that? That's right. While learning combat techniques, how could you also advance to the upper tier of the 2nd rank? Tong Yue mumbled with a look of disbelief. Grade A combat techniques are extremely difficult. I struggled to advance to the upper tier of the second rank not long ago, and that was just to master 2 grade A techniques. He's not only the same rank as me, but he's also mastered more A-rank combat skills than I have. How is that even fair? Xu Jingming replied nonchalantly, "No special experience. I was just born with a natural talent for it," he thought to himself. Asterisk. Of course, I can't tell you guys about the system. Asterisk. Dong Yue and Shu Wei were left speechless, exclaiming, "Junior brother, that was a critical hit," the master said with satisfaction. "Jingming, I've always been very pleased with your talent and hard work. We'll throw a party for you later to celebrate you winning first place in the tournament." Xu Jingming replied humbly, "It was just luck. They were too weak." "Oh, right, master. I'd like to ask for your help in testing a combat skill." Shu Wei chimed in, "What skill? Senior brother Liu can't move around easily, but what about me? There's no need to trouble, master." Xu Jingming smiled mysteriously. "It's an S-rank combat skill, Netherworld Thunder Armor." Hearing the words S-rank, everyone in the room, including the master, looked absolutely stunned. Shu Wei immediately stood up, looking a bit embarrassed. "All right then. My mistake. A low-tier rank 3 like me could never break through the defense of the Netherworld Thunder Armor." The master stood up and said to Xu Jingming, "Let's go." To the training room. In the spacious training room, Xu Jingming and his master faced each other in the center, while his senior brothers and sisters watched from the sidelines. Shu Wei asked doubtfully, "Do you guys think our junior brother really learned an S-rank combat skill?" Dong Yue replied thoughtfully, "From what I know of Xu Jingming, he doesn't bluff." Liu Ming nodded from his wheelchair. "Very well. I finally understand what senior brother meant." In the center of the room, Xu Jingming closed his eyes to concentrate as arcs of purple and white electricity began to crackle around his body. Instantly, a suit of battle armor made of lightning materialized, majestically encasing his entire body. The Netherworld Thunder Armor's eyes flared to life, and Xu Jingming flashed a confident, challenging smile. "Master, bring it on." The master didn't take him lightly. A blazing red orb of energy mixed with lightning began to form in his hand. "Jingming, I'll start by testing it with the power of a peak rank 3 Esper." A massive blast of energy shot out, creating a terrifying explosion that completely engulfed Xu Jingming's position. When the smoke and dust cleared, he was still standing firm in his thunder armor without a single scratch, white smoke rising from the ground around him. He looked at his master with a provocative tone. "Master, you'll have to increase the power. This isn't nearly enough." The master frowned and began to increase his power as purple arcs of electricity appeared. "All right, I'm powering up. Tell me if you can't take it." The energy of the attack intensified continuously, relentlessly hammering Xu Jingming's armor, twofold, fourfold, sixfold. He gritted his teeth, enduring as the thunder armor began to vibrate violently under the immense pressure of a tenfold increase. The force of the attack pushed him back a step, his body tensing to withstand it. When the assault finally ended, Xu Jingming dropped to one knee, panting heavily. The master said with satisfaction, "Haha, not bad at all." The intensity of that attack was equivalent to a low-tier rank 4 Esper, which is 10 times the power of a peak rank 3. Your thunder armor would require at least an A-class, rank 4 Esper to break. The senior brothers and sisters watching from the side were horrified. Shu Wei stammered, "An S-rank combat skill combined with an S-rank ability, can it really be that terrifyingly powerful?" Dong Yue was also in a daze. "Our junior brother can defend against an attack from an Esper 2 whole ranks above him. He's not just a prodigy anymore, he's a monster." The master walked over, intending to end the test. "It's getting late. Let's go get something to eat." Xu Jingming suddenly spoke up. "Master, wait." His eyes blazed, and his hair began to turn platinum white. He roared, "This still isn't my limit." A burst of purple energy exploded outwards as Xu Jingming floated into the air, his white hair standing on end, his entire body enveloped by the raging lightning of a level 3 Super Saiyan. Everyone was horrified all over again. Senior brother Liu was so shocked he nearly stood up from his wheelchair. The Thunder Core body. Jingming's immortal Thunder God body has broken through to the 3rd level. Shu Wei yelled, "Holy crap, our junior brother is insane." Dong Yue was completely demoralized, muttering, "My immortal Thunder God body is only at the 2nd level. Our junior brother has not only mastered 4 A-rank skills and 1 S-rank skill, but he's also broken through the Thunder Core body. Is he even human?" The master laughed heartily with excitement, gathering an even larger sphere of energy. "No wonder your body could withstand 10 times the force so easily. So, your immortal Thunder God body has reached the 3rd level. Let's see what else you've got." He soared into the air, unleashing a devastating attack down on Xu Jingming, who stood his ground below. 3 minutes later, Xu Jingming was on one knee, the thunder armor gone. His master stood opposite him and said with satisfaction, "Very good, 20-fold. That means it would take the attack power of a mid-tier rank 4 Esper to break your defense." He looked at his student with an expression of pride and amazement. Jingming, to think you could reach this level, it's truly beyond what I expected. Xu Jingming looked up and smiled. Thank you for your trouble, master, he thought to himself. Asterisk, now I finally know just how strong my defense has become. Asterisk. The master helped him up, patting his shoulder in praise. Of all my students, you're the one I'm most at ease with. You figure everything out on your own, without me even needing to teach you. Afterwards, the group left together. The master said cheerfully, let's go eat. I'm in a great mood today, so everyone feel free to order the expensive dishes. On the busy street, they all got into a car. On the way back, Xu Jingming asked his senior brother for his opinion. Senior brother Liu, between the Ash Club and the Starfall Club, which one do you think I should choose? Liu Ming answered without hesitation. Starfall. Xu Wei, who was driving, turned back in surprise. Huh? Senior brother Liu? I thought for sure you'd tell our junior brother to join your Ash Club, Liu Ming explained. If that incident hadn't happened to the Ash Guild, I would naturally want our junior brother to join us. But as things are now, Starfall is definitely the better choice. The master, sitting in the passenger seat, spoke up. Jingming, actually, why don't you just join a club for a year or two, and then start your own when you're a third or fourth year? After graduation, those members will become the foundation for the power base you build. Xu Jingming thought to himself, asterisk, is it really necessary to build my own power base? Asterisk. The master turned back, his gaze serious. Do you know why I was never able to reach the Grandmaster realm? It's because I didn't have a power base. I had to do everything myself, which wasted precious time. Jingming, remember this. With a power base to handle the trivial matters, you can focus entirely on your training. Xu Jingming nodded, his gaze becoming resolute. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, master. It looks like I'll have to start considering this once I get a little stronger. The next day, Xu Jingming walked down the school corridor, thinking to himself, asterisk, finally, my official classes are starting. Asterisk. Things at school began to fall into a routine. In a lecture hall, the teacher was giving a lesson. Today, we will discuss the origin of the dire beasts. Several hundred years ago, origin energy appeared on Blue Star. Wild animals mutated into dire beasts, and humanity awakened. After class, Xu Jingming stood before an electronic information board, deep in thought. Asterisk. So after origin energy appeared, people discovered numerous ruins of ancient civilizations deep underground. Asterisk. Most of Blue Star's advanced technology, including the devices used to test abilities, was developed from the technology found in these ancient ruins. The next class was anatomy. Over at the Armament Academy, an instructor was introducing a new type of weapon. Meanwhile, at the Elemental Academy, a female teacher was demonstrating various types of elemental abilities. In one classroom, the female teacher from the Elemental Academy watched in amazement as Xu Jingming controlled a dragon-shaped stream of energy that coiled around his hand. She praised him. Not bad, you're exceptionally talented. It's not easy to freely control the shape of an S-rank ability. Not even our own students at the Elemental Academy can do that. It's a shame you're not one of ours. On the weekend, in the Yangcheng Wilderness, Xu Jingming, clad in his combat suit, fought a dire beast with a long spear wreathed in lightning. His new weapon, the Azure Sky Black Flood Dragon Spear, worth 1,000 credits, flashed with a powerful purple light. He stood confidently amidst the battle, thinking, asterisk, new knowledge, new skills, new equipment. As expected, my combat prowess has increased significantly. Asterisk. A status panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, 2nd tier, upper rank plus. Ability points, 13,134. He thought to himself, my strength has more than doubled in the past 2 months, and my ability points are over 13,000 now. It's a shame the plus sign still hasn't appeared next to my ability. Logically, if everything else can be upgraded, my ability should be upgradable too. He looked at the status panel and decided not to hoard his points anymore. It was better to use this opportunity to quickly increase his strength. That would be more efficient. Xu Jingming clenched his fists, his eyes full of confidence, believing that one day his Purple Sky Divine Thunder would become an SS rank ability. The scene shifts to a school building. Song Chuyun looked at Xu Jingming with a mix of admiration and a little self-pity. You've only been learning to control your ability for a few days, but you're already better than me after a month of practice. Seriously, comparing yourself to others is just depressing. Xu Jingming smiled and replied, I just had a sudden epiphany. That's all. He thought to himself, I have a system. Of course you can't compare to me. Song Chuyun asked, in a week, the joint freshman research trip between Qingjing Ability University, Jincheng Ability University, and our school will begin. Are you going? Xu Jingming replied, I heard the location is the Wasteland Zone. Of course I'm going. He smirked. This is a great opportunity to farm ability points. I'm also very curious to see what kind of geniuses those 2 top universities have recruited. A week later, Xu Jingming's group had fully assembled. His friend said, with Brother Ming here for this year's freshman research trip, we can just sit back and enjoy the ride. Another person added, "That's right. Without an S rank like him, we would have already been champions for 4 consecutive years. Looks like a 5-peat is in the bag this time." Xu Jingming looked ahead and said, "They're here." A radiant space portal appeared before everyone. A beautiful female instructor in a red outfit stepped out and said, "Hello, students. I will be presiding over this meeting regarding the research trip. Eva, open the map." A 3-dimensional map appeared in front of the group. The teacher pointed to a spot on the map and announced, "The destination for this research trip is Demon Cave number 7, located deep in the mountains of Shunan City, Tian Province." An image of the demon cave appeared, emanating a terrifying black aura, causing the students to whisper, "It's really a demon cave. So scary. I heard that a place has to cause the deaths of countless ability users before it can be called a demon cave. This trip feels really dangerous." The female instructor continued to explain, "I will personally lead this research trip, and the other academies will also arrange for mentors to accompany you. Additionally, the higher-ups will allocate a certain amount of resources to the 3 schools based on the rankings of all participants. The ranking is based on the number and rank of beasts killed. The scores of the top 50 will be counted. First place receives 34%, second place gets 2%, third place gets 19%, and the remaining 47 people will share 24%. She flew into the air, looked directly at Xu Jingming, and gave him his mission. Therefore, first place is extremely important. It concerns the glory of our Madu's 5 consecutive championships, as well as the resources the school can allocate. Xu Jingming, this mission is yours. Any problems?" He replied confidently. "No problem," he thought to himself. "With my current combat power, no other freshman should be able to surpass me." The female instructor smiled knowingly. "Very good, but I have to tell you something first. According to the latest news, for this research trip, Qingjing Ability University has invited an external S-rank ability user." The surrounding students immediately broke into an uproar. Qingjing Ability University has an S-rank now? Where did an S-rank even come from in recent years? Besides Xu Jingming, no new S-ranks have appeared in all of Great Xia. Strange. The last time an S-rank appeared in Great Xia was 3 years ago. A 3-dimensional image of an unfamiliar man appeared. The female instructor explained, "This S-rank is not one of our Great Xia people, but an international student that Qingjing Ability University invited from India." She continued, "His name is Kirano. He possesses an S-rank enhancement type ability and is a 3rd tier, lower rank." Hearing this, Xu Jingming couldn't help but be surprised. 3rd tier. Everyone was stunned. What? An S-rank? 3rd tier? Lower rank? Is it really possible for a freshman to reach that level? The female instructor confirmed that this was information gathered by Eva and was definitely accurate. "But unlike you all, he is already 20 years old." The students began to complain. 20 years old, no wonder. He's had 2 more years of training than us. How can a 20-year-old be considered a freshman? Qingjing Ability University has no shame. Another person explained, "It's because in India, they start university at 20. That Kirano guy really is a freshman." Song Chuyun looked at Xu Jingming with concern, thinking, "An S-rank 3rd tier. I'm definitely no match for him right now." But looking at Jingming, he doesn't seem worried at all. Xu Jingming thought calmly, "So what if we're both S-rank? I've been fighting above my level for a long time now." He crossed his arms, full of confidence. "With 3 S-rank and 4 A-rank combat skills, plus master-level spearmanship, what do I have to fear from him? Besides, this competition is about the number and rank of beasts killed. In that respect, I won't lose to any freshman, not even an S-rank." The female instructor looked at him with a satisfied gaze, thinking, "Not bad. Xu Jingming is truly the most outstanding S-rank student our school has had in recent years. To face such pressure and still be full of confidence, it wasn't a waste. My initial decision to specially approve the SS rank Violent Dragon Essence Blood for him was the right one." The female instructor stood there, thinking confidently. Qingjing Ability University invited an outsider just because the top-ranked individual gets priority in resource allocation. It seems they're in for a disappointment this time. Then she flew up, surrounded by a brilliant golden aura, and announced loudly, "All right, that's the general situation for this research trip. You have 7 days left, so use the time to prepare well." 7 days later, at Xu Jingming's apartment, Jiang Chuxuan proudly presented a series of colorful vials: detoxification pills, healing pills, ability recovery pills, and spirit clearing pills. All of them are 2nd grade, 20 pills per bottle. "This should be enough for you for the month." Xu Jingming gently reached out and stroked her hair, his eyes full of concern. "You've worked too hard. Look at you. You even have dark circles under your eyes. Don't stay up all night making pills anymore. If it's too much, I can just buy them outside." Jiang Chuxuan smiled charmingly, replying with confidence, "How could pills bought outside be as good as the ones I refine myself? I guarantee every single one of these pills has maximum potency." She continued, pointing towards another set of vials. Also, I've prepared 2 sets of each type of pill. Give this set to little sister Chuyun, Xu Jingming asked in surprise. Little sister Chuyun, since when did you two get so close? Jiang Chuxuan leaned close to his ear and whispered playfully, I'm not telling you. With that, she turned to leave, waving goodbye. Both you and little sister Chuyun have to do your best on this research trip, and more importantly, be safe. You leave tomorrow. You should get some rest tonight. I won't bother you anymore. After she left, Xu Jingming picked up a vial, feeling deeply moved. To refine 160 second-grade pills in a week, it's impossible without pulling 3 or 4 all-nighters. How could I not understand your feelings for me? He clenched the vial in his hand. But now is not the time. I have to get stronger quickly before I can think about these things. At the school's sports field, a giant shadow was covering the crowd of assembled freshmen. Xu Jingming looked around and commented, 856 people. I can't believe almost all the freshmen signed up for the research trip. But why did the school tell us to gather at the sports field instead of the high-speed rail station? The white-haired friend next to him leaned into Song Chuyun's ear and explained, Sister Yun, you wouldn't know this, but we always use an aircraft for our research trips. Song Chuyun asked in surprise. An aircraft? But this sports field doesn't have a runway. Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang out. Look! Everyone looked up at the sky in unison, witnessing a colossal airship slowly descending. As the airship landed on the field, the students couldn't help but exclaim, the airship is huge! So cool! One student wondered, is this technology that we can master at our current stage? The person next to him immediately explained, this is an airship that was excavated from the ruins of an ancient civilization. I heard they still haven't been able to decode the anti-gravity device on it. Just then, a female instructor in a red uniform appeared, glowing with a brilliant aura. She commanded in a loud voice, all freshmen, board the ship. The students began to line up and board the spaceship. After everyone was on board, the instructor stood outside and began forming hand seals. A complex magic circle appeared. She channeled her energy and cast a powerful spatial skill, the yin-yang dimensional field. Instantly, a blue aura enveloped the entire spaceship, causing it to slowly turn transparent. Inside the spaceship, the students exclaimed in amazement, Whoa, why did the ship just turn transparent? Someone explained, Principal Ling is a true 8th-rank grandmaster. She's incredible. This yin-yang dimensional field can isolate the ship from the outside space, so we don't have to avoid any flying beasts during the flight. Xu Jingming watched the miraculous scene outside, thinking to himself, as expected, only high rankers can possess such perception-shattering abilities. After my Thunder God's indestructible body reaches the 6th level, I can randomly get an ability from a refined beast's essence blood. I wonder if I'll be able to get a flight skill then. The principal's voice rang out, Eva, let's depart. The ship's system replied, Captain Eva has received the order. The soldier-class spaceship is activating. The invisible vessel is taking off. The spaceship quickly arrived at its destination, landing at the Shunan supply base in Qian province. An instructor came out to greet them and announced that each university would have 2 dormitory buildings. Madu Superpower University is in buildings 1 and 2. Once you get your room cards, you can move in. There's a cafeteria inside, and next to the dorms, there's a large training ground. Xu Jingming's group got their rooms. The girl with glasses asked, I'm on the 4th floor, room 402. What about you guys? The white-haired friend replied, 2nd floor, room 203. Xu Jingming said, I'm on the 5th floor, room 504. Song Kyuyun leaned in close and said cheerfully, I'm in room 505, so I'm your neighbor. Xu Jingming smiled. What a coincidence. He continued, I have a spatial ring, so I don't need to drop off my luggage. I was planning to check out the training grounds first. Song Kyuyun immediately agreed. I knew it. I'll go with you. The 2 of them headed into a large training ground, fully equipped with all sorts of modern machinery. In the training room, Song Kyuyun pointed at a man and whispered to Xu Jingming, Jingming, look over there. Isn't that the S rank from Qingjing Superpower University? Their eyes fell on a muscular man wearing a red turban, who was effortlessly lifting 2 giant dumbbells. The people around them were discussing in awe. Whoa, how much do those dumbbells he's lifting weigh? 200 kilograms each. No way we could lift that. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought to himself, Xu Jingming from Madu. With a loud crash, the man threw the 2 dumbbells onto the floor, creating a huge noise. The weight of the dumbbells cracked the floor, showcasing his incredible strength. He turned around and walked towards Xu Jingming, confidently introducing himself. Xu Jingming, hello. I'm Kiran Zhao from Qingjing Superpower University. It's a pleasure to meet you. The Qingjing student standing nearby started to whisper. So, that's Modu's #1 freshman? Xu Jingming? I heard he's already reached the peak of the 2nd rank. It's true. He's really something else. And unlike Kiran, Xu Jingming is only 18, just like us. It's a good thing our university has Kiran, or Madu would have definitely crushed us this time. Xu Jingming smiled and was about to shake his hand in return. Hello. But Kieran walked right past him, straight to Song Chu-yoon, and gallantly extended his hand. This beautiful lady must be Song Chu-yoon. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The strong smell of sweat coming from Kieran made Song Chu-yoon instinctively cover her nose. Asterisk, smack, asterisk. In a flash, Xu Jingming had grabbed Kieran's wrist, stopping him. He looked him straight in the eye, his voice cold. Student Kieran, it seems you know a little about Western etiquette, but not quite enough. Don't you know that approaching a lady when you're drenched in sweat is incredibly rude? Kieran gritted his teeth in anger. You... A red aura from Kieran and a blue one from Xu Jingming began to clash. The air grew tense. The surrounding students panicked. They're not about to fight, are they? This atmosphere doesn't feel right. Someone go get an instructor. If those two fight, we won't be able to stop them. Xu Jingming tightened his grip and continued. Furthermore, I suggest you do as the locals do and learn the customs of our great Xia. He thought to himself in shock. Madu's S rank is terrifyingly strong. I can't break free. I don't know how a lightning-type user like him has so much physical strength. As Xu Jingming and Song Chu-yoon turned to leave, Kieran stared at Song Chu-yoon's back, a calculating glint in his eyes. The genius girl from the Song family of Sichuan province really lives up to her reputation. I wonder what her relationship with Xu Jingming is. But even if they are together, I have to make her mine. That way, I'll never have to worry about cultivation resources again. Song Chu-yoon turned to Xu Jingming and said, Jingming, thanks for helping me out back there. I can't stand the smell in this training room. Let's go train somewhere else for a bit, okay? He happily agreed. All right. An hour later, at a Guizhou cuisine restaurant, Song Chu-yoon said cheerfully, Whew, after getting out of there, a big meal after a workout always tastes especially good. At the same time, up ahead, a strange, disheveled-looking man was muttering to himself, The world-ending beast. The final great destruction is coming. Only the Supreme Angel can save humanity. As Xu Jingming was walking down the street, a strange man tried to pull in passers-by. Join us. A passerby replied coldly, Not interested. He thought to himself, I've heard about this before. Ever since the beasts appeared, some religious fanatics have been preaching about the apocalypse. This demon den area is packed with superpower users, a mix of all kinds. It's not surprising to see religious activities here. The man suddenly became agitated, grabbing a woman who was holding her young child's hand, and yelled, Why? Why won't you people believe me? He pulled out a glowing dagger, his face twisting into a crazed expression. I get it now. I get it. It must be because the price you've paid isn't great enough. You haven't felt the pain. Ha ha ha, that must be it. His eyes were bloodshot as he continued to scream. Only when you feel pain can you understand the greatness of the angel. With that, he brandished the knife and lunged towards the mother and child. The terrified woman screamed. Ah! Just then, a deadly purple spark flashed in Xu Jingming's eyes. In an instant, he dashed forward and unleashed a lightning strike, taking down the madman before he could act. The danger had passed. The mother quickly hugged her sobbing daughter, comforting her. Don't cry, it's okay now. She looked up at Xu Jingming and thanked him profusely. Thank you, young man, for your heroic act. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to my family, he replied humbly. It was nothing. Song Chu-yoon walked over and looked at the body on the ground, remarking, Still, the religious followers here are pretty aggressive, trying to kill someone in the middle of the street. Xu Jingming also found it strange. Yeah, it's strange. Usually, they just preach their doctrine. They don't get violent. He looked around, his eyes filled with thought. Was it really just a coincidence, or does he have accomplices? In the distance, a figure in a black cloak watched them silently before turning and leaving. That figure entered a luxurious villa. Inside, another subordinate in black was reporting, Archbishop, I've investigated. The one who killed our follower was Xu Jingming from Madu Superpower University. The Archbishop, holding an energy orb containing bones, asked, Xu Jingming, Modu's S-rank elite, at the peak of the second rank? The subordinate confirmed, yes. He awakened during the martial arts exam, and in less than half a year, he's already reached the peak of the second rank. The Archbishop's eyes turned dangerous. If we let a monster like him continue to grow, he will indeed become a huge problem. He ordered, You are dismissed for now. God's blood will appear in the demon den. This is the God's blood indicator. You will be in charge of arranging personnel to retrieve it. Remember, do not operate under the name of the Heaven's Mandate cult. The subordinate obeyed, understood. The Archbishop floated in the air, the energy orb glowing with a brilliant red light. He declared, In 1 month, our Heaven's Mandate cult will reveal itself to the world. Then I'll just let Xu Jingming and the elites from all 3 schools, including that S rank, become my sacrifices. The scene shifts to a large base where the freshmen from all 3 universities have gathered. A man in a white lab coat stood before the entire student body and introduced himself. Greetings, students from the 3 schools. I am Xu Ping, the vice principal of Qingjing University. This research trip will officially begin at 9 a.m. today and will last for 11 days. We will now begin distributing the smart bracelets. Staff members began handing out a smart bracelet to each student. Vice Principal Xu Ping continued to explain the rules. Your achievements and the footage of you eliminating the fiends inside the demon den will be recorded on the smart bracelets we just handed out. The top 1,000 students with the highest overall scores will all receive rewards. The top 3, in particular, can choose to learn any skill from the 3 schools' treasury of combat techniques. In addition, the student who ranks first overall will receive an additional reward from their own school. The surrounding students began to murmur. First place? Let's not even think about it. Another student said expectantly, I can't wait. I wonder who'll take the top spot, Kieran or Xu Jingming. The vice principal continued, this competition has no restrictions on forming teams. I hope you can all work together to eliminate the fiends. All right, the rest of the time is yours. Immediately, the students began to freely search for teammates. Our 5-person squad from Qingjing is short 1 support type ability user. 2-person elite squad requires a pure offensive ability user, A rank or higher. Ding Yu, the president of Class 2, approached Xu Jingming and called out, Brother Ming. Our class is putting together a few expedition teams to operate in the outer ring of the Demon Den. Do you want to join? Xu Jingming crossed his arms and refused. I'm not joining. You go ahead and form your teams, class president. Song Qiuyun stepped forward and asked, Are you still planning to go in alone once we're inside the Demon Den? He replied, My target is the central region of the Demon Den. Going with other people will just slow me down. A map of the Demon Den appeared as he analyzed. The outer ring of Demon Den number 7 is filled with fiends from Tier 1 to Tier 3, while the central region has fiends from Tier 3 to Tier 5. I can currently handle low-level Tier 4 fiends, and I can escape from a Tier 5. Obviously, heading to the central region is the best option. Song Qiuyun looked worried. The central region of the Demon Den? That's a suicide mission. However, it'll probably take a day or two to get from the outer ring to the center. Can I go with you during that time? Xu Jingming nodded in agreement. All right. Hearing this, Song Qiuyun smiled brightly and said cheerfully, Okay, then let's go together later. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Xu Jingming. Kieran stepped forward, looking at him with a challenging gaze. I'm looking forward to your performance. I hope you don't fall too far behind, Xu Jingming replied calmly. 100%. Kieran asked in surprise, Huh? What was that? He brushed past his rival, leaving behind a confident statement, I will beat you. 100%. Kieran angrily gritted his teeth as he watched Xu Jingming's retreating back. You stubborn bastard. This time, I'll use my overwhelming power to show you people of Daxia what I'm really made of. Vice Principal Xu Ping smiled. I declare, he announced, that this academic research trip officially begins now. Everyone shouted in unison, Let's go! Move out! The students, full of fighting spirit, rushed out of the base gate. Our team will try to kill a Tier 2 fiend. Demon Den, here I come. 7 hours later, in a dense forest inside Demon Den number 7, Xu Jingming and Song Qiuyun were moving cautiously. Suddenly, they ran into a pack of fiends that looked like pangolins. Song Qiuyun warned, These iron-furred pangolins are Tier 2 fiends, but their scales are harder than an E-grade alloy. They're not easy to deal with. Xu Jingming replied calmly, Leave it to me. With that, he charged into the middle of the pack, the long spear in his hand creating a vortex of energy. The pangolins roared angrily, quickly curling their bodies and rushing toward him like spiked balls. Xu Jingming deftly dodged, simultaneously landing a precise spear strike on one pangolin. He then spun around and pierced through the hard scales of another. His spear thrusts were incredibly fluid and powerful, felling them one by one. Song Qiuyun watched from a distance, unable to hide her astonishment. Every thrust is aimed directly at a weak point, without a single error. That's not something you can achieve with a high rank alone. It also requires terrifying intuition and experience. She continued to admire him inwardly. Furthermore, his control over his ability is so refined, it's like he has perfect mastery over every ounce of energy in his body, with zero waste. After finishing off the entire pack, Xu Jingming stood among the carcasses to check his results. Killed 12 Tier 2 iron-furred pangolins, got a total of 276 ability points, and 1,200 points. Not bad. The fiends deeper inside are higher tiered. I need to earn at least 30,000 ability points this month. I wonder if I can upgrade my ability to SS rank? Song Qiuyun stepped forward and offered, Let me help you. Then she said with a curious look, Jingming, you're not like other lightning system users. He turned back and asked, Oh? How so? While Xu Jingming was processing the fiend carcasses, Song Qiuyun remarked, Other lightning-type ability users are always very liberal with their powers, but you, Jingming, are incredibly restrained and very careful about how you use your ability. He explained, It's all for the sake of conserving stamina. he continued. If I used the purple azure divine thunder, I could have annihilated this pack in an instant, but that would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Only by conserving my energy can I eliminate more fiends. Song Qiuyun nodded in understanding. So that's why. Then she thought with a hint of regret. What a pity. I wanted to see what Jingming is like at full power. It seems I won't get the chance. The scene shifts to sunset, with the reddish-orange twilight covering the majestic mountain range. The two of them stood in the middle of the forest. Xu Jingming looked toward the horizon and said, "It's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest first and set out again tomorrow." Song Qiuyun agreed. All right. Suddenly, Xu Jingming looked at the device on his wrist. A three-dimensional map appeared, and he said cheerfully, "Oh, it looks like there's a water source nearby. Water sources in the wild are where fiends tend to gather." He pointed ahead and said to Song Qiuyun, "That place isn't far from us. Since it's not completely dark yet, we can still eliminate another wave. Qiuyun, let's go." The two of them quickly reached a clear, tranquil lake nestled in the middle of the forest. Xu Jingming stood by the shore, looking around warily, and wondered, what's going on? There's no way a water source would be completely devoid of fiends. Just then, a giant tiger with glowing blue eyes and claws as sharp as daggers emerged from the forest. The giant beast approached the lakeshore and lowered its head to drink, completely ignoring the presence of the two people sitting in the distance. Just as the tiger was drinking, a giant crocodile suddenly emerged from the lake, opening its massive jaws to attack its prey. Roar! The tiger roared in pain as it was hit by high-pressure streams of water, unable to resist. The crocodile continued to attack fiercely with powerful water blasts. In just a few seconds, the tiger was thrown into the air, completely defeated. Xu Jingming and Song Qiuyun watched from a distance, and he thought to himself, so this place is inhabited by a terrifying fiend, like a spring-water crocodile. No wonder not many fiends dare to come here to drink. Song Qiuyun realized in a panic and quickly pulled Xu Jingming's arm. It's a Tier 4 fiend! To think we'd encounter a Tier 4 fiend in the outer ring of the demon den. Jingming, we need to leave. Quickly. Tier 4 fiends have very strong senses. It might have already detected us. But Xu Jingming just smiled confidently and said calmly, no need to rush. A Tier 4 fiend is strong, but it's not like there's no way to deal with it. With that, he began to gather his power. Streams of purple and white electricity enveloped his body. I've killed more than one of these back in the Yangcheng wilderness, Song Qiuyun asked in surprise. Huh? Is that some unique combat skill that Headmaster Yang taught you? He smirked, his eyes flashing with confidence. The immortal Thunder God body is strong, but to deal with a Tier 4 fiend, I have an even more effective combat skill. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and bolts of lightning began to appear. Song Qiuyun looked up and asked in surprise, is it about to rain? No, that's not right. Xu Jingming raised his hand to the sky and shouted, Heavenly Thunder Art! Instantly, a series of giant purple lightning bolts struck down directly on the crocodile's head. The monster let out an agonized roar as the devastating electric current ravaged its body. After the attack, a notification appeared. Defeated one low tier, 4th stage fountainhead crocodile. Anomaly points plus 213. Score plus 10,000 points. Xu Jingming smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. The anomaly points from a 4th stage beast are more than 5 times what you get from a 3rd stage one. It seems the Deep Blue system is designed to make me constantly push my limits. He turned to the still-stunned Song Qiuyun. The fountainhead crocodile is dead. Come on, let's go take a look. Song Qiuyun followed behind, still utterly shaken. I've met geniuses before, but I've never seen a monster like Jingming to jump 2 whole stages. A high-tier, 2nd stage user, killing a low-tier, 4th stage beast, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them approached the massive monster's corpse. She concluded silently. So this is his true strength. Xu Jingming looked at the beast's shredded hide and said regretfully, a fountainhead crocodile's hide is worth at least 20 to 30 million. Too bad it's completely destroyed. Song Qiuyun remarked from the side. It's not just the hide that's valuable. The entire body of a 4th stage beast is a treasure. Looking at the corpse, she suggested, my spatial ring is big enough. Let me store it for now. I'll give it back to you when we get to the supply base. Xu Jingming nodded. After they stored it, Xu Jingming looked around the deserted riverbank. The beasts around here must all know how dangerous this water source is. Basically, no other creatures will come here to drink, so there's no point in staying. Let's go. We'll find a cave to rest. As they were walking, Song Qiuyun, her cheeks flushed, said hesitantly, can we wait a minute? There's a lake over here, and I'd like to wash up a little. Xu Jingming immediately grew cautious, holding a hand out in front of her. Hold on. Let me make sure there aren't any other beasts in the lake. Instantly, purple electricity began to gather in his hand. With a loud crack, a powerful bolt of lightning struck the lake's surface, sending water flying. After the attack, Xu Jingming stared at the lake, surprised as streaks of fresh blood began to spread from the bottom, staining a large patch of water red. Suddenly, Xu Jingming frowned as a strange sensation washed over him. It smells so fragrant. Why does this lake have such a deadly allure? He felt an intense urge from deep within his body, like a primal craving. Meanwhile, in a dense forest nearby, a mysterious group in black cloaks was on the move. A subordinate asked, "Lord Bishop, whose divine blood are we retrieving this time?" The leader, his face concealed by his cloak, replied coldly, "The blood of the ancient dragon god." The subordinate grew excited. "The dragon god's blood again! Once we get this divine blood, our heavenly fate cult will have another powerful divine blood emissary." The leader suddenly spun around and yelled, "Shut your mouth! We are the Blood Moon cult!" The subordinate bowed his head in fear. "Yes, sir." The leader looked at a red energy orb in his hand and muttered, "The divine blood has appeared sooner than expected." He commanded the group, "The location isn't far. No rest tonight. Full speed ahead." Back with Xu Jingming, the two stared in astonishment as the lake turned completely blood red. He asked, "What's going on? The water's turned to blood." "Xu Yun, do you feel this blood lake drawing you in?" Song Xu Yun shook her head. "No, it's not attracting me. But according to the feedback from my light of dawn, this blood water contains a dense, beastly aura, one that's very similar to yours." Xu Jingming pondered. "An aura similar to mine? I absorbed the essence blood of an SS class, 8th stage thunder tyrant dragon. Could this also be the essence blood of a dragon-type beast? And that's why I'm reacting to it?" He decided to risk it and said to Song Shuyun, "Shuyun, I'm going in to check. If you notice anything wrong, pull me out immediately." Xu Jingming stepped into the blood lake, and streams of crimson energy instantly coiled around his body. He closed his eyes, savoring the refreshing feeling. This is so comfortable. Like a traveler who's been parched for 10 days and nights in the desert, finally finding cool water. Right after, the entire blood lake transformed into a giant, red energy cocoon. It enveloped Xu Jingming, lifting him into the air. Song Shuyun stood on the shore, shouting in alarm, "Jingming!" Realizing the situation, her expression hardened with resolve. Taking a ready stance, she thought, "It looks like Jingming has stumbled upon a great opportunity, and he seems to be immobilized. In that case, it's my turn to protect you." On the second day, Song Shuyun stood amidst a battlefield littered with beast corpses, panting from exhaustion. She wiped the sweat from her brow and thought, thankfully, the strongest beast to show up since last night was only a low-tier, 3rd stage. She looked at the blood cocoon, noticing its color had faded significantly. "Looks like Jingming is almost finished," she guessed. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching and spun around warily. The leader of the black-cloaked group looked at Song Shuyun and the blood cocoon, wondering, "I've collected divine blood many times, but why has it taken this form? And she's the second-ranked student from Demon Capital. Why is a freshman from their school here?" Song Shuyun tightened her grip on her weapon, watching them warily. Who are these people? Judging by their clothes, they aren't students from the 3 academies. There are no beasts here, and the water source is contaminated. If you're looking for water, I suggest you go elsewhere. One of the subordinates roared in anger. "That is the supreme divine blood. How dare you describe it as contaminated?" The leader ordered, "Ignore her. Get the blood cocoon behind her." Song Shuyun realized their intentions and grew worried. "This is bad. These people are actually after that strange blood lake. Their leader is a 4th stage, and the weakest among them is a 3rd stage. I have no choice but to use that move." She quickly pulled out a protective talisman she wore around her neck, and it immediately began to glow brilliantly. A spherical golden aura appeared, enveloping her in the blood cocoon and blocking the black-cloaked group's attack. A subordinate's strike was easily deflected by the golden shield. He recognized the artifact. What is this? A protective talisman from the ruins of an ancient civilization? These talismans are extremely rare, found only in the ruins of ancient civilizations. They can be used multiple times, a true life-saving artifact. From inside the barrier, Song Shuyun taunted them. "Now that you know what this is, why don't you retreat? Why waste your time here?" The leader sneered. "Ha ha, as I recall, these talismans have a duration. We're not in a hurry. We don't mind waiting a bit." Song Shuyun retorted defiantly. "Then by all means, wait." Inwardly, she was worried. This talisman only lasts for a little over an hour, and then it needs 12 hours to recharge. I just hope Jingming wakes up within this hour. An hour later, the protective aura shattered. The black-cloaked leader laughed smugly. "See, I told you the shield had a time limit." He stepped forward, threatening, "I advise you to be sensible. Hand over the talisman first. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll die a miserable death." Song Shuyun looked at the pill in her hand, her gaze resolute. "I have to risk it all," she thought. Just as she was about to move, a cold voice echoed from the blood cocoon. "Is that right? Because I get the feeling you're the ones who are about to die." With a loud crash, the blood cocoon shattered. Xu Jingming slowly stood up, his body shrouded in blazing red energy, his eyes sharp and filled with killing intent. He walked on air, and beneath him, a massive, powerful dragon formed from blood energy. The leader recoiled in terror, saying through gritted teeth, "Xu Jingming, one of the cult's primary targets, showing up here. Why is his aura making my heart pound? Even though I'm a 4th stage user, he's clearly only 2nd stage," he commanded frantically. "Kill them for me!" Xu Jingming just gave them a cold glance. With a flash of lightning, he decisively unleashed Lightning Prison, trapping the subordinates in a cage of thunder. They only had time for a single, terrified scream before being incinerated by the devastating current. The leader gritted his teeth, his expression one of utter shock. I knew 5 3rd-stage users wouldn't be enough to handle Xu Jingming, but to think they'd be killed in an instant. A 4th stage against a 2nd stage. No matter what, I still have the advantage. At that moment, Xu Jingming lunged forward, attacking with his long spear. The leader cried out in panic. "This is bad!" He barely had time to raise his arm to block before a powerful blow sent him flying into a large tree trunk. He struggled to sit up, panting heavily, his heart still pounding with terror. I couldn't even see how he moved. "When did Xu Jingming get in front of him?" he commanded coldly. "I ask, you answer. What is the blood in this lake?" With the sharp spearhead at his neck, the leader answered in fear, It's divine blood. The essence blood of a 9th-rank beast emperor." Xu Jingming continued to ask, "Why is a beast emperor's essence blood here?" He explained, "In ancient times, humanity's martial saint and the beast emperor had a great battle, and all sorts of essence blood were scattered across the world." "You're asking about ancient times? Final question. Who are you people? Why are you collecting the beast emperor's essence blood?" The leader smirked sinisterly. "We are the Blood Moon cult. As for the reason, I can't tell you." With that, he bit his tongue and committed suicide, black blood flowing from the corners of his mouth and eyes. Xu Jingming looked at the corpse and frowned. He killed himself. Another cult. "Oh well, I'll ask Headmaster Lang Shuang about it after I get back to the supply base." He turned around, and Tong Thu Van ran over worriedly, asking, "Xu Jingming, are you okay?" He held out a hand, signaling to her, "Don't worry." Xu Jingming gently placed a hand on her head and smiled. "I'm fine. You worked hard just now." After everything was over, Tong Thu Van pointed towards the lake, which had returned to its clear state, and asked, "Were those people just now targeting that pool of blood?" Xu Jingming confirmed. "Yeah, they called themselves members of the Blood Moon cult, here to collect the Beast Emperor's essence blood." She exclaimed in shock, "That was the essence blood of a 9th-rank Beast Emperor? That's an SSS-rank cultivation resource. It has to go through complex processing before it can be used. How are you able to absorb it directly?" Xu Jingming also looked confused as a status panel appeared beside him. "I'm also very puzzled, but it doesn't seem to have harmed my body. In fact, it directly upgraded my Thunder God's immortal body to the 4th level. The benefits probably don't stop there. I'll have to ask my teacher when I get back." Seeing her fatigue, Xu Jingming said gently, "You should rest here for a bit. You must be tired after watching over me for 2 days. You were barely steady on your feet just now." Tong Thu Van nodded lightly. She found a tree and sat down to rest while Xu Jingming stood guard beside her. Meanwhile, at a villa under the night sky, 2 figures in black robes stood on a balcony as a subordinate reported, "Grand Bishop." The divine blood indicator in Bishop Chu's hand suddenly lost its signal. The Grand Bishop looked at the orb in his hand and replied calmly, "Something unexpected may have happened. Do we need to rearrange for someone to retrieve the divine blood?" He replied, "No need to make new arrangements. I'm afraid an ability user has already made a move. Let's leave it at that." He looked up at the crescent moon, a sinister smile appearing in the darkness. The operation a month from now is what's most important. Back in the forest, Tong Thu Van woke up to a fragrant smell. She saw Xu Jingming sitting by a fire, roasting meat. He turned back and smiled. "You woke up just in time. Come and eat." Tong Thu Van took a skewer of meat and praised happily, "It smells so good." "I didn't expect you to be a gourmet chef," Xu Jingming replied. "It's just practice. After this trip, you'll probably be able to roast some good meat yourself." She took a big bite, her eyes lighting up. So delicious." "Xu Jingming, you should open a barbecue shop. I'll invest in you." He teased back, "If the great young miss of the Tong family invests in me, wouldn't I be able to open a chain of stores all across Blue Star?" Half an hour later, Tong Thu Van stretched. "Phew, I'm so full." "Xu Jingming, before we leave, can I take a bath?" Xu Jingming nodded. "Of course you can. It won't take long anyway." "After you're done, I'll take a quick bath too," she said happily. "Okay, I'll go first then." Tong Thu Van stepped into the lake, using her ability to create a giant sphere of water that enveloped her body. The cool, clear water surrounded her, washing away all her fatigue. She took off her outer jacket and used her power to control the water, forming a small water dragon that flew around her, looking extremely pleased. After a moment, she turned her head and smiled at Xu Jingming, who was sitting on the bank. "I'm done. It's your turn." Xu Jingming was a bit flustered and didn't dare to look directly at her. He coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Well, I'll go take a bath now too." As he walked away, Tong Thu Van watched him, thinking to herself, why did Xu Jingming's gaze feel a little strange just now? She suddenly looked down at herself and let out a scream. Ah! Her face turned bright red as she mumbled to herself in embarrassment. I'm so used to wearing this in the dorms. I didn't realize this outfit was so thin. An hour later, both of them were fully dressed again. Tong Thu Van handed Xu Jingming a few talismans. Xu Jingming, these are a protective talisman and a teleportation talisman. You should take them. Xu Jingming refused. You keep them. Don't worry. I have plenty of experience in the wild. Nothing will happen. He held out his fist, and she happily bumped it with hers. Then take care. See you in a month. He replied, see you in a month. With that, they both turned and ran in opposite directions. Tong Thu Van rushed off, filled with determination. I have to work hard too. Even if I can't get first place or second place, I have to get third. A month later, in a dark cave, a black panther with blazing red eyes was growling. Opposite it, Xu Jingming's hair had grown long, his entire body enveloped in lightning. The beast let out a world-shaking roar, furious with Xu Jingming, but he remained unfazed, his body crackling with lightning. He closed his eyes, concentrating a powerful surge of lightning energy into his fingertip. Suddenly, a deadly spear thrust pierced through the beast's throat from below, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. After taking down the peak stage 3rd rank Night Panther, a notification appeared. Eliminated 1 peak stage 3rd rank Night Panther. Ability points plus 43, he thought to himself. Next, I'll try the ability training method and see if I can officially break through to the 3rd rank. He stood up and roared with all his might. Break! A massive explosion of lightning energy erupted, engulfing the entire cave. After the energy dissipated, Xu Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I've finally broken through to the 3rd rank. He thought with satisfaction. Even the geniuses from Magic Capital mostly take half a year, or even a full year, to advance a rank. It seems my cultivation talent isn't too bad. A status panel appeared, and he checked his soaring stats. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, low tier, 3rd rank. Ability points, 48,429. Advancing from high tier 2nd rank to low tier 3rd rank increased my physique and spirit by nearly 400 points, and my vitality even broke the 2,000 point mark. Not bad. He looked at his ability points with a hint of regret. 48,000 ability points and I still can't upgrade my ability to SS rank. Well, I'll wait until I have 50,000 and see. If it still doesn't work, I'll just forget about it for now. With that, he shouldered his spear and walked out of the dark cave. Standing at the entrance, he smiled confidently. The day to confirm our scores is the day after tomorrow. With my current score, getting first place shouldn't be a problem. On the day the scores were announced, the students had all gathered in a large hall. A student cheered happily. I got 121 points, rank 998. Great! I made it into the top 1,000. The person next to him poured cold water on his excitement. Don't celebrate too soon. You submitted your bracelet yesterday. When the big shots return today, your rank is going to drop even more. There are still 2 hours left, and the seeded contestants haven't even arrived yet. Just then, a familiar figure walked into the hall, drawing everyone's attention. Someone recognized her as Tong Thu Van, the 2nd-ranked freshman from Magic Capital. The student who had just been cheering sighed. It's over. I'm about to drop another rank. Her score is definitely not going to be low. Tong Thu Van walked up to the scanner and placed her bracelet on it. The screen displayed, identifying. Magic Capital Ability University, Tong Thu Van. Total points, 12,131. Rank, 1st. Everyone around was stunned. Over 12,000 points. That's incredible. Tsk, tsk. As expected of Magic Capital's number 2, compared to her, Li Chengzhi from Magic Capital is still a bit lacking. Headmaster Lang Shuang smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Tong Thu Van replied humbly. Thank you for the praise, Headmaster. Vice Headmaster Xu Ping whispered to the headmaster. Is she the granddaughter of Senior Tong from Sichuan Province? She nodded. That's right. I didn't expect the Tong family to send her to our school instead of training her within the clan. But the girl is very ambitious. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Xiao Yun, not bad. Tong Thu Van called out in surprise. Auntie? A woman walked over. It was Zhou Ying, Tong Thu Van's aunt and the general manager of the Shunan supply base. She praised, Xiao Yun, not bad. She leaned close to her ear and teased, but why didn't your little boyfriend come back with you? Song Tu Van's face flushed red as she hurriedly explained, What boyfriend? It's not like that yet, she asked in surprise. Wait, how did you know, Auntie? Her aunt smiled confidently. Don't forget, I'm the general manager. I have eyes and ears everywhere in this base. Just then, a loud cheer erupted, drawing everyone's attention. Look, it's Thon Kin's S-rank external student, Kieran. He's back. Kieran walked in with a confident expression. People started murmuring. A 3rd tier should get at least 50 or 60,000 points. No surprise, first place is definitely his. He leisurely walked to the score scanner, and the large screen updated immediately. Thon Kin Superpower University, Kiran Jiao. Total score, 113,264. Rank, first. Pushing Songthu Van down to second place. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, his score actually reached over 110,000. Unbelievable. The person in second place doesn't even have as many points as his remainder. This is absolute domination. A man shook Vice Principal Tu Bin's hand and said, 110,000 points. It looks like I should congratulate you and Principal Tu on securing first place. He replied humbly, not at all, not at all. We were just lucky. Principal Lang Swang stood watching with her arms crossed, thinking to herself, although the hope is slim, judging by the confidence Xu Jingming showed back then, he might just give me a surprise. Suddenly, the screen changed again. Someone else had submitted their score. Dong Thin of Tan Than Superpower University. Total score, 13,526. Rank, second. It's Tan Than University's ace. He's back too. Songthu Van watched as her rank was pushed down to third place, thinking in disappointment, damn it, looks like I won't make it into the top 3. She looked at her watch, wondering anxiously. There are only 8 minutes left. Why isn't Xu Jingming back yet? Students from other schools started to gossip. Xu Jingming from Madu still isn't back. Don't tell me something unexpected happened to him. It's possible. After all, the demon lair is extremely dangerous. Xu Jingming's friends quickly retorted, I don't think so. Brother Min is very experienced. He wouldn't be so careless. Just then, a voice called out, Xu Jingming is back! The students from Madu cheered him on. Brother Min, no matter what your score is, you're still the pride of Madu. Go for it. You're the best. Brother Min, we'll always support you. Kiran stood in a corner, smirking contemptuously. A bunch of weaklings huddling together for warmth. No matter how much you cheer, the final winner will still be me. Xu Jingming looked at the large screen and smiled to himself. So Kiran got 110,000 points. No wonder so many people are cheering for me. Do they think I'm going to lose? Principal Lang Swang approached him and said, Go on. We're only waiting for you. Hurry up and upload your score. She was secretly astonished. Xu Jingming nodded. Yes. He walked to the scanner and placed his bracelet on it. As Xu Jingming approached, the surrounding students began to buzz with conversation. How many points do you guys think Xu Jingming got? One person asked. Another replied, I guess around 50 or 60,000. He is a high second tier, after all. Ah, it's just a shame that with Kiran here, there's no way he can get first place. As he placed his bracelet on the scanner, a huge notification appeared on the large screen. Xu Jingming of Madu Superpower University. Total score, 405,637. And then the decisive words appeared, rank first. This result left everyone present from Vice Principal Tu Bin and Principal Lang Swang to Kiran and Songthu Van completely stunned. The entire hall erupted in utter disbelief. 400,000 points! Am I seeing things? Damn it, this is just ridiculous. Is Mado's S rank really that strong? His score is 4 times that of Thon Kin's external student. This is insane. Even if I grinded for a month straight, killing first-tier vicious beasts without sleeping, I wouldn't get that many points. Vice Principal Tu Bin mumbled, calculating. 400,000 points for first-tier vicious beasts? He'd have to kill 20,000 of them. That's 666 a day. This achievement is simply absurd. Songthu Van's aunt was just as astonished. She turned to her niece. Your friend's score is incredible. Little Van, did you already know? Songthu Van smiled, her eyes filled with trust. No, but I know that with him, no miracle is a surprise. Kiran gritted his teeth, unable to accept the reality. Xu Jingming's score is more than 3 times mine. How is that possible? If that's the case, doesn't that mean the cultivation resources Thun Kin University promised me will vanish into thin air? No, he could no longer remain calm. He pointed directly at Xu Jingming and shouted, Xu Jingming, your score can't possibly be that high. Principal 2, I request an investigation into Xu Jingming's smart bracelet. I suspect he cheated. Kiran's accusation was immediately met with protests from the Madu students. Damn it, calling foul just because you lost. Aren't you being a sore loser? This is ridiculous. That's right, the smart bracelet was already scanned by the verification machine. Are you suggesting there's a problem with the verification machine too? Vice Principal Tu Bin turned to Principal Lang Swang. Principal Lang, what are your thoughts? She replied calmly. Reviewing the records is, of course, not a problem, she continued, her gaze sharp and her aura powerful. However, if the review of the records shows that Xu Jingming did not cheat, then how do you intend to handle this? Another leader from Madu also spoke up. That's right, the smart bracelets and the scoring machines were all strictly inspected by our 3 universities. Are you now doubting your own judgment, Principal 2? Vice Principal Tu Bin could only remain silent. He thought to himself, this Lang Suang is more than 10 years younger than me, yet she's so difficult to deal with. He made a decision. Student Xu, of course, cannot be wrongly accused for no reason. If, after reviewing the footage, it's confirmed there are no issues, we at Thonkin are willing to compensate him with a set of S-rank cultivation resources. Principal Long Suang nodded. If that's the case, then let's check the records on the smart bracelet. Then she turned and called out, Xu Jingming, come over here. Xu Jingming smirked, thinking to himself, nice. I didn't even have to do anything, and I'm getting a free set of S-rank cultivation resources. Where else could I find a deal this good? Seeing his expression, Vice Principal Tu Bin felt a flicker of uncertainty. That look. Could it be that I've guessed wrong? The technicians began to play back the entire recording of Xu Jingming's hunt for vicious beasts. Kieran stood with his arms crossed, his eyes scrutinizing the screen. Let's see just how you got those 400,000 points. I'm an S-rank too. Even if you were a third tier, it couldn't be this ridiculous. As the images of Xu Jingming's battles were displayed, the crowd was once again astonished. Damn, that spearmanship is incredible. I could never achieve that level of spearmanship in my entire life. It's not just his spearmanship. Xu Jingming's control over his powers is also terrifying. Principal Lang Suang turned to Xu Jingming. Has your spearmanship reached the Grandmaster level? He replied humbly. I was just lucky to have a breakthrough. She smiled, thinking, the Grandmaster level isn't something you achieve through luck alone. It seems this Xu Jingming is hiding quite a few intriguing secrets. Suddenly, the screen showed Xu Jingming confronting a springwater crocodile. The students cried out, look, it's a 4th-tier vicious beast, a springwater crocodile. Why isn't Xu Jingming running? Yeah, what's he just standing there for? Is he planning to kill it? A high 2nd tier killing a 4th tier? How is that possible? Immediately after, the scene showed Xu Jingming unleashing the Heavenly Thunder technique. Terrifying lightning struck down, shocking everyone once again. Damn it, is that lightning coming from Xu Jingming? What level of combat skill is that? The 4th-tier springwater crocodile was killed in an instant. That's terrifying. Kieran also couldn't believe his eyes. That's an S-rank magic-type combat skill. Doesn't he use a spear? How could he have also mastered a magic-type combat skill? Principal Lang Suang was equally astonished. And it's the Heavenly Thunder technique from the Elemental Academy. Not even many people in the Elemental Academy itself have mastered that S-rank skill. And yet Xu Jingming, a first-year freshman from the Weaponry Academy, has learned it. She turned to Vice Principal Tu Bin with a meaningful expression. Principal Tu, do you still need to see more? He wiped his sweat and replied, that's enough. There's no need to watch anymore. He turned to Xu Jingming and declared, to have mastered an S-rank combat skill as just a first year, Xu Jingming, you are brilliant. The S-rank cultivation resources will be sent to you shortly. He bowed politely in thanks. You flatter me, Principal Tu. Vice Principal Tu Bin gritted his teeth, his face filled with disappointment and regret. To think we prepared so much, and Than Kin still lost. If Madu had known how monstrous Xu Jingming was, they should have recruited him to Qingjing at all costs back then. After everyone had settled down, Vice Principal Xu Ping stood up and announced, I declare that the competition for this research and study trip has concluded. The top 3 rankings are as follows. He continued to announce, 3rd place is Jincheng Esper University, possessing 27.5% of the resource quota. 2nd place is Qingjing Esper University, possessing 31.5% of the resource quota. Finally, he loudly declared the winner. 1st place is Madu Esper University, possessing 41% of the resource quota and priority in allocation. The Madu students erupted in joy. Xu Jingming's white-haired friend jumped up and cheered. We won! Our motto is number 1. We turned the tables. Brother Ming is so awesome. 5 consecutive championships. We did it. Vice Principal Xu Ping continued. Furthermore, the resources allocated to the 3 schools this time are rare and exotic mystical herbs grown in the outer ring of the Demon's Den. Tomorrow, all new students will follow the guidance of their respective schools' mentors to enter the gardens for harvesting. After the harvest, the schools will arrange their own curriculum for the remaining half-month. Dismissed. The moment he finished speaking, Kieran stepped forward, his eyes filled with frustration. Principal Xu, I refuse to accept this. Can you let me and Xu Jingming fight a direct match? If we lose, we will give up our resources. If we win, the previously promised resources will remain ours. Vice Principal Xu Ping looked at Kieran and asked with a serious expression, How confident are you? Kieran replied confidently. Xu Jingming's S-rank magic skill takes 1 or 2 seconds to activate. In a one-on-one fight, I will definitely win. Vice Principal Xu Ping thought for a moment and then agreed. I'm not satisfied with this outcome either, so we'll do as you say. Meanwhile, Principal Ling Chang asked Xu Jingming, How do you plan to spend the remaining half-month of study with your mentor? He answered without hesitation, I'll go back into the Demon's Den to continue hunting vicious beasts. She was a little worried. You've been fighting continuously for almost a month, aren't you tired? He smiled. I am. But this is the only way. My strength can continue to improve rapidly, she advised. Life and death crises do indeed forge a person, but knowing when to be tense and when to relax is the key to longevity. You must understand this principle. He nodded. I understand, student. I'll rest when the trip is over and we're back at school. Oh, right, Principal Ling. I came across a lake in the Demon's Den. He began to recount the entire story of the Blood Lake and the Blood Moon cult to her. After listening, Principal Ling Chang analyzed, from what you've said, that is indeed the essence blood of a 9th-rank beast emperor, an SSS-rank cultivation resource. Of course, the part you absorbed must have been diluted. Otherwise, there's no way you could have absorbed even a drop of a beast emperor's essence blood. She continued, as for why you could absorb it directly, it's probably related to the body tempering combat skill you're learning. You'll have to ask your teacher about that. I don't have much of an impression of the Blood Moon cult. It's probably not a major sect, so you don't need to worry too much about it. He replied, I understand. She smiled and said, go get some rest. You're tired. When he turned around, Song Tiu-yun was already waiting with her aunt. She introduced them. Jingming, let me introduce you. This is my aunt, Aunt Zhou Ming. She is the general manager of the Shunan supply base. He greeted politely. Hello, General Manager Zhou. She waved her hand. No need to be so formal. Just call me Aunt Zhou. She handed him a black and gold card. This is the Song family's black gold card. In the future, you can get a 20% discount when purchasing any products under the Song family's enterprise. Xu Jingming accepted the card in astonishment, thinking to himself, the Song family's black gold card. I remember the Song family's businesses cover almost every field, from battle armor and equipment to exotic herbs, elixirs, and medicines. A 20% discount on everything. How much is this thing worth? Song Tiu-yun and her aunt said in unison, just take it. Your equipment gets updated very quickly anyway. He held the card, his face turning a little red, thinking awkwardly, am I being sponsored by a rich girl now? Suddenly, a crowd of reporters and fans rushed over. Student Xu, can we interview you for a moment? Everyone scrambled to make their offers. Our defense company has a new product. Would you like to try it? We are the largest weapons company in the country. You could consider being our spokesperson. Student Xu, can we be friends? We can train together in the future. We are the largest Esper forum. Can we interview you first and then invite you to shoot a few videos? That afternoon, in a private room, Principal Ling Chang relayed the challenge. Kiran wants to fight you. Qingjing's wager is 20% of their resources. Our wager this time is half of the relic access passes. Do you want to fight? Xu Jingming asked in surprise. What's a relic access pass? Vice Principal Xu Ping explained. A relic access pass is the entry ticket to the ruins of an ancient civilization. We invited S-rank external support precisely for these 40 access passes. Now that you're number 1, the passes naturally belong to you, which is why we're a little unwilling to accept it. Xu Jingming recalled his history lessons at school. Mado's history class mentioned that before our current civilization, there was a period of ancient civilization. The ancient civilization also had vicious beasts and espers. The level of its development could be called glorious. Not only was their technology advanced, but their understanding of supernatural abilities was also incredibly profound. It's just that for some unknown reason, the ancient civilization was suddenly destroyed at its peak, buried deep underground. It wasn't until several thousand years later, when espers reappeared on Blue Star, that these ruins were excavated. Top-tier Esper training methods and SSS rank combat skills were all found there. Vice Principal Xu Ping further explained the value of the pass. Some of these ancient civilization ruins can be entered directly, while others require an access pass. The places that could be entered directly were cleaned out long ago, which is why the access passes are so highly contested. Principal Ling Chang added, these 40 access passes correspond to Civilization Ruin number 9. It opens once a year, and only those from Tier 4 to Tier 6 can enter. If you beat Kiran, I can give you one pass of your choosing, Vice Principal Xu Ping said with a casual air. It's fine if you don't want to. After all, the narrow arena favors Kiran. Xu Jingming smiled, placed a hand on his chest, and replied decisively, Principals, I accept. Vice Principal Xu Ping nodded and turned to leave. All right, I'll go. Inform Kiran. The location will be the supply base's arena area. Principal Ling Chang looked at Xu Jingming and asked, I didn't expect you to agree so readily. Are you that confident? He replied calmly, it's all right. I'd say I have about a 90% chance of winning. She was surprised. A 90% chance is just all right to you? Xu Jingming smirked, his eyes full of confidence. Actually, I was being modest. I think I have a 100% chance. Principal Ling Chang shook her head and smiled. You. If Xu Ping and Kiran knew you were 100% certain, I wonder what they would think. Meanwhile, after receiving the news, Kiran clenched his fists and roared. He actually dared to agree. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. He turned to a leader from Qingjing and said, Principal Xu, it's okay if I injure Xu Jingming, right? She reassured him, don't worry. The vice principals of the 3 schools, the mentors, and many students will be present. Just give it your all. If there's any danger, someone will naturally intervene. Kieran gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Xu Jingming, don't blame me for being cruel. The scene shifted to the arena area. A standard boxing ring had been set up, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. People were buzzing with discussion. A duel between two S-rank masters. I can't wait. They're both Tier 3. It's hard to say who will win or lose. Some people began to analyze. In the wild, Xu Jingming's lightning arts would definitely win, but in an arena, it's hard to say. That's right, Kieran is a close combat enhancement type Esper. Let's just see how many trump cards Xu Jingming has left. Kieran, standing beside the ring, heard the discussion and scoffed. Someone actually thinks Xu Jingming has other trump cards. It's already a miracle that he learned one S-rank combat skill in his first year. How could he have a second one? Do you really think S-rank skills are that easy to learn? A figure leisurely walked towards the ring. The Madu students recognized him and immediately cheered him on. Xu Jingming is here. Xu Jingming, we support you. Madu will definitely win. Kieran looked at his approaching opponent and said excitedly, Come on, Xu Jingming, can't wait any longer. Xu Jingming looked up, his eyes as sharp as a blade, and smirked. In a hurry to die, are you? Then I'll grant you your wish. Xu Jingming and Kieran, one carrying a spear, the other a sword, stepped onto the fighting stage at the same time. Xu Jingming held his long spear, his eyes sharp. A silver-haired elder stepped forward to introduce the match. I will be presiding over this arena match. The fight ends when either side loses consciousness or admits defeat. No further pursuit is allowed. Of course, there's no need to hold back. With us here, you don't have to worry about your lives. He was Jiang Quan, the vice principal of Jincheng University, an 8th stage water system grandmaster. As he spoke, he waved his hand gently, and a stream of water began to condense, forming a transparent water shield that enveloped the entire stage. He stood between the two fighters. The referee raised his hand and announced loudly, Fighters, get ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. Instantly, Kieran let out a powerful roar. Ha! His body swelled. Brilliant red tattoos glowed on his skin, and 2 black horns grew from his temples, his aura becoming incredibly ferocious. Xu Jingming observed calmly, thinking to himself, So, this is an S-rank enhancement type ability? Kieran looked at him with arrogant provocation. Xu Jingming, I'll give you time to prepare that S-rank magic combat skill of yours. I want you to be utterly and completely defeated. The audience outside began to worry. That's an S-rank enhancement type ability. Xu Jingming is in big trouble. That's right, the stage is only 30 meters, which severely limits the long-range skills of a lightning-type user. Since Xu Jingming dared to get on the stage, he must have a plan, right? Xu Jingming smirked as purple electrical currents began to flash around his body. Speaking of which, I haven't really unleashed my full ability since reaching the 3rd stage. Good. You'll be a perfect test subject. A terrifying, thunderous explosion erupted from his body, engulfing the entire stage. The referee, Jiang Quan, couldn't help but be astonished, thinking, this water shield can at most withstand an attack from a peak 3rd stage A-rank ability user. Did a single burst of his ability already push the water shield to its limit? He immediately reinforced the water shield, his expression turning more serious. The audience below was completely stunned. So this is the S-rank Purple Firmament Divine Lightning ability? It's truly terrifying. I feel like it could kill me in an instant. The gap between us freshmen is just too big. Kieran felt the electric current corroding his body and frowned. Normal lightning can't hurt me, but Xu Jingming's lightning can actually corrode my body. It seems I have to end this quickly. He clenched his fists and charged forward. Kieran's speed was extremely fast, closing the distance to Xu Jingming in an instant. Seeing that his opponent had no intention of dodging, he roared, Oh? You're not running? You're actually going to fight me head-on? Then let me show you the invincible power of an enhancement-type ability user. Kieran swung his greatsword fiercely, shouting, Taste my blade! With a deafening clang, Xu Jingming had already thrust his long spear forward. This is bad, Kieran thought, immediately, raising his sword to block. The force of the impact pushed them both back. Kieran couldn't hide his utter shock. How is this possible? You can match my strength even after I've transformed? I'm an S-rank enhancement type ability user. In response to his astonishment, Xu Jingming, with purple lightning coiling around him, calmly said, You seem very surprised. But there's no rule that says a lightning-type ability user has to be weaker than an enhancement type. Kieran raised a hand to his forehead, his expression becoming extremely serious as a dark aura began to radiate from him. You're right, there's no such rule. I was planning to play with you a little longer, but it seems that's not an option now. Kieran's body transformed once more, his skin turning pitch black, becoming more spiky and ferocious. He growled, Xu Jingming, you should feel lucky, because I'm going to use my full power to defeat you. He let out a resounding roar, completing his transformation into a berserk demonic beast. Come on, and embrace your fear, Beast Lord's advent. The stadium erupted at this transformation. The S-rank Brahma Beast Lord ability combined with an S-rank combat skill is terrifying. Is this Kiran's full power? He looks so strong. This must be an exclusive S-rank combat skill that gets even stronger when combined with his ability. A spectator said confidently, "This is a sure win." However, Principal Ling Chang had other thoughts. "I remember the Dean of the Weapons Academy, Yang Zhentian, seems to have a similar S-rank combat skill. Xu Jingming must know it too." On the stage, Kiran in his Beast Lord form faced Xu Jingming, who was still enveloped in a sea of purple lightning. Kiran gave a savage smirk. "Xu Jingming, in this state, do you still dare to clash with me again?" Xu Jingming's hair suddenly turned silver white, his eyes glowed brilliantly, and the purple lightning around him intensified. He replied with a smile, "Clash with you again? Fine by me." A world-shaking energy exploded from Xu Jingming's body as he too activated his highest combat state. Kiran, who had been so confident just a moment ago, now looked back with a face full of shock and disbelief. Xu Jingming's eyes had now completely transformed. Two spectators were utterly astonished. "What happened? I just glanced at my phone for a second, and now there are two monster bosses on the stage." His friend next to him explained, "Dude, those aren't monster bosses. That's Xu Jingming and Kiran entering their second phase." The other guy was still in shock, saying, "Not bosses? Holy crap, they're even using terms like second phase now." Facing Xu Jingming's new form, Kiran realized with horror, This is an S-rank combat skill." Xu Jingming simply replied lightly, "You guessed right, but sorry, there's no prize." With that, Xu Jingming held out his hands, condensing a destructive ball of lightning and declared, "Lightning Prison." Kiran immediately sensed mortal danger. It's a control skill. This is bad. He's about to unleash an S-rank heavenly lightning skill. With no way to retreat, Kiran roared, channeling all his energy and desperately shouting, "Chi and blood armor!" He charged forward madly, ignoring the countless lightning whips of the lightning prison lashing at his body, his crimson chi and blood armor protecting him. Finally, with a roar, he broke out of the lightning prison's range. "I finally got out." But when he looked up, his expression turned to one of horror. Above him, a giant lightning spear formed from countless pure lightning bolts was hurtling down. He narrowly dodged it as the lightning spear tore through the air with destructive power. Kiran only had time to look up, thinking desperately, "That lightning spear is terrifying. If I get hit, I'll be severely injured, if not dead." Facing the lightning spear, Kiran could only exclaim in terror, "So fast!" Meanwhile, Xu Jingming had already closed the distance with the speed of gale lightning, giving his opponent no time to recover. Xu Jingming spun his spear, purple lightning swirling around its tip, and immediately launched a lightning-fast attack that Kiran could only barely raise his sword to block. Although he blocked the first blow, the immense impact sent Kiran flying backward, losing his balance in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Jingming lunged forward, the spear in his hand turning into countless illusions as he unleashed his ultimate technique, Chain Lightning Spear. Countless lightning spears pierced Kiran's body, creating a series of booming impacts. Despite the flesh-tearing pain, Kiran's fighting spirit did not wane. He gritted his teeth and told himself, "As long as I can endure this move, I still have a chance." With that belief, he roared defiantly, "Now it's my turn." But Xu Jingming only replied coldly with a single word, "Explode!" Instantly, the lightning spears that had embedded themselves in Kiran's body began to detonate from within. A horrific electrical explosion erupted from Kiran's body, blasting him backward. His body was thrown mercilessly, slamming hard against the water shield. When the smoke cleared, Kiran had returned to his human form, lying motionless on the stage with scorch marks on his chest. The sharp tip of Xu Jingming's spear was pressed against his throat. Kiran managed to utter bitterly, "I surrender." Referee Jiang Quan immediately raised his hand. He solemnly declared, "The winner is Xu Jingming." The stadium erupted in astonishment and excitement. "Unbelievable. I thought it would take over 10 minutes, but who knew it would be over in just 2? That's right. It was a complete domination. A lightning-type Esper, winning a contest of strength against an enhancement type. What's more, the way Kan-min combined his combat skills was just too perfect. He didn't give Kiran a single opening." Principal Lung Xiong smiled, analyzing it precisely. He used Lightning Prison to control him, then the Lightning Spear to force Kiran to use a movement technique, followed by a Lightning Flash Assault combined with Thunderstorm Rush to force an opening, and finally, finished him off with Chain Lightning Spears. Every step was calculated, clean, and decisive. Xu Jingming is truly outstanding. At that moment, Principal Lung turned to the principal of the rival school. "Principal 2, do you have anything to say?" The other principal could only concede, "Principal Leng, we lost fair and square. That 20% share of resources is yours. Also, the S-rank resources promised to Xu Jingming will probably be sent over tomorrow afternoon." Principal 2 turned and walked away, his face filled with bitterness, thinking to himself that not only did he fail to get the 20 passes to the ruins, but he also had to give up a 20% share of resources. It was a complete loss, through and through. Principal Lung turned back to Xu Jingming and handed him a card. Well done. This is the pass to Civilization Ruin number 9. I'm giving it to you now. In addition, the school will award you an extra 10,000 credits. Xu Jingming happily accepted it. 10,000. Thank you, Principal Lung. Xu Jingming smiled as he looked at the card in his hand, thinking to himself, so this is it, the pass to the ruins that everyone is dying to get. Yeah,